going on, everybody? How you doing? What a musician? I'm a young media mogul. Okay, not nobody got the joke. If you got it though, good for you. Okay, so today is not Friday in California, but what I wanted to do today was, well, first of all, chat scumbagged me into playing Hearts. At the end of Space News last night, I was like, I think we're going to play Timberborn tomorrow. And everyone's like, okay, cool. And then a viewer who's watched the stream for a long time, Josh DeGroot, I'm calling you out. He goes, I thought you said you were going to play Hearts tomorrow. And I go, did I say I was going to play Hearts tomorrow? And he goes, well, you did now. And I'm like, okay. 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 All right. Fine. Fine. That was pretty good. All right. I'll give you that. So, Josh, screw you. I wanted to play Timberborn, but also the scumbagging. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. But we like the Beavers too. So, I will move Timberborn to tomorrow before the Flame Trench. Today, we'll play Hearts. What I was thinking about doing is the last time we played through, we did the Maximal US playthrough, which was pretty funny. That was a pretty funny playthrough, but you know, I got a lot of people. Actually, it was pretty frequently asked. So two things got frequently asked a lot. First and foremost, what are you doing? That was the big one. That was the big one. Second one was, how are you doing that? So I figure we'll do a tutorial today. And I am by no means an expert, but I will give people the gist on how to play this game. It is a little bit complicated. It is a grand strategy game. There's a lot of stuff to manage. But maybe I could answer those two questions today. I've been meaning to do this for a while, and we'll do it. Like, once again, I am no expert at this game. I do not think I'm good enough at this particular game. But what I will do today is we will go down the list of what everything does here and how it works, at least to my understanding. I have done this in the past, dudes. I've done tutorials for Hearts of Iron, but the game, it was a long time ago. The game has very much changed since the last time I did a tutorial, and I also think that those VODs got lost anyway, so. Recreate the Roman Empire. Yeah, Tessa, that's what I was thinking about doing. I think we'll play Italy. Italy is a good tutorial nation to play. Everybody asks, the other third thing I get asked the most is like, what's a good nation to start playing as? So, we will do a new game starting in January 1936. Playing as Italy, which is why I played that song at the beginning. On Iron Man mode with regular difficulty. Now, here's the thing. We could play historical, but I play non-historical for your entertainment, but playing historical might be a little bit easier to do this tutorial. But then again, playing non-historical kind of teaches you to adapt, so I kind of think that might be a good idea. How's the new DLC? Oh, the Götterdämmerung. Yeah, very good. Very good. Yeah, we'll do non-historical. And we'll go from there. Alright. So, with that being said, let's jump into this. I am a little bit late today. Sorry about that. I have very creative names for past saves. That's Maximalist 1, Maximalist 2, Maximalist 3, which was, yeah, we went a little crazy on that one. That one was one of the most successful saves we've played. I don't remember doing those English saves. Okay, we'll keep it as don't touch our spaghetti. Somebody touch my spaghetti! They just wouldn't stop. Hey Andrew, what's going on? Alright, so you want to learn how to play hearts. Here you go. Once again, this isn't a definitive tutorial, but it is... I know a lot. I know enough to be dangerous in this game. I'm not an expert on it by any means. So, with that being said, let's get into this. Chat, if you do have questions about what I'm doing, we are playing as a Frappuccini right here. No, a question, plan A, over. Roger. Just ask. Okay. All right, so first thing about hearts, there's a lot going on here. There is a lot happening. Hearts of Iron is a grand strategy game. Think like a board game analog would be like Risk, or the better analog would be Axis and Allies. If anybody's ever played that, the board game, it gets complicated. Now, I'm not sure it gets Axis and Allies complicated, but it's still pretty dang complicated. So, let's get to it. We're going to go down the list. I'm going to basically define what everything does here to the best of my ability, and we'll go from there. So, let's start off up here. This is your nation. This is what nation you're playing, okay? We'll go through the UI first, and then I'll kind of say what everything does here. So that's the nation you're playing as. Obviously, the flag of your nation can change depending on what focuses you do, but we'll talk more about that later. Are you going to try to do the missions from El Duce or ignore them? I don't know. We'll get more into that in a second. So, up here, first and foremost, top left, is your political power. You, right now, so in this particular save, we're playing as Benito Mussolini. He was a fascist dictator that ruled Italy from 1922 to 1943. The Italians basically figured out he was full of crap and killed him and hung him and his wife from a lamppost in 1943, and then promptly joined the Allies right after that. So, you know, he started off being friends with this dude and then ended not very well. It kind of ended how most fascist dictatorships end, with the guy running the show dying. You know, just like that dude. Same idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Anyway, so we're playing as him right now. Now, do we have to play as Mussolini? Well, no. Once again, it depends on your national focuses, but I'll get more into that later. Your political power, though, is whatever entity is running your country, be it Mussolini or a government or Stalin, Hitler, Roosevelt, whomever, right? Because, yeah, he is in this game, and they screwed up his portrait for whatever reason. He looks like he's cross-eyed, but I think that's kind of funny, and it's kind of probably on purpose. The political power basically allows you to do more things. Like you can, that's basically like executive power. Political power allows you to appoint political advisors, theorists. It allows you to work with military industrial organizations. So like Italy has, you know, we can get more into like military contractors in a second. Italy has Fiat. You can contract Fiat to build trucks for your army in the game, but once again, that was added in a DLC. But yeah, political power basically is your ability to do stuff personally as a dictator. You can use it to execute different types of decisions here. And it's basically your currency for getting whatever you're trying to do in Hearts of Iron done correctly. Catching 92-month resub, thank you. So, you ideally want a lot of political power. If you hold your mouse over anything in Hearts of Iron, it'll tell you what it is, which is super useful. The UI is... There's a lot going on with the UI, so holding your mouse over these things definitely does help. Now, if you hold your mouse over the political power, you'll show that your power change is plus 2.14 per day with a base value of 2, and it's plus 10% because Benito Mussolini, but we have a minus 3% modifier to stability. Okay. People like Mussolini at this point, in 1936. Just a little bit of a history lesson here. He was very popular until he decided to get Italy involved in World War II, a war that they were woefully inequipped for, like totally not ready for it. Italy had helped Spain during the Spanish Civil War in the late 1930s, which might happen here, who knows. Italy did help Spain, and they committed a lot of resources to helping Spain during the Spanish Civil War. So historically, by the time World War II rolled around in 1939, the Italian army was not anywhere near well equipped to go invade France or do anything else. Italy basically exhausted all of its resources, in colonial wars down here, trying to take parts of Africa for the sheer reason of saying, hey, look, we want to be a colonial power too. We can take over land in Africa, look. And B, for helping Spain in the Spanish Civil War. We'll get more into the colony stuff and why that did or didn't work later. It didn't work in real life, but that's another story. So, are we going to make Italian V2 rockets? We could. Can you change the leader of your country? Absolutely, dude. Yeah, Ryan, World War II started only 21 years after World War I. Well, World War I basically laid the foundation for II, for the uninitiated. That is a very interesting history lesson, but that's probably for another day. So, your political power is your ability to do stuff. Right next to that, and it's probably one of the most important things that you have as the leader, as the supreme leader of your nation, right? It's probably one of the more important things. Having a lot of political power and being able to use that political power can help you achieve stuff that you normally wouldn't be able to achieve. You want a lot of that. But it depends on what you're doing. Now, if you notice, when we hover over political power up there, it says stability. Stability is at -3. What does that mean? Well, let me bring you to the next two things that are up here. Your stability is your country's stability overall. It's represented as a percentage. Okay? Obviously, lower stability is going to give you some pretty bad effects. Once again, if you hover your mouse over it, it'll show you. Our base value for stability with all the people in place in charge right now is 60%. But it says we are at war. So that's -20%. The ruling fascist party has popularity, so that's plus 10.9%. Vittorio Emanuele III is plus 5. That is a modifier up here. The Soldier King reminds the Italians of their recent victories in the Great War. His presence and their loyalty to him is a great source of unity for the people. Yeah, Vittorio Emanuele III is the descendant of the Italian monarchy, if I'm remembering that right. Now, you guys got to remember, just a little bit more of a history lesson here. How Mussolini came to power here was, well, in the 1870s, Italy unified. They unified under Vittorio Veneto II. And basically there was a monarchy ruling all of Italy. Italy, before that, was a bunch of kingdoms kind of scattered around, and it basically had been that way since, like, the fall of the Western Roman Empire. in, 453 AD. So, like, for the last 1,500 years, the entire Italian peninsula was not unified on anything. They got invaded by France in the 1800s, and believe it or not, the French took over a lot down here. In fact, if you go to Naples, there's Savoy King houses and stuff. It looks like you're in Paris, which is really interesting, even though it's an Italian city. So point is that Italy was never unified, basically, for like 1,500 years, right? So they all unified under Vittorio Veneto II, I think. I think that's the guy's name. Will you explain how to use the fleet? Absolutely, SDF. So the reason why Italy isn't very stable right now is because they unified, and unifying under everything, they really didn't have a lot of structure to, like, the king didn't have a lot of structure to control this whole dang thing, right? So it wasn't really a particularly stable thing going on here between all the different city-states. And some city-states didn't choose to unify at all. There's San Marino. San Marino chose not to. Obviously, there's Vatican City. Vatican City decided, no, we're going to stay our own thing. There are some small city-states inside of Italy that did not unify. So the point is that, they unified, but they were, they were kind of deciding how power is going to be divvied up. And amidst the chaos, World War I happens. Okay? When World War I happened, it kind of brought everybody together because they had to fight. Now, keep in mind, Italy fought for the Allies in World War I. They fought with the Americans, British, and French against the Central Powers. So they came out of World War I okay. But it was still very chaotic. I mean, the country, once again, was reeling from World War I, and that's what allowed Mussolini to come and say, hey, I'm going to fix everything. Here's just a devious solution to all your problems, right? And everybody kind of voted for him, and he did fix a couple of things. He did fix stuff like getting the trains to run on time. That's what he ran on. Why aren't the trains running on time? If we can't get the trains to run on time, if we can't get a train to go from A to B when we say it's going to go from A to B, how can we exist as a country, right? That was basically what he ran on, and he did improve some things here and there. And then, he wanted unified Italy, who was very late to the colonial game because they only unified in the late 1870s, right? He wanted to get Italy a piece of the pie in Africa, which, up until World War II was insanely popular for European nations to just carve up and claim as their own. Indigenous people? No, they're savages. We need to bring civilization to them. We'll just say that that's kind of an antiquated way of looking at things and call it a day. After World War II, that whole right to autonomy thing kind of became a thing that, that's kind of a good thing. We that's kind of one of the founding principles of this country over here. Something I'm quite fond of. So, yeah. But before, that didn't happen after that. But Italy wanted to basically prove, after Mussolini came in, he wanted to basically prove that they are a serious colonial power amongst the great colonial powers up here. Right? So he came in, started getting everything fixed, and then promptly got Italy involved in a bunch of proxy wars in the Spanish Civil War, and then World War II right after that, which was deeply unpopular with the people, and they ended up shooting him in the head and hanging him from a lamppost. Yep. So there's your quick history of why our stability is not, it's okay, it's not great, but it's okay. That's bad. 42% stability is no good. We gotta fix that. But that's what this thing up here is. Now, what does your stability do in game? What does that affect, right? That really affects your ability to do everything. We have a -3% political power gain, so because the country is so unstable, people don't support you. Weird, right? And it also, because of the lack of stability, it hampers your factory output. It screws with your country's GDP and shipyard output. Also, It looks like Italy trying to enforce colonial rule up there is giving us an 11% modifier, which is not great. Once again, 42% stability is bad. You ideally want this number to be 100 to make sure the entire country is behind you, depending on what type of fun escapade you do. So that's a little bit on stability, a little bit on the history of why Italy's stability is so bad right now. But there you go. Now, next thing here is war support. That one's pretty straightforward. Does your country want to go to war? Now, I can give you examples during World War II of countries that had very high war support. The United States after Pearl Harbor is a very good example. After December 7th, 1941, the Japanese fleet bombed Pearl Harbor and they sank like 6 battleships. Killed 2,700 Americans. That pissed us off. In the words of Fat Electrician, they touched the boats and they paid for it. I mean, so did we, but they paid for it more.
Go at throttle up.
So war support happens for you. You generally want your war support high if you want to declare war. Now, keep in mind, though. Keep in mind. You don't need to go to war when you're playing Hearts of Iron. Hearts of Iron is... The objective with Hearts of Iron is basically survive World War II. I mean, some nations might have different goals, but at the end of the day, your goal is to survive. You don't necessarily have to declare war on anybody. You could do a relatively peaceful playthrough. Now, the beauty of playing Italy and why I decided to play it in the first place is because with Italy, you could do either one. You could do kind of either one. There's a lot of freedom to do different things with this nation, which is why I like playing it. And it's also a decent size for a good beginner nation. Now, once again, newer players, I would not recommend playing like the Soviet Union. I would not recommend playing the United States. Don't play big countries. You will get overwhelmed with all this different crap that I'm explaining. Right? So Italy's a good start. Our war support is okay. Now, I think now would be a good time. Hey, Barrelicious, 86-month resub. Thank you. They touch the boats, we unleash the sun. That's right. That was a quick turnaround of war support, too. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. It went from not our circus, not our monkeys to you touched our boats, die. Yeah, basically in a day. Yep, exactly. The U.S. didn't want to get involved with World War II, right? Also, don't touch the boats. Bad idea. You could try nowadays. Our boats have lasers on them now. Just saying. Lasers. Freaking sharks with freaking laser beams attached to their heads. Alright, so our war support is bad. So let's figure out why our war support is bad. Over here, and I'm just going to jump. I'm going to jump to over here. If you see the boom thing with an exclamation point next to it, that is your indicator for who you are at war with. Now, let's take a look. We are at war with Ethiopia to try and colonize the place, but yeah, it looks like the majority of our army is down here as well.
Pronto.
Pronto, signori.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, we are fighting a war against Ethiopia, but once again, I have the game paused. It looks like we got them dead to rights on both sides, but we'll get... This is also a good primer for newer players on how combat works, but we'll get into that in a second. Hey, Abby, 15-month resub. Fun fact, we didn't declare on Germany. Germany declared on us. That's right, SVO. Yeah, Germany declared war on the United States because of what's called the Tripartite Act. Basically, an alliance between an alliance of mutual defense pact that was signed by Italy, Germany, and Japan. To be honest with you, this is my personal armchair opinion, armchair general or armchair historian opinion. I didn't think he wanted to get into a war with the United States. Really, he was like, that's not a good idea. At least right now. Because that dude, like, don't get me wrong, he was a complete piece of snot, but he knew good and well that the industrial base on the U.S. could drive Germany into the ground. Japan didn't get that memo. Yeah, well, Yamamoto did, but... Whoops. What is cavalry used for? I'll get to that. I'll get to units in a second, Seven. So, our war support is okay. It's not bad, but our country's stability, the stability is screwing your war support pretty badly right now. Also, See, the stability has a modifier up there, minus 13.5%. But also, we are fighting an offensive war, okay? Now, an offensive war is when you declare war on somebody. If you have war declared on you, right, you don't have that offensive war modifier there. Now, we are fighting an offensive war against a much lesser colonial power, or much lesser power, right? Well, we're trying to be a colonial power, right? So it's not, to be honest with you, Ethiopia wasn't necessarily a popular war for the Italian people, but, you know, if they won, they weren't going to be like, well, that sucks. So we have okay war support. We have very bad stability, next to no political power right now. So those are those three. Those are really important when you go to fight. These things are very, very important. This is why I'm explaining these things first, because it doesn't seem like that's going to be a big thing. But all this stuff up here really makes a difference, especially when you get into a boogaloo, when you fight. Now that brings me to this next one. What's this over here? That's your manpower. How many people do you have to fight the war? If that number hits 0 and you're still fighting, you got a big problem. A big problem. Right? Now, keep in mind, that number up there, 748.17, so about 750,000 free manpower. That's what this is showing. This is showing your free manpower. How many people can you recruit right now to your Army or Navy or Air Force? Okay? Yeah, official. That's why a dumb idea. So, that's how much you basically have in reserve. That's your recruitable population. Now, if you hover over your manpower here, you can see where your currently deployed manpower is. Okay, we have, our army is 264,000 people, 264,000 personnel. The Air Force is 21,000, Navy's 52,000 people. And then in garrisons, we have 4122. Now, what does garrisons mean? What does that mean? Well, if you're a colonial power and you take over a country, you have to have a garrison there. And how you set up that garrison really makes a difference. Now, usually you do military police or cavalry or whatever, but your garrison is basically forces that are occupying conquered territories for the most part, or just territories in general. Like, you have to keep the peace throughout the nation, right? So there is some deployed manpower for, like, military police, etc., etc. That's basically what your garrison represents. Our total manpower is 1.04 million. That's actually not bad for a country this size. That's pretty good. This is a Fat Electrician video. Oh yeah, Fat Electrician's great. If you want more on the history lessons, I would suggest watching Fat Electrician. His World War II videos are fantastic. So, manpower. Pretty straightforward stuff. That's how much free manpower you have. Every time you may add a new ship to your Navy, you recruit and train personnel, you're taking a bite out of your free manpower. Also, if your units are fighting against each other, like if you fight somebody and your unit suffers casualties, right? It takes a little bit out of your free manpower. So you can have an army, and if your army goes to fight and they get their butt handed to them and they all get wiped out, which does happen, that can happen if you get encircled, your army basically surrenders and it's no longer deployed manpower or free manpower, right? It'll seep out of your free manpower total. If that number hits 0, you're dead. You lose. That's it. You need people to fight the war. Like, we don't have robots. It's 1936 to fight. Like, we can't do that. You run out of pilots, you run out of naval personnel. I was about to say seamen, but now that I said that, some people are like, huh? You know, like, if you run out of personnel for your Navy, for anything, you're not going to get very far. So, once again, these guys are very important to pay attention to when you play. Now, that brings us to the next one. What does this thing mean? That's your factories, okay? In Hearts of Iron, there are two types of factories. There's military factories and civilian factories. Okay? Now, this shows you your total amount of factories. Now, if you notice, some of those civilian factories aren't being utilized right now, and some of the naval dockyards aren't being utilized. Once again, there's also naval dockyards, but I'll get more into that in a second. Long story short, you have construction here. And in the construction tab, you can build military and civilian factories. Now, what do these do, and why is it important to see that up there? Well, the more military factories you have, the more guns you can make, or the more tanks you can make. If you run a deficit of tanks and you start losing them and you can't build enough, you can allocate resources from your military industrial complex to make more tanks or whatever. I will get into factory allocation of stuff in a little bit, but basically the amount of civilian and military factories really make a difference depending on what you're trying to do. Obviously, if you're supporting a war effort like what the U.S. actually did in World War II, you're going to need a lot of factories. The U.S. supplied every other ally with military equipment because we had a lot of factories. Big industrial base. Now, your civilian factories represent basically the GDP of your country. More civilian factories, more things you can make. Okay? And the more things you can make faster. Military factories represent the amount of military equipment you're going to make. More military factories, more equipment can be made. Sometimes, depending on how you set this up, more military equipment can be made and it can be made faster. Operative word. Something to keep in mind. I'll get into factories a little bit more in the construction menu in a little bit. You also get a percentage from your colonies as well, from conquered territory, if there are factories in conquered territories. So say in some crazy scenario, Italy invades Germany and we take over the northeast part of Germany. This is the industrial section of Germany, still to this day. A lot of German industry is over here in Dortmund and Essen and Munster. And all the way up to Bremen because shipbuilding in Hamburg, right? A lot of German industry is over here. I mean, there was a lot in Dresden, and then there wasn't. But I digress. If you take that over, you get those factories, and that's added into your, total factory count. So you get a percentage bonus on conquered territories, depending on, who you take over, how many factories are in it, etc., etc. Over here, the next thing, your fuel. How much fuel do you have? A lot of historians say that the reason why Germany didn't conquer the Soviet Union is because they ran out of oil. In fact, it's well known that Army Group South, during World War II, Army Group South's job was to basically get at the oil in the Caucasus over here. They ultimately failed at that because the guy running the show is a moron. But that's another story. Long story short, Germany had three major army groups for their invasion of the Soviet Union. They had Army Group North, Army Group Center, Army Group South. Army Group South comprised of, amongst other things, the German 6th Army. The 6th Army blazed through the Ukraine, right? And their job was to try and get at the oil right here so they could fund the war effort, right? They were trying to get at the oil in the Caucasus. And the reason why I say some bonehead screwed it up is because basically they got to the river here. They got to the river right around a small city called Stalingrad and got a little hung up on the river. Right? River crossings in Hearts of Iron do screw you up if you're not well equipped. What happened in real life here is the German 6th Army basically stalled at Stalingrad. And then the Soviets counterattacked by not crossing the river here, but crossing the river up here and basically encircling Stalingrad. And this moron, instead of having his forces retreat, wanted to make sure that the Germans kept the city with Stalin's name on it as a propaganda victory. And then this German 6th Army was promptly wiped out. Like, I'm not talking surrendered. Wiped out. Gone. Nothing. Nothing left. No more 6th Army. Bye-bye. Whole thing gone. Tanks, people, generals, everybody went down with the ship. Whoops. If they had regrouped and then went south, like what's in their name, maybe they would have been successful. But, you know, hey, nobody ever said that guy was a good tactician. I mean, it's all right, but that was a dumb thing to do. That was a really stupid thing to do. What are you doing? I mean, not complaining, but frick that guy. But yeah, your fuel is a big thing, especially if you're using mechanized equipment. So fuel really comes into play. Like if you look, there's a fuel allocation here. So what's your current fuel? What's your gain? How much fuel are you refining? And what's your total capacity for storing all this fuel? And then on top of that, there's your consumption from your Army, Air, and Navy. Your Navy needs oil to run the ships. The Air Force needs gasoline to fly their planes. Or diesel if you're Germany, but that's another story. Army, it depends. The Army might or may not need oil. It depends on how you set up your Army. If you set up your Army to use tanks and trucks to move around, mechanized forces, oh, you're going to need a lot of oil. And let's be real, Germany, because their blitz tactics, right, had a lot of mechanized equipment. A lot of oil to keep the war effort going. So when Army Group South failed, that was basically the end of that. You lost. Have fun. What happened after that was not pretty for that guy. You know, he also scientifically, proved that a kinetic energy experiment to the dome piece kills you. Am I right? Yeah. He shot himself because he failed so bad he couldn't face the music. Yeah, he killed himself. Ha! Idiot. Please see last Ode Bean. Sure, Bob, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Have you heard about the Hearts of Iron board game? Oh, God. Why would you want to play a board game of this? That's probably super difficult. Yeah, not giving winter clothes. Yeah. Oil at the end of the day was the big one, Matt. But yeah. And believe it or not, that makes a difference here. You can specialize your troops to fight in different theaters of war, and that absolutely does matter. But we'll get more into division templates here in a second. Now, the next thing over here is your logistics fulfillment. Logistics fulfillment is basically how much stuff do you have stockpiled, all right? What equipment do you need to move this stuff to, I don't know, a front, for instance? And if you need to move equipment across oceans, how many convoys are getting to their destinations? So logistics fulfillment is the gist of this. Like, you could look at that and be like, the gist of the logistics fulfillment are people getting the ammunition that they need to fight? That's really important. You're not getting very far if your army goes to fight and they don't have bullets, for instance. Yes, you have to keep track of that in this game. It's a tough game to play, dudes, but very fulfilling when you get stuff right. Now, if you notice, the last thing for logistics fulfillment is convoys. Convoys here. Convoy here, breaker one nut. Convoys are the last thing here on this kind of part of the UI. It shows how many convoys you have total and how many of them are being used and what they're being used for. Convoys can be used for an amphibious assault. They can be used for moving troops around. They could be used for trade. Remember that one. And they can be used to supply for logistics fulfillment, right? So that's what these do. These are basically, that's your dashboard for how things are going, okay? If any one of these things hits 0, you got a big problem. Now, political power hitting 0 is not that big of a deal. It's not the worst. But if your stability hits 0, a civil war breaks out. Yeah. Partisan forces will rip your country apart. War support, if your war support is low, you're not going to be an effective fighting force. You don't have people to fight, you're going to be screwed. If you don't have the factories to build, to supply your war effort for the people to fight, you're going to have a bad day. You don't have enough fuel, you're screwed. If guns aren't getting to the front lines for people to fight, you're screwed. And if you don't have any convoys, well, hopefully your trading partners aren't overseas. Cool. Now, that's this stuff up here. Now, what are we getting to here? These four gauges here. Now you have command power. Command power, there's a gist, right? There's basically what it does right there. Command power is used for various military operations and promotions of generals. You can use command power when executing military tactics, or you can use command power to promote generals. Yes, you can promote generals. Like, for instance, if I was playing the United States, and we had a general that I wanted to promote to a field marshal, we can do that. Now, the U.S. has MacArthur and Eisenhower as field marshals basically out of the gates. You can promote generals. The crazy thing is that you can promote basically anybody, like any one of your generals. And the cool thing is, for the most part, that in Hearts, all of the people that you can promote, all the generals are actual generals. So, like I said, in the United States, you have Patton, you have Bradley, you have Halsey, Nimitz, Eisenhower. They're all there. You can command them in your army, and you can tell them to do things, or you could give them a promotion. Super cool, actually. And certain generals have certain skills that are good for doing certain things. Like Patton is a mechanized expert in the game. So you give him tanks, which he's a cavalryman. Of course, give him tanks. If you give him troops, he'll do okay. But if you give him tanks, he'll really mess someone's day up, which is exactly what happened in real life. Good times. Also, low war support will lead to strikes and such during the war as well. Correct. Yevgeny Prigozhin once asked, "Where's the freaking ammunition?" Yeah, there you go. That's right. So, that's command power. Command power is promoting generals and used for military operations. If you are into doing special operation stuff, which you can research special operations missions in this, which is actually pretty damn cool. Now, Army experience, Navy experience, and air experience. Those are pretty self-explanatory. That pretty much shows how much your Army, Navy, and Air Force have in terms of skills. The more experience that they well, how do you get experience? You get experience from training. You can get experience from using command power to appoint, or using political power to appoint certain generals to run your Army, Air Force, and Navy. Some of them have daily modifiers that will add plus experience. Basically, if you're in the United States and you have Eisenhower running your army, which is basically what happened, because he's an experienced general, he'll give you additional points to Army experience. How you generate experience, though, is through training and combat. And experience points from the Army, Navy, and Air Force will allow you to unlock better doctrines. So, for instance, a country, no matter what country you play, you could do this pretty much with any country. You know, Germany opted for, I'll use them as an example. In World War II, Germany opted for a type of warfare that is designed to be very mobile and very quick. It's called Blitzkrieg. Lightning War, for short. Basically, strike first, strike swiftly, and strike fast. And that required a lot of mechanical equipment to basically roll right into a country, basically steamroll anything, steamroll anybody, find a point in their defense, break through that point, and then flood through that point before they can even come up with a retaliatory strike, you have their capital. That worked. It worked. It's a good idea. Modern militaries still use that to this day. Some of them better than others. The last time a blitz was employed, it failed miserably. But that was more because of logistics fulfillment than anything. Whoops. Yeah. You know, a little bit of historical context. No, I don't want to talk about what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. It's very horrible. Ukraine has the right to defend themselves, etc., etc. I don't know what the heck Russia was thinking trying to do that. That was a really stupid thing to do. With all that out of the way, With all that out of the way, Russia did try to blitz. They tried to blitz Kiev, going down the Dnieper River. They tried to blitz here, here, and here, and there. It didn't work. It didn't work. They couldn't get the logistics fulfillment. They basically had their entire army drive into Kiev and be like, yo, surrender. And the Ukrainians said, nah, we're not doing that. What, are you kidding? No, we're not doing that. And because they didn't send anybody to back them up, bum, 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 their fronts immediately collapsed, like within a week. Good times. Yeah, logistics fulfillment. Kind of important. In hearts and in real life. Weird. There's a saying that goes around, and this is something that is very applicable to Hearts of Iron, and that's why you got to pay attention to logistics fulfillment up here. Losers discuss tactics. Winners discuss logistics. Guess what, man? You could have the most poorly trained army in the world. If they have bullets and the other guy doesn't, who cares? You're going to win. Important to recognize that. Now, from army experience, you can gain doctrines that make you better at doing certain types of things. Army experience, you could try to blitz, or you could have a World War I style force where you basically just are a steamroller and try to steamroll through everybody. You move slowly but very deliberately, right? Or you could blitz, or you could have like, you could be flexible in the types of combat, or you could specialize special operations. Army experience, Navy experience, and air experience will determine what doctrines you do, how your Air Force fights. And that's very important depending on the nation. Once again, like Germany went for a blitz doctrine because they were scared that if they tried to invade Europe again, they would get stuck in the trenches like World War II, or like World War I. So they were like, lightning war. No. Go right to the capital, drive right in there, and take the place over. And that worked. It was a good idea. Like I said, still use it today. Armies still use it today. A better example, no matter how you feel about said subject, a better example would be the U.S. in 2003. We took over the entire country of Iraq in a week. That's how you blitz correctly. Not that that was a good thing, but talking about doctrines and tactics, okay? That was just an example. I gotta go swap a transmission. I'll be back later to enjoy the Hearts of Iron stuff. Okay, all right, SVO. Good luck. What's my favorite doctrine? Matt, I really... this is not an endorsement of this douche nozzle right here, but I think blitzing is the right move. But it depends on the nation that you play. Once again, in Hearts, a lot of newer players come in here with the preconceived notion that you have to fight. No, you don't have to fight. You don't have to. The goal of Hearts of Iron is to survive. Right? The goal of Hearts is to survive. Doesn't matter the country. Survive World War II. Get to the end of World War II. Now, I will say that a Hearts of Iron playthrough ends when World War II ends. All right, no matter how you play it, historical, non-historical, a war will break out. And when all wars have stopped, when the biggest wars have stopped, that's when the game ends. Now, what's your win condition for a Hearts of Iron playthrough? Like I said, it's survive. Now, if you want to go... Commandi. If you want to go down the I want to take over as much territory, like the maximal US playthrough that I did, you want to get first place in a Hearts of Iron playthrough? You have the game grades you on how big is your military, how big is your navy, how many factories do you have. That's the kind of stuff it grades you. Basically, how successful you were at trying to do whatever you're trying to do. My maximal playthrough with the U.S., I came in second place out of all the nations. England beat me for whatever stupid reason. Because the game thought that them making 50,000 planes to like my 45,000 planes was enough for them to be like, yeah. I literally took over the entire Western Hemisphere. Well, almost all the Western Hemisphere. But I got most of it. But yeah, if you really want to try to get first place, you kind of have to go take over. You kind of have to be like, oh, I want to take over the entire world. But once again, Hearts of Iron, if you're a beginner player, the goal is just getting to the end. Get to the damn title card. All right? Surviving is what's really important. And you, like, I warn you, you can absolutely lose this game. Just like playing workers, like we play workers and resources, Soviet Republic, you can lose. We were playing Timberborn yesterday. I lost 2 times before I had a successful colony. Hearts of Iron, you can absolutely get your crap pushed in this game if you're not careful. So, yeah, once again, what's my favorite tactic? I like blitzing people, but it depends on what nation you're playing. Like, you don't want to opt for a blitzkrieg-style doctrine when you're the Soviet Union. Now, why? You'd think, oh, well, Russia has all these people. It has all these people. You could blitz and you could just keep zerging them until there's nothing left. Well, yeah, you can keep doing that. And Russia has a lot of manpower, right? They have 1 million free manpower at this point in time. That's way more than me. I mean, and as the war goes on, you can change your recruitment policy to recruit more people, right? Russia has all this, they have all this manpower, but they don't have the industry to support that big of an army, which is the exact problem that Stalin had during World War II. Stalin had a lot of people. The Soviet Union's huge. Huge. Biggest country to ever exist, by geographically speaking. By a long shot. Maybe only the British Empire was bigger. Maybe. I don't think so, but I mean, the Brits took over stuff that was a little more strategically important than a freaking frozen wasteland, but whatever. You have the Tsars to blame for that. But so yes, Stalin has all these people. He doesn't have enough equipment. So blitzing as the Russians is probably not the best idea. Blitzing as the Soviets is not smart. Your logistics fulfillment will go down in the toilet because you have a gigantic army and not enough bullets, which is basically what happened, which is why the Soviet Union needed to be lend-leased by the United States. That was a major reason why they joined the Allies. Because they could, the Russians, the personnel was there, they had the manpower to beat Germany, but they didn't have the guns. So the US and England gave them the guns to beat Germany. And then we opened up another front and basically ate the country from the inside out, which, yeah. So, your tactics depend on what nation you want. What nation are you playing as? Now, the US, on the other hand, has the industrial might. Oh yeah, we could make, like I said, out of all the equipment that fought in the war, the US probably made over 50% of it easily. We're good at that. We're good at making a lot of things. At least we were, well, we were at this time. I mean, we're still kind of good at that. The key with the U.S. is getting people to support your war. You know, Pearl Harbor kind of conveniently happened because we embargoed Japan's oil, and they attacked us for embargoing their oil. We embargoed their oil to inhibit territorial conquest and ambitions in China. And Japan took that personally and attacked us, so we kind of baited them into fighting us, but that's another story. Now, when you're playing as the U.S., if you get to this point of playing as the U.S., you have the industrial base to work with, but you don't have the people. You have to get people to support you. It's a really hard thing to do, because in the U.S., with the U.S. playthroughs, you have to deal with Congress. And you have to get the Senate and the House on your side. And that costs a ton of political power to do that if you're playing through as the U.S., but that's another story. I recently learned that the U.S. even gave warships to the USSR to fight Japan in 45. Yes. We gave them heavy cruisers. Floating disc? Yeah, absolutely, dude. We give them planes, tanks, jeeps. In fact, a lot, you know, I don't like saying this, like, this is a dick thing to say, but a lot of Russian designs for all their, like, the famous, like, Russian stuff, like a Ural. Ural is a very well-known Russian truck. And it's a good design. Urals are great. They're a great design. But they're a great design because it's a copy of a Studebaker 2.5-ton truck. Oh yeah, food too, absolutely. It's a Studebaker. Not a lot of people know that. Now, that's the newer versions of the Ural, but if you look at the older versions of this thing, right? The predecessor, the 375. And you look at the one before that. Interesting. So, I mean, the weird thing about this is that I do like Russian vehicles because they're based off of old school. It's based off of old American stuff, which is built like freaking tanks because Lend-Lease basically is. You know, Henry Ford built entire gigafactories in the Soviet Union so they could make the stuff too. Like, it wasn't just Lend-Lease. We built entire factories in the Soviet Union for this exact purpose. So they could build what they needed to fight. And then that kind of backfired on us, you know, with that. Cool. Hey, Funkum, go goods. What's going on, buddy? Oh, nice. Can't see me. There you go. Now, let's get into these menus here. So these menus are all the different things that you need to manage in this game, and then some. Okay? The first one is the country menu. This shows, or your political menu here. The political menu, if you click on the flag, shows your national spirit. So these are modifiers that can influence these numbers up here. And it varies by country. Like in the US, at this point in time, they have a Great Depression modifier. The Great Depression is screwing your economy. Pretty much. Now, obviously, there's the London Naval Treaty, which basically means that you can only field such big. It was a thing signed by. It was a treaty that was signed by all the big European powers and the U.S. for what it's worth, about limiting naval size to prevent an arms race from happening. It was basically a treaty that was designed to de-escalate arms buildups to prevent war. We are a signatory of it, so we're taking a penalty for cruiser, for how big and how heavily equipped our cruisers, carriers, and heavy ships can be. There's Ricostruzioni Industriali. So industrial reconstruction is what that means. Which is giving us bonus material cost to building tanks, aircraft, and ships. And civilian factory construction speed +5. Our efforts to save our domestic industries after the Great Depression have proven to be successful. By investing in Italy's industrial capacity even further, our productivity will soon rival those of the major powers. Oh, that's good. The galaxy is on Orion's belt. But yeah, see, military industry is a pretty bad modifier. That's screwing our research speeds on things. There's production efficiency cap and growth. I'll get more into that later. But long story short, this is making us. This is a good modifier to making things. That's a modifier that's basically not canceling that out necessarily, but it's hindering it hard. There's Regio Esercito. I don't know what Regio Esercito means. Regiment? Exercise? I'm not sure what that means. But it says the Italian army fought in the First World War, and the war was on the victorious side, but has not been able to keep up with the military modernization. By adapting to modern times, we will strengthen the army and be ever victorious. Royal Army. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Regia Aeronautica, which is same thing for the air, and then Regia Marina. Yeah, okay. Okay, so these are your national spirit modifiers. How do you influence these things? Like, how do we get out of this one? How do we get rid of that? You know, how would the U.S. get rid of the Great Depression modifier? This brings you to one of the biggest, like, gameplay features from this menu, which is called the National Focus. If you click on that, you have a focus tree. Okay, pay attention. This is super important. Your focus tree has different decisions that you can make, or different national focuses. These national focuses kind of denote what your country is going to do and basically how your country is going to operate. Now, there's different, if you notice, there's different trees here. The Italian tree is pretty crazy. It's pretty big. But I'll get more into why in a second. Now, with national focuses, you have a bunch of different kind of trees here. Like I said, the big one over here is your political tree. So the political decisions. If you want, you can basically follow and go through with the political decisions that Italy actually did in real life. That's one of these trees. It's usually in the center. Now, if you notice, there's branches to this tree that go left and go right. I give you 3 guesses what's on the left wing tree and what's on the right wing tree. Yeah, you guessed it. In the national focus tree, here, if you go left on the political spectrum. If you go right on the political spectrum. There are countries that have different trees that go down the center. You don't have to necessarily go super left wing or go super right wing. Some of these decisions are mutually exclusive. So that means you can only do one or the other. Like you can't get the bonuses, if any, from like going down the communist tree and then have a fascist dictatorship. Like some of them are mutually exclusive, but some of them aren't. You can kind of pick and choose. And different decisions that you make, right, will affect basically how your country runs. Haven 1 update now targeting the 26th. All right, cool. Neat. That tree, though, Path of Exile who? Now, with Italy, it's not just as simple as communist Italy or fascist Italy. Obviously, we're starting from kind of a fascist area. So if you go straight down the tree, that's basically what happens in real life. Fascism turns into democracy in real life. That's what happened. But Italy has a pretty interesting focus tree. You can go communist, you can double down on fascism if you really want to, but if you notice, there's a lot of different branches kind of in the center here. Italy has a lot of different things. One of the big ones is Catholic monarchy. You could basically put the Pope in charge if you really want to, and have some fun from there. If you double down on fascism, there is some trees, like we should probably look through all this when we go to do it. There are some trees. So Mussolini also ran on a ticket of restoring Italy to the prestige that it had pre-453 AD. He was trying to reestablish the Roman Empire. Basically, he wanted to take over all of the Mediterranean, from the Suez Canal to the Strait of Gibraltar. He wanted to take over all the Mediterranean. He was trying to reestablish the Roman Empire. That plan didn't work. Just in case you were wondering. It didn't work. Something like that, Jonas, yeah. So, that is one of the things you can try to do. You could establish a Catholic monarchy and reestablish, like, the Roman Empire. That's another one. You could just go down a straight fascist tree, like, see, there's Monarchia d'Italia. You can reinstate Vittorio Emanuele III, which is the royal family. You can reinstate him, or you can, I mean, there's a bunch of different things you can do. But generally, with your political focus tree, left is more communist, right is more fascist. Center is kind of non-aligned. Center is kind of the funny stuff, in my opinion. Like, on the center here, see, in this tree right here, we can put Mussolini, we throw Mussolini in jail, and then, yeah, you can reestablish an Italian hegemony here. Purge the party. Where's the, I want to do the, yeah, so you can reestablish the Italian monarchy here, and then you can go, Yeah, maybe Christian democracy. That's cool. That's pretty funny. Power to the king. And then strengthen the... Yeah, you could put the Pope in charge, which... That's a focus tree if you're smart enough to figure out how to do it. I don't think I know how to do it, but we're going to find out how to do it. Now, independent of your political focus tree for any country, you have industrial focuses over here and military focuses. Your industrial one is over here. Generally, I like using these. These are really quick and easy ways to improve your stability. Very quick and easy stuff like railway innovations or building more factories in different districts and stuff. Building out your industries to increase your logistics, etc., etc. Building out railroads. Yeah, you have to build out railroads. You move supplies via train. Okay, it's not like today where there's highways, there's super highways everywhere to move stuff. Most of your logistics in this game gets done by train. At least on a wider scale. Remember, it's like what I always say when we're playing like a city builder or something. Trains are okay at moving stuff short distances. Cars and trucks are way better at moving short distances. Trains are good at long distance. They're good at medium to long distances. Airplane is obviously the best, but once again, we don't have planes. We don't have like a C-130 to move around. Right, that would be kind of cool, but we don't have that. We don't have a C-130. We don't have an A-400. We don't have a IL-12. We don't have, these planes don't exist yet. It's 1936. So you can do bonuses for highways, and highways do have to building out highways does modify stuff, but it's not necessarily for how, like, you move your logistics. It is, but it isn't. Building out infrastructure allows you to build more stuff in different states in your country. And if you have more infrastructure, that means they can get the supplies out faster. Long story short, the infrastructure is an abstraction for having more highways and having more depots so your trucks can use the highways, at least on a small scale, to get to trains, to load up the trains with supply so your trains can take the supply wherever. That's basically the idea for infrastructure. The other thing that infrastructure does... you see it modifies infrastructure there. The other thing that it does is allow you, like if you have a mine in a certain district and you build out the infrastructure, you'll be able to mine more resources out of that. There are resources in the game. It's one of these trees. I'll get to that in a second. The Papal C-130. Yeah, baby. So you have your infrastructure and industrial focus tree. You have an army focus tree. You have an Air Force focus tree, and then a Navy focus tree as well. These will help you gain experience. They'll help you build dockyards for ships, etc., etc. You can build out naval infrastructure. You can build out all kinds of stuff. They can give you bonuses to building different types of ships, depending on what you want to do. So, like, for instance, if I wanted Italy to have a carrier strike group, we could go down bonuses to build carriers if we really want to. Like, there's bonuses to building actual carriers. That gives you a resource bonus so you can figure out how to do it. Now, Italy in real life, just another history lesson here. Italy in real life didn't build any aircraft carriers. But what a lot of people don't know is that Italy had like the third largest navy going into World War II. Italy has a gigantic navy at this point in time. They don't have carriers, though. They have a lot of gunfighting ships, battleships, cruisers, stuff like that. Now, why? So, think about what I said Mussolini was trying to do. He was trying to reestablish the Roman Empire. Okay? That means take over basically everything you see on the screen. It's all fine and dandy. Where would an aircraft carrier be relevant here in this scenario? The truth is that it really wouldn't. He built out a huge gunfighting navy to be able to sink anything that came into the Mediterranean. But if you look at the area that he's trying to conquer, you don't need an aircraft carrier. Just build runways. Most of the area that you're trying to get is land, right? So Italy never made aircraft carriers. They made gunfighting ships instead. And if we go into our naval menu real quick, I'll explain about this. I'll explain this a little bit more. We have a 154 ship navy. Great number. That's a lot. That's a big navy. Not a lot of people know that. Now, because Italy was kind of thrown into World War II, you really didn't get a lot of good kind of gunfighting. Like, there's no, like, famous historical Italian naval battles. Most of the Navy just got messed up because, yeah. It's not like, you know, like the Hood, the USS, or the HMS Hood, or the, you know, Kriegsmarine Bismarck, or the USS Enterprise, or the, you know, the USS Missouri. Like, there's, the Italian Navy kind of got their crap pushed in. But, so Mussolini often thought of the Roman Empire. Yeah, yes, he did. Anyway, so you have different national focuses, and depending on what your goals are, and depending on how you want to run the country, you will pick and choose certain national focuses. Now, I bring up what you want to do in Italy. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, we could have a Catholic, a papal dictatorship, right? So if you want to figure out how to do that, there's a search bar up here, and this becomes very, very useful. We could sit here and we could try to figure out what every single one of these things does. Or you could just search for it. Search for Pope. The search engine in Hearts of Iron is actually pretty good. If you want to do that, that's one of the focuses that you have to go down. There are other ones. How about we try... Papacy. Seek papal support, agents of the church, strengthen the papacy. So that's over here. We could also try Empire. Empire would work. Ah, here we go. Proclaim the Italian Empire. There we go. Where is this under? See, this is under the center right focus tree. That's kind of cool. And that means we need to shoot Mussolini in the face. I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to see if we can do that, just because. What actually happened in real life really wasn't the smartest thing. You could do a colonial empire. This over here will give you claims to Egypt and stuff, but, you know, you probably don't want to get into a gunfight with the Royal Navy in the Mediterranean, which is basically what happened, and it didn't end very well. But I digress. So, yeah, you can search for what type of things. Like, say you want a focus that's going to give you more military factories. You search for military factories, and it shows all the things that it shows all the different national focuses here that would have something to do with either adding or bolstering military factories. In the Army tree, in the Army, the infrastructure tree, and the Air Force tree, there's tons of those. There's tons of bonuses. You're going to want to do these bonuses. Now, you can just build your own military factories willy-nilly, but military factories do take a while to make. They definitely don't take 70 days to make in-game. They take a year to build, but that kind of depends on your GDP. It depends on how many civilian factories you have, with how much resources you can kind of allocate to building said factories. These are very quick and easy bonuses. They happen, some of these are 35 days. It's very quick. So you definitely want to be searching for this stuff if we're, you know, depending on what you're trying to do. You really want to take some time to look at the tree and figure out what you want before you fight. Or you could just kind of fly by the seat of your pants if you don't have a lot of time to play. Whatever. You're in the army now. Playing Neo-Roman Empire while I'm doing college work on the real Roman Empire. Well, the Republic, still funny. Yeah, there you go, Eddie. Right on. Classics are a very interesting point in human history. I love reading about them. Classics to late antiquity is good stuff. Real good stuff. A lot of lessons to be learned there that we kind of, you know about the lessons and still make the same mistakes. But hey, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Whatever, it's fine. We got to learn somehow. You know, the Dark Ages didn't happen for no reason. Or something. Anyway, so that's your focuses. These are very important. I mean, just like everything else in this game, keep an eye on it, okay? Now, down here for the rest of your political menu, you have your laws and government here. This is very important. I keep saying that. So this right here says what kind of conscriptions you have, right? You need political power to unlock certain conscriptions, and sometimes there's requirements. See how these have an X? These ones down here, there are certain requirements to basically make everyone serve. But what these will do is, if you have the political power to do it, they will affect your recruitable population percentage. Basically, your recruitable population percentage will, if you bolster that number, you'll have, over time, you will recruit more people, and you can better allocate manpower. It basically gives you more bodies, more meat bags to fight. But you do need political power to pull it off. Now, in some countries, you can't, it's not just about getting political power. Like I said, there are requirements. Like in the US, you can't instill the draft without, like, just willy-nilly. You have to do certain national focuses to allow the draft to happen. So if you want more extensive conscription or service by requirement, there are some modifiers that you need to get this kind of stuff. But once again, that's usually national focus driven. So, which is once again why I say keep an eye on these things and always make sure you're researching something. Always have a national focus going. Now, what national focus should I choose off the bat? I don't know. These ones, Army Primacy, Air Innovations, and Naval Power Projections are 35-day policies. They're really low-hanging fruit. So I might just go down the board here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And go from there. I always make sure that unless you absolutely need to, don't pick a political tree first. Because sometimes... So we're playing on ahistoric, which means it's RNG for how World War II is going to play out. In 1939, it's just going to be like in 1939, Germany invades Poland, and then in 1940 they invade France. That you'd have to. We're playing an ahistoric save, is what it's called. So we don't know what's going to happen. So I tend to not go down these trees just yet. Don't do that right off the bat. Start by building some. Start by just going down this. So let's just start with Ethiopian war logistics and go from there. All right. Now, this one, you have your trade laws. Free trade, export focus, limited exports, closed economy. Once again, depending on what you're doing, depending on how you want to play your country is what would denote these. And then over here, you have your economic mobilization. Right? How good is your economy tooled for fighting a war? Right? These give you bonuses to being able to, for instance, convert civilian factories to military factories, which is what the U.S. did in 1942 after, at the aftermath of Pearl Harbor in 1941. The U.S. went from civilian economy to basically war economy in a week. And the U.S. was able to retool factories that were producing pickup trucks to producing tanks and bombers overnight. Which is pretty cool. Agreed, it's not my normal focus in history. More of a fan of Victorian age stuff, but I dabble in antiquity. All roads lead to Rome, after all. See, Eddie, I'm the flip side of that. I like classics to late antiquity. The Victorian age doesn't. I don't know why. It just doesn't do anything for me. It's cool. And it's good to study as a pertinent point in history, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm Italian or something. I don't know. I like this part. Now, what happens after that? I don't know. The Holy Roman Empire, Victorian, Crusader King. Nah, I'm good. I like the Roman Empire stuff. That whole democracy thing or the Roman Republic stuff, and Greece before that, that whole democracy thing is, that part's pretty cool. Representative republic, that's a good idea too. We should do that. But you got the Italian Wars of Unification, very neat stuff. True that. Eddie, for whatever reason, my knowledge of Italy blanks from like 453 AD to 1870. I don't know what happened in there. I don't know. Don't worry about it. What happened in there in 453 to 1871? I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Oh, look, Italy's reunified. Oh, that's good. Will you cross the Alps? If I have to. You got to have mountain troops to do that. Now, that's this tree. Now, down here, you have research and production. You can actually appoint military contractors, and you can specialize military contractors in doing certain things. Fiat would probably be good at making mechanized equipment because they make cars. Good call, right? You have different naval shipyards. The cool thing about this is that these are all naval shipyards, and these are all real companies, which is super cool. They were real companies at the time. So like Germany, you can have Porsche build your tanks. You can have Porsche build your tank. You have BMW build your planes, which is actually what happened. Over here, you have Ford and Chevy. Ford and Chevy can make stuff for you. You can have the Detroit Arsenal make stuff for you. You can have Cadillac make tanks, which is actually what happened. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. Cadillac made a lot of tanks in World War II. You wouldn't think, but these are all real companies, which is pretty cool. Like planes. Macchi, Savoia Marchetti, Caproni, Piaggio. These are all, see, Fiat Aviazioni. Fiat Aviation. Or Fiat Airplanes, basically. Now, it shows what each contractor is kind of good at out of the box, but you can level them up. You know, like Ermacchi makes fighter planes. They make fighter planes, they can make close air support, and they can make carrier close air support. So Macchi is good at making small planes, which is what they did in real life. You know, Fiat's good. You know, you could level them up with transport planes, but they're good at making medium planes and carrier-based planes. You know, Piaggio is good at making strat bombers or naval patrol aircraft, so they're good at making bigger planes. You got to pay attention to these. These will help you depending on who you decide to build stuff and do research with. You can assign these companies to build planes, but that's more down here in your production menu. We'll get to that in a second. There's material, so you can have Beretta make guns, you can have Lancia make tanks for you, you can have Breda make artillery, Brescia Arsenal, and then Officine Meccanici. I don't know what that means. Mechanized office? Maybe? Over here, you have an industrial theorist here that you can add. This is a person and it requires political power to instate them, but these ones, this is a theorist. You can have the theorist give you different bonuses depending on what you're trying to do. Like if we wanted to do mobile warfare, we have Giovanni Messi right there, and Rodolfo Graziani. These are all, once again, I can't stress this enough, and this is one of my favorite things about this game. These are all real people. These are all real people that served in the Italian military forces during World War II. Like, once again, if you play as Germany, you have Rommel, you have Goering, Himmler is there too. Like, you have all the players are there. Like, you play as Russia, Georgy Zhukov is there. France, you have de Gaulle. Over here in the UK, you have Montgomery. In the US, you have all the big ones, like Patton, Eisenhower, MacArthur, Bradley is there, Halsey is there, Ernest King is there, like all the big generals. And every country is like this. Every country has the real generals that were there in World War II. There's an incredible amount of historical research that has gone into this game, which is why it's awesome and why sometimes I like using it as a tool to teach people about history, which is why I'm kind of interspersing history lessons in here with what we're explaining. Now down here is your military staff. Okay, your military staff is pretty straightforward. Chief of the Army, Chief of the Navy, Chief of the Air Force, and your military high command. Military high command will help different parts of the military do certain things. So like you have ace combat training. So like you can establish an Italian Top Gun and call it Top Spaghetti or something, and you'll have more, you can gain more air experience that way. Ace pilots generate a lot of experience when they're flying, etc., etc. You can focus on, training your pilots better or whatever. Now, Chief of the Air Force will give you, like, you could have people that give you a make it easier to fight in bad weather, or make it easier to fight at night, or somebody that's going to help train and give you better experience. France also has Leclerc, their current tank's namesake. Yeah, that's right. Von Braun is there too. And so is Robert Goddard, but not as military high commander theorists. You could technically get them as political advisors if you're playing as Germany or the United States. But that is part of the new DLC that they added. The Goteremadung, I think is what it's called. You have to take a dung or something. The Wonder Weapons DLC. So like the Wonder Weapons DLC, you can appoint scientists in your country to research special projects for you. Like in the US, you can start the Manhattan Project and you can have Oppenheimer run the show. You can appoint Oppenheimer to run that project. And also you could appoint Oppenheimer as an advisor, which is super cool. Like, once again, you can learn a lot about history from this. Go to Damarung. Go to take a dung? What? You have to go to the bathroom? The Italian League returns. Yes, that's right, Maverick. A 32-month resub. We are going to rejoin the great, we are checking empire. Not very good cars from Fiat. Yep. So that's this political menu. In the middle here, you have what kind of government you're running. And if you have elections, some countries have elections, some don't. Like in the US, you get to decide the presidential elections, which is pretty funny. Yeah. And there's also midterms in the US that can screw you if you don't, if your stability isn't good. Yeah. That was tough to do. Now, over here, there's a breakdown of political demographics in your country. So right now, the Fascist Party is 73% of the population. PNW is the non-aligned party that is... So that's the monarchy. Partito Nazionale Monarchico. Monarchico, yeah. So... the National Monarchy Party. There's the Partito Nazionale Fascista, Partito Comunista Italiano, which is the Communist Party. And then there's Partito Popolare Italiano, which is the Democratic Party. But the name says it's the Italian Popular Party, which is weird. But that's the... You could turn Italy into a constitutional democracy. Like, you can do that if you do the right national focuses. Anyway, one menu down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more to go. This one right here is your decisions. Decisions are basically things that you can do utilizing political power. Political power will allow you to unlock, or political power will allow you to institute certain decisions. Certain ones are good to influence certain things up here. Let's say war propaganda. If we click off the war propaganda, if we have 150 political power, for 90 days, it'll bolster our weekly war support by 0.5 every day. Pretty cool. That's pretty good if you need war support. There's extorting heroism, which for 180 days is plus 0.6 war support. You can encourage frugality, bold spirit. Radio propaganda will help you with war support. Basically, these are very, very, very important depending on what you want to do. Right now, obviously, I don't have any political power to do any of these. Now, sometimes there's decisions that don't require any political power, like this one, which basically basically nationalizes 15 privately owned trains so we can bolster our Italian National Railways train to move supplies around quicker. Like, sometimes they don't cost anything, and sometimes decisions are on a timer. So there's only a certain amount of time that you can get a decision done. And if the time expires, you can't do it. The one that we're really going to have to deal with a lot in the early game is the second Italo-Ethiopian War. Yeah. The short story of this is basically, why the heck can't you defeat Ethiopia, which is a third world country of guys with sticks? The Italians had a lot of trouble with that. Interestingly enough, we'll see if we have trouble as well. Now, yeah, there are certain ones that cost you. Obviously, it costs you political power, but certain decisions will affect stability, etc., etc. You really gotta kind of sit here and look at each individual one of these things, and you use political decisions for the most part. Like these are all the basic decisions. Every country has this kind of set. As we get further into our national focuses and stuff, you'll have more decisions that are tailored for your country. But this is kind of the stuff that you can do right off the bat. Every country has, like, ban communism or something. The funny thing is that you could be the Soviet Union, and you can, if with enough political power, you could ban the Communist Party. It basically throws the entire country into turmoil, and a civil war breaks out, but you can do it. Really funny, actually. You can do some messed up stuff in this game. Really, really interesting alt history stuff. So that's your decisions menu. Decisions are really used to achieve a result. You don't really like, oh, I'm making this decision. The national focuses are really, really the high influential stuff. You can use these to get yourself to a point to leverage like a national focus or something. Just remember that, I mean, decisions are important, but it's not like game changing if you select war propaganda. You select war propaganda to gain more war support for whatever you're trying to do, right? As monarchist UK, you can reconquer North America. Oh yeah, you can try to get your 13 colonies back as the UK. You can do some really weird stuff in this, man. Yeah, that's why this game is really fun. Now, second menu here. Intelligence. Your intelligence agency. You have to establish one. Once you establish one, you can start breaking into the different things that you can do down here. Eventually, you can start you could start training spies to go and spy on other countries. Spying on other countries will get you, like if you right click on these and go to the intelligence ledger right here, see a lot of this stuff is question marks. If you have spies operating in other countries, it'll start filling in the blanks. This is really important. Like, really important. You do not want to go and invade a country blind. That's really bad. Now, there are other ways to proverbially fill in the blanks here with this stuff, but intel is one of the easiest ways to do it. You can have reconnaissance planes that can help you with your intelligence, but I can't see a scenario if you're playing any one of the European powers where you wouldn't want to do this. The Soviet Union has it. The Brits have it. The US has it. All the big players have intelligence agencies. I mean, Hitler had it too. He had the Gestapo was his. Well, that's kind of like secret police and military intelligence. It's kind of the same thing. Soviets had the NKVD. US had the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, which became the CIA. England had I forget what it was called, to be honest. Abwehr is what the German one was called. System. Yeah, there you go. It's MI5 and MI6. Yeah, military intelligence groups. Yeah, that's what it. That's James Bond. That's what the James Bond movies are. They're MI6. All the MIs. Yeah, I forgot off this. I was gonna say the Special Air Service, but that's more of a Special Forces division than an intelligence division. Just MI5. Oh yeah, that's right. MI6 doesn't exist. Easily overlooked, yet cool mechanics. Spy networks also facilitate your land offensives while complicating your enemy's own offensives. Yeah, with spies, you can actually sabotage your enemy and stuff. They can do operations. Like, eventually, you can get into operation stuff. Like, you can actually, like, sabotage their industry or sabotage their air force. Or you can steal industrial documents. So, like, if I was fighting against Germany, we could steal the plans. We could infiltrate the Air Force and steal the plans to like a Focke-Wulf 190 and then start making them ourselves. That's pretty cool to do. If you don't, if you have a gap in your defensive capability, you can steal blueprints from somebody else. Or you could just ask them. In this game, if you right-click on a country, you get your diplomacy menu. And in your diplomacy menu, if a country likes you, you can negotiate licenses. And you can license make, like... I could license make it once, like if 1943 rolls around, you can start licensing Sturmgewehrs. And you can have Italian troops equipped with German assault rifles. Pretty cool. Yeah, dude, you're controlling everything in this game, which is crazy. Now, next big one. This is huge. This is your technological research as a country. You have 4 research slots out of the gate as Italy. Some countries start with 3, some countries start with 5. Right? And in national focuses, you can actually gain more research slots if you go into the national focus tree and type research slot. Sloy. These are all stuff that have research, but there should be one that gets you a research slot. Right there. See, gains 1 research. Over there gains 1 research. There's a couple over here. Wow. Wow, you can really go crazy with this. Dude, I haven't seen Italy's revamped tech tree. That's pretty cool. So what do these things do? Well, unless you want it to be 1940 and have your entire army walking around with a bunch of Carcanos, bolt action rifles, and get absolutely stomped by people with submachine guns, you should probably do research here. Research, the research menu is for figuring out, basically, is for, well, researching the technology that you need to fight, or not. I mean, whatever. Like this one, there's a bunch of different windows in here. Believe it or not, Tech in Hearts of Iron 4 is a simplification from Hearts of Iron 3 Spaghetti. Yikes. So these trees right here, and keep in mind, they're correlative to time, right? You can fall behind in the tech tree, but it's really, really difficult to get ahead in the tree too. But this is for all the equipment, infantry equipment. So once again, if you want to start fielding special forces, like mountaineering troops, or paratroopers, or Marines, amphibious assault, you could start doing that down here. This one is for vehicles. So if you want to make trucks, sometimes you can research an attachment to the truck by attaching rockets to the back if you want an artillery piece, like a mobile artillery piece. There is, basic mechanized transport. There's reconnaissance vehicles. This is infantry equipment up here. Infantry equipment and then support equipment here. Support equipment is like machine guns and mortars and stuff. Now, if you look, the Carcano here, not a bad rifle, chambered in 6.5 millimeter. It's an okay piece of equipment. I kind of hate them because I'm from Massachusetts. Kind of hate them. If you need that joke explained, well, it wasn't for you. I hate Carcanos. Screw them. But, yeah, see. It's a bolt-action rifle chambered in 6.5. It has certain characteristics, like certain attack specs. So like 6.0 soft attack. Hard attack is what it does against, armored vehicles. Basically nothing. Soft attack 6, defense 22. Means, it's good if you're trying to defend, but if you're trying to attack somebody with a bolt action rifle, it's not good. The reliability, and then you have your production cost. How much production? Production is used as a quantifiable metric here. So like it costs 0.5 production. Production is a is a unit here. I'll get more into that when we get to our production menu. Now, you have military equipment, you have support companies, so engineering, reconnaissance, military police, maintenance company, field hospital, logistics company, signal company. Now, what do these essentially do? Well, engineering company you would want if... The engineering company you would really want if you have tanks and mechanized equipment. Reconnaissance, pretty straightforward stuff. You can research one of these small recon vehicles and have a detached division or a support division with your army that basically goes ahead and can get you intelligence bonuses on who you're fighting against. Kind of important. Military police are good if you conquer a lot of land. Those are good for suppressing dissidents in conquered territories. Sometimes you're not seen as liberators, depending on what you're trying to do in Hearts. So military police would be good to keep the peace after you completely annihilate a country. Maintenance company increases the reliability of your equipment. Field hospital, well, that one's pretty straightforward. Field hospital mitigates casualties. Right? It allows your division to recover faster because, you know, instead of letting, you know, your guy bleed out in the middle of nowhere, you have a field hospital that can, you know, bandage him up and he, you know, doesn't die. That can help you mitigate casualties. You really want field hospitals if you don't have a lot of manpower. Yeah, you really want something like that. Logistics is, well, that'll give you bonuses to make logistics fulfillment easier. So basically, if you have a quartermaster attached to your army, it'll, you know, he can keep track of what's going where, and you don't, there's not as much waste. And then you have signal companies. Signal companies are radios. So this affects your initiative. So basically, these will modify your initiative for and breakthrough. So, like, long story short, if you guys have radios, they can talk to each other and better coordinate a strike. But I can't do signal company because we don't have radios researched, interestingly enough. You'd think that, you know, Marconi being Marconi, that we would have radios figured out, but we don't. This is the tank tree right here. This is pretty straightforward stuff. You can research different types of armor and different types of engines. And then you can basically you can customize your tanks. You can do heavy tanks, which are slow, but pack a huge punch. You can do medium tanks, which are balanced. You probably want to do that if you're blitzing somebody. You can do light tanks if you want to have some support, but, you know, for breaking through something, which would be good. Now, note that there is also different parts of the tree over here. There's, like, the super heavy tank tree. This is part of the Wonder Weapons DLC. Inverter, 86-month resub. Aranor, 20-month resub. Thank you. Is this going to be a VOD on YouTube? Absolutely, Inverter. Yep. Now, these things here with these little triangles attached, or not with the triangles attached, with the, like, the cool backgrounds on them, like all the stuff around the edge of the card. This is stuff that you have to research. So you have to have a special weapons division that's doing the research on this, and then you can unlock this tile and then research it. Obviously, you can't go right to modern tank chassis. You are limited by year, and you're limited by the tree. You have to go down the tree to advance to that point. Now, unlocking all this stuff doesn't mean you have tanks. It means you know how to build tanks. Over here, this means you know how to do it. You know, over here, it means you figured out how to make a car or figure out how Marines work. It doesn't necessarily give you Marines. You got to research the technology, and then you got to build the technology. And in this particular case, there's a tank customizer. Now, depending on how you want to customize your tank, you could do a bunch of different things. You could put, like, if... let's say you're Germany, for instance. You could put a Panzer IV turret on a Panzer III chassis. You could put a Tiger turret on a Panzer IV chassis if you really know what you're doing. You design the damn tanks, which is pretty cool. You can fully customize them depending on what you're trying to do. So you can make like an intermediate tank that's pretty good at fighting, that gets decent fuel economy, right? That goes pretty fast. Or you can get a heavy tank that moves really slow, uses a lot of fuel consumption, but when it gets to the front, it's going to kill everyone. But now you have to worry about your tank being like 200 ton, well, not 200 tons. Let's say a 100-ton tank, right? Which moves at like 2 miles an hour. But if it gets near something, that's the end of that. Artillery, pretty straightforward stuff. Depending on what you need, you know, if we're, say, France at this point, we are historically France and we have the benefit of hindsight, I would get some anti-tank stuff. That'd probably be good. England, you probably want some anti-air stuff. Now, these are, once again, this is researching the equipment. You're going to have to build the equipment and then assign it to divisions, right? You can customize your army in this game down to what weapons your guys are holding. You have a lot of granularity here in this regard to be able to do whatever you want. So sometimes, like, I found myself just like, oh, that's the next thing to research. Research this, research this, research this. You don't, if you're not going to be fighting against somebody that has tanks, you don't need to go down the anti-tank tree. So, like, we're Italy here, right? We do have tank divisions, but right now we're fighting Ethiopia. I highly doubt Ethiopia has tanks in 1936. In fact, I'm pretty sure they don't. We would know if we had some intelligence in the matter. We do have a little bit because we're kind of spying on them from the border. It's not the most comprehensive here. If you look, we have some intel on their deployed manpower, how much fuel they have, how many convoys they have. But if you notice how many trains they have, trucks, logistics fulfillment. But if you notice, it's in a nominal range, which means it's not exact. You can increase the fidelity of this stuff. You know, there's civilian intel, army intelligence. See, not enough. Navy, Air Force. You could figure this out more if you spy on them, right? But right now, they have no tanks. We do have that intelligence. They have 2 artillery pieces, and that's it. So, like I said, we're not going to be fighting. Ethiopia doesn't have tanks. We don't need anti-tank stuff. Maybe not until later. What I would recommend every single country do, no matter what, go down the artillery tree. No matter what you want to do. Go down the artillery tree and have artillery assigned as a detached unit to your main divisions. Absolutely do that. And I might not be saying detachment correctly. Fellas, sorry, I'm a civilian. I don't know this stuff too well. Basically, have big guns with your army. Artillery is king on the battlefield. In conventional warfare, artillery is king. I will say that one more time. Artillery is king even on the conventional battlefield nowadays. Like, look at the wars that are being fought. If you look at Russia and Ukraine, artillery wins. It wins fights big time. Because ain't nobody gonna try something when you shell them with 120 millimeter shells all day. Basically, if you have bigger guns than the other guy and you keep shooting these guns at the other guy, you could basically suppress them into submission. In fact, I would say that one of the only reasons why Russia is still hanging in there and why Ukraine hasn't completely pushed their crap in is because Russia has a lot of artillery. They have tons of artillery. It's not the best artillery, but they have tons of it, and they have tons of ammunition for it as well, which is interesting. Once again, logistics win wars. Something interesting to ponder. Your history knowledge plus this game is pretty cool. Thanks, Can't See Me. I appreciate it. Try to make it fun. This is a sweet game. I love Hearts of Iron. Now, once again, here's ship hull research. You want destroyers, you want cruisers, you want heavy cruisers, battleships, carriers, submarines. It really depends on what you're trying to do here, but all of these will achieve you a certain result. For me, what I think we should do is really, really build a lot of destroyers and really build a lot of cruisers. Italy doesn't necessarily need aircraft carriers. Unless we have some grandiose plans of taking over the world, which, let's be real, I'm not smart enough to get that done in the time frame here. as Italy, I'll just say get the entire Mediterranean and call it a day. We don't need aircraft carriers to do that. Why? Because there's airfields all around the Mediterranean. So what we're going to want to do is build destroyers, cruisers, and submarines. Now, if you notice, Italy's navy wasn't any slouch in the 1930s. It was pretty good. It was like I think it was the third or fourth biggest navy, like I said before. But it didn't really, it's not like it had aircraft carriers and stuff. It had a lot of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers and submarines. Like, didn't really focus on carriers because you don't need carriers. Italy really wants, because Italy has a lot of coastline, you need a lot of navy to defend your coastline, which, once again, Italy had a pretty big navy. 150 ship navy is big. That's quite large. Oh, the other thing that I forgot to mention when we went into the navy thing, you have different flotillas here, right? And different flotillas have different ships. The ships, at least at the start of the game, the ships are all real ships. These are all ships that served in the Italian Navy. Dang it, was just going to do the artillery is king. But in Hearts of Iron 4, that point has a limit. Some of the special stuff you can make is ludicrously huge and nigh completely pointless. Yeah, absolutely. Did you add the artillery on the left side of the template, or do you add them as a main unit? You could add them as a detachment source, or you could add them as a main unit. It depends on what you're trying to do. Me, main unit. Main unit. Mainline your artillery. Get your big guns up to the front with your infantry, or else you're going to have a bad day. Nothing on the British Navy, no, though. Oh, yeah, no. England at this point has the biggest navy. In 1936, you had the biggest navy by a long shot. You have double. 165 to 317. Once again, we don't have good intel, so it's a high nominal range. I'm going to guess that number is closer to 300. We don't know what Germany has. France has up to 180. The U.S. has up to 280. What about, and we have about 150, which is, once again, that's pretty big. That's a pretty big navy. Navies are really hard to build in Hearts of Iron, and it's really difficult to get right. I can get more into that in a little bit, though. Now, once again, on top of your Navy hull research here, you have specializations here. So, like mines, you obviously need transports if you want Marines, if you want to do any amphibious assault. You don't need a Marine unit to do a beach landing, but it sure helps. There's fire control methods, damage control methods for your ships, so you can upgrade the FCS on your ships. Some of these require research engineering in other trees here. And basically you can make better ammunition here too, and better torp launchers. Cool thing about this too, ships are fully customizable. You can customize your ship right down to what turrets you want. For instance, I could take a battleship and put a bunch of cruiser turrets on it if I really wanted to. You could take a cruiser and put a bunch of destroyer turrets on it, like what the U.S. did with the USS Atlanta. I mean, unfortunately, the thing sunk. The Atlanta was a light cruiser that was carrying destroyer and frigate guns on it, but it carried a lot of them. If you notice, there ain't 2 turrets in the front, there's 3. And each one of them is triple barrel. And that's not even the whole thing. There's 3 more in the back and then 2 on the sides. This thing had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 turrets on it with 2 barrels a pop. These are 5-inch Cal 38 Mark 38s, if anybody wants to know. It's a self-loading 5-inch double barrel turret. Now, why did we want this? Because this is what we thought would be good at shooting down planes, and Atlantas are pretty good at that. They were pretty good at that until Guadalcanal happened, and then the Atlanta was really good at being an artificial reef after that. But yeah, whatever, it's fine. So yeah, you can customize. You got to do the research for the turrets, but you can customize it. You could put battleship turrets on a cruiser if you really want to, and make a pocket battleship like what Germany did with the Deutschland. To skirt the naval treaty, guys, because naval treaties. Remember, I told you we have the naval treaty here. To skirt the naval treaty, Germany built smaller ships with bigger guns, like the Bismarck, the Tirpitz. the Deutschland, the Scharnhorst, the Franz Eugen, and the Admiral Hipper. They built smaller ships with gigantic freaking guns on it because the naval treaty was about hull displacement. So your ship displaces 100,000 tons, you can only have a 1,000,000-ton navy, right? Like those aren't the actual numbers. So Germany said, all right, fine, we'll just build smaller ships with bigger guns. And that's exactly what happened. It's called a pocket battleship. I'm gonna just bring me up here. That's a risky Google for the day. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's the Deutschland. Look at how goofy that thing looks. It's a battleship turret on a cruiser. That looks a little weird. It doesn't look right. That turret is way too big for that ship, but the Germans, they figured it out. What are the logistics of an anti-air navy in the Mediterranean? What if the logistics are an anti-air navy in the Mediterranean? I don't know what you mean, Weiss. A Gatling gun with a radar attached is also good against planes. We don't have Sea Whizzes in this game. Speaking of World War II ships, fun fact, my parents lived 15 minutes away from the site of the Federal Shipbuilding Company. Cool. Sweet. Yeah, so very interesting here. It is a cruiser with a oversized turret on it, and it looks ridiculous. Hearts of Iron 4 is responsible for my bookshelves creaking under the strain. I was always into military history, but this dang game is responsible for the extension of my reference library. Yeah, I know. Just like my bookshelves are sagging. I have so many freaking books about spaceflight over there. I ran out of space on my bookshelf. Would love to see that fire a full broadside. Yeah, they only could fit 2 battleship turrets on it, Tessa. Because battleship turrets. What size guns? Dude, that had triple barrel 11s on a light cruiser. That's ridiculous. But there were also... That also is the reason why the U.S. made the battle cruiser CB type of ship. Because of hull displacement treaties. The U.S. made battle cruisers, the USS Alaska and the USS Guam, CB-1 and CB-2. They made these ships, and they were basically a heavy cruiser with battleship guns on them. And it constituted the battle cruiser name. Yep, battle cruiser operational. So this thing is about the size of a heavy cruiser. A little bit bigger than a heavy cruiser, but a little bit smaller than a battleship. Yep. It's not a CA, it's not a BB, it's a CB. Make sense? Might have a shelf or 2 of rocketry stuff passing as well. Yep. These things had 3 triple barrel 14-inch turrets on it. But once again, we'll get back to the game. So you can really do a lot of customizing. What you want to do with research really depends on, what you're trying to do. We're probably going to be going down some of these trees right here because, once again, Italy has a lot of gunfighting ships. We need gunfighting ships to basically fight everyone. Because if war breaks out in the Mediterranean, we have a lot of coastline to defend. Here's the thing for air. Same thing with airplanes. You can research different types of bombs, survivability studies, heavy bombs, heavy cannons, propulsion is over here, and different types of airframes. Obviously, different types of airframes will net you different results. Large airframes can get you bombers, right? We have transport planes for paratroopers and airdropping supplies if we need to do that. Small airframes, medium airframes. This is good for making fighters and carriers. This is good for making tactical bombers and close air support planes if you need to. You can also make small close air support planes, but you can customize it. You can basically set it to whatever you want. You can have naval bombers. You can have torpedo bombers. You can do all kinds of stuff. Now, that's all the different types of equipment. These last 2 are probably one of the more important things that you got to keep track of. Troops need food, that's right. The engineering tab. The engineering tab is a little bit important. It will help you research things like the radio. Like, we got to figure that one out. That's kind of important. Remember the radio over here in the infantry support tree. See? It's grayed out because the radio is over here. You probably want to figure out how to, have radios so your troops can talk to each other. Kind of important. Then you can work on mechanical computing, which bolsters your research speed. Remember, this is war, if you want to do it. Figuring out how to make a better gun than the other guy faster is probably important. So you have your computing tree right here. And that computing tree allows you to build better fire control systems for your battleships, so your battleships have a higher chance of hitting. You can work on, once again, improved FCS. You can work on different computing things in the engineering tree will help you unlock different things. You can figure out better improvements for planes. You can figure out opening up the door for nuclear research, etc., etc. Over here, you have the radar tree. Some of that is done via a special project. See how this has like all this stuff wrapped around it and these tiles don't. Anytime you see one with these things wrapped around it, it's the special weapons, the Wonder Weapons DLC. So radar is up there. Probably want that. Especially if you're doing a defensive playthrough. Radar will basically really help if somebody tries to bomb your country. Radar and anti-air will, that'll do wonders for you. Like the British. The British were the people that invented radar. They were the ones that came up with the idea of shooting radio waves out, and whatever bounces back will tell you if something metal is coming towards you. The radar array that was built on the south of England basically saved England from being bombed to nothing by the Germans. They could see the Germans coming on their radar arrays, and then they deployed the RAF, and they knew exactly where the Germans would be. That basically saved England, this innovation. Yeah, they would have been screwed without that, like very screwed. Because without that, the Germans just bomb them willy-nilly, catch them by surprise, and that's it. And then there's the different radio improvements here that can help with your coordination for units. Now you get to the cool stuff over here. Atomic research, well, that's pretty self-explanatory. Yes, you can get the bomb in this game. Once you get all the requirements for manufacturing nukes, you have a little window that pops up right here next to your army or your air experience that tells you how many nukes you have in the stockpile. That's a late game thing, so don't worry about that. There's fortification engineering here, which helps you build better fortifications. Would highly suggest this if you're defending territory, like if you were playing as Poland or something and you knew Germany was going to attack. Work on your fortification research. The one over here, I'm quite fond of this last one. Now, a lot of this you need special projects to improve, but any country can go down the rocket tech tree. You can get rockets before the Germans if you really know what you're doing. And they are very, very good artillery pieces. They work as artillery pieces, but you actually have to build a launch site and stuff, which is super cool. Yeah, passing. You're good at that. Exactly. Yep. This is actually super, super cool. You can work on making V1, so cruise missiles, or you can work on suborbital intermediate range ballistic missiles. If you really know what you're doing with the Wonder Weapons DLC, you can combine these two together before anybody else does. I have never been able to do that. Not even in my maximal US playthrough. I didn't need to. But we should have. I used my research elsewhere. But yeah, you can make... The Wonder Weapons have their own tech tree. And I'll show that to you in a second. But if you go down certain Wonder Weapons tech tree, so like if you do nuclear research, start your own Manhattan project, so to speak, and then you also go down the rocketry research, right, and work on propulsion and stuff like that, you will eventually get to the point where you can combine them and put a nuke on top of a missile. Can all nations get nukes? The nuclear research is open for everybody, dude. Yeah, any nation can do it, but nukes, you want high research speed, and even then, your nuclear it takes a lot. It takes a lot of time. Because it's not just this. It's not like I just researched this, and then we're good. And then we have nukes. No. Just like anything else, just like a tank or, you know, Marines or whatever, just because we research how to make a nuke doesn't mean that we have nukes. You have to build out your facilities to make them. So you need a uranium enrichment plant, right? You need nuclear refinement facilities to make the fuel that you need to manufacture the nukes. And then from there, you know, if you want to research it going on an ICBM, you have to go down that research tree and research that. That's really important to understand. You really need to see how each one of these mechanical computing things has a research bonus modifier. You really want to bolster your research speed before you even try to do any of these. These take a long time. You remember how I said depending on what you're trying to do? What I could do is we could reestablish the Roman Empire. And if we do that, I mean, that's going to take a lot, but if we slow roll that, right? And we don't attack other countries until we have nukes, and then we try to reestablish the Roman Empire, well, we could do it and then just nuke anybody in our way. Blowing up your... So if you want to drop a nuke, I don't know how the nuclear missiles work. I've never done that. But if you want to drop one from like a plane, right? You can also work on submarine launched nukes too, if you really know what you're doing. I'm not smart enough to get that done. Maybe we will this save. If you want to, if you gain air superiority and you're trying to drop a nuke from a bomber, right? First of all, you need to have a heavy bomber. You don't have a heavy bomber. You don't have something that's strong enough to, or plane with enough thrust to be able to pick up that damn payload, because nukes are heavy, right? Well, you have to have a heavy bomber, and if you do have a heavy bomber, you have to gain air superiority over your enemy, and if you gain air superiority over your enemy and you nuke their capital city, they basically instantly surrender. I don't think I need to mention which historical precedent was set by, but I mean, you know the idea, and it actually wasn't one, it was two, but you get the idea. Bring the Pax Romanum to everyone via the atom. Yes. But yeah, you really have to plan around it. You have to make it part of your strategy, just like the U.S. did. The U.S. established the Manhattan Project after Albert Einstein wrote a letter to President Roosevelt about how the Germans could be developing a weapon using basically that could split the atom that could kill everyone. And when Albert Einstein says, hey, the Germans are developing this could lose you the war, you should probably figure this out, you listen. Albert Einstein was not stupid. You know? So, believe it or not, that's how the Manhattan Project got its start, and that also is how it got its name. President Roosevelt said, okay, all right, I'll figure this out. And he established a consortium of scientists and engineers headquartered out of Manhattan in New York City to start the Manhattan Project, and that's why it's called the Manhattan Project. That eventually spread across the entire country. Roosevelt figured out that he could get congressional funding by taking different bits and pieces of the Manhattan Project, because it was a complicated thing to build a nuclear weapon. You needed a place to basically mine the ore, and then you needed a place to refine the ore, and then you needed a place to build the actual weapons. He figured out that he could get good congressional approval for doing this by spreading all the different facilities for the Manhattan Project around the United States. Does this sound familiar? Any space fans out there? Any space fans? Anyone? Like NASA. Yeah, exactly. The Apollo program did the exact same thing. Where do you think they got the idea? No, not SLS. The Apollo program. We talk about the benefits of that, Kurok, not the yep. Anyway, so yeah, that's how. But it did take a while. It took the U.S. with the industrial might of the entire United States. It took us till 1945 with the Trinity explosion in New Mexico. Was it in New Mexico? Yeah, it was New Mexico. They also didn't want everything in one place for security reasons. Yep, bingo. NASA still operates like that to this day. That's right, Otim. Yep. We don't like space here. So that's your engineering tree. Your industry tree is basically modifiers that help you build things quicker or help you build things quicker or help bolster out your industrial. So with the industrial tree over here, you have production. Now, production is a quantifiable unit in this game. You have to have more production. You have more production, right? You can make things. You make more things, okay? How do you bolster production? Well, once again, these trees definitely help. But also having more civilian factories will help as well. You got to build more civilian factories, get more GDP so you can make more things. That's the short story. Now, Waffle House can be connected to the Manhattan Project. Oh, I'd believe it. Now, over here, you have what's called your production efficiency cap. Your production efficiency cap basically is your output. The higher your cap, the more things said factory can make. Now, there's also over here, there's your overall output, actually. Yeah, here we go. Production efficiency cap determines the maximum value for your production efficiency. It can be increased by researching technologies. So that is how efficiently you can make things. I misspoke, excuse me. Your overall output here increases the throughput of the factory. So you want to increase output. Now, you have two different types of industry here, right? You have two different types of industry. You have dispersed industry and concentrated industry. You would go down one or the other for a very good reason. Dispersed industry, once again, it's mutually exclusive. You can do one or the other. Dispersed industry is spreading your factories out all over your country. Like the Manhattan Project was technically dispersed industry, technically. This makes it so if you get invaded and you lose a tile that has a factory in it, it doesn't screw up your overall retention and efficiency base and output too much. If a factory gets bombed, it's not going to hurt your production too hard, right? It's not going to hurt it too much. Dispersed industry has different modifiers, so you can, you know, like eventually move to get good modifiers and you basically build your factories underground for the most part. Now, the flip side of that is concentrated industry. Concentrated industry has all your industry, well, concentrated in one place. You could build a lot faster when your factory is vertically integrated, like Henry Ford with the Model T. Good idea, right? However, if that factory gets bombed, you're screwed. Your ability to produce things, if it gets bombed or if it gets taken over, goes down a lot with concentrated industry. The Germans in World War II started with concentrated industry and then eventually switched over to dispersed industry because all their concentrated industry got bombed back to the Stone Age. Fun fact. So you would go down either one depending on what you're doing with your country. Right? If your country is likely to get invaded, dispersed might be for you. Usually when I play, guys, I use concentrated industry because if that means if my country gets invaded, that we got a big problem. That means I'm probably going to lose anyway, but that's another story. Now, next one over here is for construction. Construction will increase your speed at which you can build things. Trains, factory, military factories, civilian factories, shipyards, dockyards. Refineries, nuclear sites, rocket sites. The higher your construction speed, the faster you can make things. Now, simultaneously, over here, you have excavation. You have certain tiles on the map, and there are certain resources that come out of certain areas. For instance, if you're in the U.S., in Texas, oil, obviously, right? If you're in Wyoming, you get precious metal, different types of metals. There's mines and stuff up in the Rocky Mountains, right? Different types of resources come from different parts, different industries. Oil is one of the big ones in the game, right? If you increase your excavation, you go down the excavation tree over here, which is kind of based off of construction, you can mine resources more efficiently and get higher outputs of resources. Synthetic oil, this one, the oil tree over here is pretty straightforward. Over here increases your, increases the amount of oil that you gain per unit refined, and then over here increases your fuel gain overall. This also, synthetic oil experiments allow you to build refineries so you can make synthetic oil. So you can make more oil from less. That's your entire research tree right there. Keep in mind, there's still the wonder weapons research. So the founder of Waffle House was in the Army and drove the nuclear fuel from Oak Ridge to Los Alamos. Nice. Now, research is very important. You should always be researching. Always have a research slot filled up, because it could potentially give you advantage. Like if you are always researching and your research speed is fast, right? And you make the modifiers for the right research speed and you want to research a better tank than everybody else, right? You could potentially get to the point where you go to fight and you have a tank that nobody else has and you just steamroll everybody. I'll give you a hint who did that. Just saying. So, it's important to always be researching if you're a newer player and playing this. Always research. Always. Now, the next tab here. International market. You can become an arms dealer if you want. You can sell and buy equipment. Now, how do you sell and buy equipment? Is there currency in the game? No, there is not currency. However, there is GDP. All right? Your country has a total output, right? It's outputting that production, the production unit that I'm telling you about, right? You're outputting that. You trade arms for GDP, basically. So what does that mean in basic English? If you buy equipment, you're going to need convoys to go and get it if it's overseas, first of all. And you're going to need factories. You trade civilian factories for equipment here. So you don't necessarily buy stuff, but you trade it technically. So you'll buy stuff and you'll make a deal. Like if I buy 1,000 here, what's on the market right now? Nothing. Nothing is on the market right now. We could put stuff on the market by selling it, right? But if you buy or sell, like say you buy, it's going to be at the behest of some of your civilian factories. Now note, we have 10 out of 21 civilian factories, right? That means 11 of them are currently being used for something, I think. I'm not sure what they're being used for. We have 10 free civilian factories, which it says right there. And we could use some of that, some of the civilian factories, some of our GDP to buy weapons, if we need weapons. How do you know that you need weapons, or if you have too many weapons? That's another tab. It's your logistics tab over here, but we'll get to that in a moment. The next thing here is trade. This one shows you what resources you have a lot of and what resources you don't have a lot of. You trade. And how do you trade? Well, you use convoys. You mostly use convoys, but you can trade using trains if somebody is close to you. But this feeds into your logistics fulfillment. Remember, some of your logistics fulfillment is by trading. Now, if you look right now, with what I'm trying to make, we have a deficit of chromium and we don't have enough rubber. So if we're trying to make trucks, we make a lot of trucks, you're going to need a lot of rubber to do that. So that, that, once again, going back into your research tree, your synthetic oil experiments and your rubber processing probably would be something you want to go down if you're building mechanized equipment, right? All this stuff kind of intermingles together, and that's important to understand. This shows you where you have deficits. Simultaneously, it also shows you your surplus. If you're floating a surplus of steel, don't worry about it. It's not going to stockpile tons of steel for you. What it does is it automatically skims off the top. It'll automatically skim off the top, and it'll export your surplus steel. Your country's economy will do that. That will net you civilian factories. If you export more resources and people trade for those resources, you can set who you want to trade with and how much you want to trade for. Say I wanted to trade with the US for steel, which we don't really need to. right? We can export 520 units of steel. We can trade for up to 88. We have 169 convoys, and we'll need 6 to get that 500 or get the 8 units of steel. And it'll cost us 1 civilian factory, basically your GDP. This button over here will set it to the amount that you need. I don't need steel right now. That number's green. I have a surplus. Okay? What we do need is rubber. So let's go to the Dutch East Indies, right? And hit that, and let's say it's over here. You hit that, and it'll go to the right amount that you need. Now, what happens if you have a deficit? If you have a deficit, your factory doesn't make stuff as quick. It screws your production. It screws your production retention. You don't have enough materials. The time it takes to make something is going to go up big time. Now, different things require these things, the different units. These are the 5 in game that, well, these are the only resources in game. But you have oil, aluminum, rubber. You have tungsten, steel, and chromium. So if you wanted to build more planes, well, I hope you have more aluminum, right? You want to build more trucks, you need more rubber. You want to build ships, you need steel. Chromium's good for making artillery and munitions, and so is tungsten. That's what they're used for. You could, in the production tab, it'll say what resources different things use, but we'll get to that in a second. Now, if you notice, the oil is white. The number's white right there. One number's green. I told you that green indicates a surplus. Red obviously indicates a deficit. White indicates nothing. Nothing is going on there. We're not exporting, we're not importing oil, and we don't need oil right now. We have 63,400 liters of oil in reserve right now. Actually, no. Our stock, yeah, that's what we have. Our stockpile capacity is 253,000 liters. We should probably make that bigger. Hold on one second. So down here is who you can trade with and how many convoys it's going to cost you, or it shows your pre-existing trades here as well and what convoys that it's costing you right now. We're getting some rubber from the UK as well. Now, sometimes these numbers will turn yellow. If the number we have white, we have green, we have red. If the number turns yellow, that means you are importing stuff that you don't need. You have a surplus, but you have a surplus because you're bringing in too much. That's what some of these numbers mean if they turn yellow. You ideally want to keep all these green. Oil, let's be real, you don't ever want that number to be 0. But the game is paused right now, so we'll see what that number is. But our maximum consumption is 220 units right now. 220 units of oil per day. So if I have a bunch of Navy ships, I have a bunch of airplanes. If I told all those airplanes to fly and all those ships to go train out in the Mediterranean all at the same time, it would cost us 220 units of fuel per day. We have 63,000 right now, and our daily gain is 48. We would run out of oil in a couple of months. Well, yeah, pretty much a couple months. Yeah, running out of oil is bad. Once again, if any one of these things bottom out up here, you got a big problem. Manpower bottoms out, big problem. Factories bottom out means you have no country left. Oil bottoms out means any mechanized equipment you're not using. It's useless. Logistics fulfillment, if that goes to 0, that means your guys aren't getting guns and supplies that they need to fight. If convoys go out, that means you can't trade with anybody. Yeah, that's bad. You also need convoys to export and import arms. Now, I said simultaneously that buying arms takes up civilian factories. If you sell arms, you can utilize other countries' GDP, and you can gain more GDP by using their civilian factories in the arms deal. Just on a side note. Don't attack Switzerland. I didn't plan on it. Navy ships use up a ton of fuel. Planes use up a good amount of fuel. If you have tanks, they get very thirsty very quickly. So, next tab is construction. Construction shows you what you're building around your country or wherever. Big thing is building train tracks. You could build train tracks and supply depots that will help you disperse your supplies to your army and help logistics fulfillment. The throughput of the train track can be measured by these little numbers here. You can make the train tracks bigger. You can increase the throughput. You can increase throughput here if you really want to. You can bolster up and make it 5. All supplies, but all supplies flow to and from your capital city. That's where like the supplies kind of start. Oh, it's Raptor side chat time. That just scared the crap out of me once again. So, all your supplies flow from the capital. All roads lead to Rome in this particular scenario. So they all flow up here. So if I'm fighting a war in Corsica right now, supplies will go from Rome to Lazio, from a convoy over to a dock if I have a shipyard taken over here, and then they'll go to the front lines depending on how my logistics fulfillment works. They could go to the front lines with a horse and buggy, or they could go on a truck depending on how I set it. If you want to use trucks for logistics fulfillment, you're going to need to make a lot of trucks. Yeah. And hopefully you have good infrastructure as well. Right? So you know, speaking of infrastructure, you can build that here. You build infrastructure. Infrastructure will increase the amount of factories that you can build in every tile. In here we have all the kind of provinces of Italy. There's Abruzzo, Lazio, Campania, there's Calabria, Toscana, Emilia Romagna, right, Lombardy, etc., etc. You can bolster out the amount of factories here. Now, in the north of Italy, just like real life, the northern parts of Italy are way more industrialized than the southern parts. The southern parts of Italy are very rural. You could build it out if you really want to, but you generally have a huge industrial base up here. This will show you. Also, we have mines up here. In Piemonte up here, we have a lot of aluminum mines, and then chromium, and then steel, and then tungsten, steel, and chromium. You could see what tiles here are exporting what. If I build out infrastructure in there, not only can we put more factories on the tile, but our excavation cap will go up. We'll be able to produce more. You can see your excavation, how good you are at excavating things down here. They call it a mine. Yeah. A mine. Huh. Now, Italy, in this particular moment in time, has, you know, Libya. And Libya could be tapped for oil here because it's the middle, you know, well, not the Middle East, but it's close enough. There's oil in Libya. You have to do a focus, and you have to build out the infrastructure down there if you really want to. Right? The other things that but you know, that's another story. The other things you could do, air bases. You could build airfields out. If you build out a bigger airfield on the tile, right, more planes will be able to operate out of that air base. Anti-air. Now, anti-air emplacements that you build under the construction tab are really only good at shooting down strategic bombers. That's not going to help you too much if you have AA emplacements everywhere and your army is fighting through here. They do help a little bit, but if you look over with anti-air, the building provides the state with protection from enemy bombers and the ability to fire at attacking aircraft. So they only work so well. You still want your own anti-air units, right? Because what happens if your army moves over here? All your stationary AA isn't going to do much. There's another building over here for radar. We don't have radar unlocked, so we can't make it. Military factories. That's pretty straightforward. More military factories you have, more military equipment you can make. How you allocate that is in the production tab, which is the next tab. I'll show you that in a second. Civilian factories. This is a big one, okay? Civilian factories are, I'd say, one of the most important things in all of Hearts of Iron. Period. Full stop. They are one of the most important. The civilian factory is your country's GDP. The more civilian factories you have, the more gross domestic product you can make. It basically means you're richer, you can do more stuff. That's important to understand. Civilian factories in this game will allow you, because you have more money, and once again, there's no currency in this game, but civilian factory, think about it like workers and resources, like where we play a game called Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, where there's no currency exchanging in workers, but what there is you trade currency for resources, right? Like the resources are your commodity here. Civilian factories are your commodity. The more civilian factories you have, the faster you can build everything else, because you have more resources and more equipment and infrastructure to build all this stuff. That's really important to understand. It's the number one most important. Yeah, exactly, Derek, for sure. That is one of the most important things. Your entire military-industrial complex will fail miserably if you can't build light bulbs for the factories that make military equipment. Civilian factories produce consumer goods. Consumer goods is your currency. That's it. That's the most important thing to understand here. If you have a higher consumer goods output, all of this stuff is easier and faster to make. And if you do some researches, it can potentially cost less. It really depends on what you want to do. This is central to Hearts of Iron and is the biggest thing. Remember, it doesn't really indicate it, right? But if you're a newer player and you're seeing this, civilian factories are your money. You have to have more money to fight. If you don't have more money to fight, you're not fighting. Pretty simple logic chain, right? You should always be building civilian factories at all times until basically war breaks out. When the war breaks out, or if you know that, hopefully you did your intelligence agency and you can kind of see it coming. If war breaks out, you think that war is going to break out, start making military factories. But during peacetime, build civilian factories all the time. You should always be building one of these. Always. Because if you could, if you don't have the... Well, I was about to say, if you don't have the money, you're not going to fight. I'll say this. I'll say it a little bit differently. War is expensive. If you have deep pockets, you can do war better. Hey, Ansel, what's going on? 58-month resub. All right. You always want to build civilian factories. In peacetime, build as many civilian factories as you possibly can. Me, when I did the US playthrough, I was building civilian factories till I stopped. I was still building them. I was building them as much as I possibly could. Because when you're trying to take over the entire Western Hemisphere, you need deep pockets. Let me put it to you like that. That is the most important one, by a long shot. Build civilian factories all the time. Now, these next ones are pretty self-explanatory. Dockyards. Naval dockyards are where you build and repair ships. That's basically a dry dock, a ship production facility. The more dry docks, the more naval dockyards you have, the easier it is for you to repair ships quickly, and the easier it is for you to produce ships. So if you want to build a lot of ships really quickly, you're going to need a lot of naval dockyards. A lot of these have focus trees behind them too. That's important to understand. So let's take naval dockyard. In the Navy national focus tree, there's a lot of focuses that take 35 days and give you a naval dockyard for nothing, basically. So it's important to keep track of this. You want to build up a navy. This is going to make it easier to build a bigger navy faster than just building out manually, constructing out all the dockyards yourself. Keep that in mind. Synthetic refinery, that's pretty straightforward. That'll bolster your rubber output. You need to research it first. There's fuel silos, so that is your strategic reserve. I was playing as the U.S. last time. That means nothing. The U.S. has like 300 oil right off the bat. I never even got close to draining the U.S.'s strategic reserve with a 1,000 ship navy or something. But for a smaller country, you might want to look at that. You know, you would want to, you really always want to have a strategic reserve no matter what you're doing. And this is kind of like modern foreign policy 101 too. Energy is leverage. You know, wars have been fought over oil. Wars have been fought over energy. This game, you don't have to, but you're supposed to fight wars. You probably should have a lot of that in reserve, depending on what you're trying to do. Smaller country like Italy, where we don't necessarily have the refining capability, we'd want to stockpile as much of this as we can. You do not need to be in a freaking battle with the Royal Navy here in the Mediterranean in 1943 and then run out of oil. Probably a bad idea. That's kind of basically what happened. But whatever. There's 500 oil in Texas and another 200 plus in Cali. God, I love that stuff. Energy is king, man. I've always heard this game is very challenging. Yeah, Rage Quit, exactly. That's why I'm going through it. Now, stuff down here. Supply hubs. Supply hubs will help with logistics fulfillment. If your soldiers are closer to a supply hub, it's more likely they're going to get guns. Supply hubs are connected via railways. See? And how the supply hub distributes logistics fulfillment, it can be selected if you click on said supply hub. So this supply hub in Firenze right here is distributing guns and equipment and ammo via a horse and buggy. That doesn't cost you anything. If I switched it to trucks, though, the trucks basically give the supply hub greater range, which is very good if you're fighting a war over if you're fighting a land war in Asia. So in the business, they call that foreshadowing. But right now, I'll switch it to horse because I don't have trucks. I don't have any trucks. So, supply hubs are very important. They're very good for supply fulfillment. Now, if you hit F4 and you go into your supply menu here, anywhere that's blue is where your logistics fulfillment is working. Anywhere that's red is where your logistics fulfillment is not working. Anywhere that's kind of halfway in between, like this, like diluted, like green-ish here, means you have good supply there, but the supply isn't being utilized. That's not where your army is. Now, once again, this, if you hit F4, it also shows you your convoy routes, where your munition ships and supply ships are moving to deliver supplies to your troops. That's what those dotted lines are. That's the shipping lanes that they're utilizing. These shipping lanes go through different tiles. So there's Eastern Mediterranean, Central Mediterranean, Western Mediterranean, the Tyrrhenian Sea, the Adriatic, the Aegean, the Black Sea. These tiles are where you can assign your navy to operate. And if you're fighting somebody, right, and your convoys are going through certain tiles, it would probably be a good idea to make sure that your navy is operating in the tiles that your convoys are operating in so they can protect them. Just a side note. Now, you have naval bases. Naval bases are places where ships can resupply but not get repaired. Navy bases are also a port where you can have troops enter. So, if you're doing an amphibious invasion, and obviously you're not connected to the front, if I amphibiously invaded here, my troops have no way to resupply. They really have to capture a port. Very important. If they don't capture a port, you can do research to have a temporary port, which is like a floating dock here, like what they did during D-Day. They basically made a port behind it until they took Le Havre, right there. I'm probably not saying that right. And Cherbourg, probably not saying that right either. I don't know, I'm not French. Right? They made the ports behind it, and they even made an artificial harbor by sinking a bunch of ships right here. to make a protected port. Basically made our own on the beach. Now, if you don't have that, that's a specialized skill that you can get in the research tree. If you don't have that, you got to take a port, or else your troops won't be able to resupply unless you airdrop them supplies. You could do that. Airdropping is not necessarily not nearly as efficient throughput as having a port, but that's something to take into account. A naval base, you can resupply through a naval base for land and for sea. Now, there's fortifications here. Fortifications, obviously, land fort, so you could build stuff like the Maginot Line. In fact, if we go and look, we can't really see it because we have no intelligence on it. But at this point in time, there's a bunch of fortifications on these tiles right here to make the Maginot Line. The Maginot Line was a strategic fortification. I mean, it's still around for what it's worth. It's not used, but the Maginot Line was a strategic fortification that ran along France's border with Germany. France built it after World War I to basically be used as a deterrent for Germany to never attack France. Said, oh, we have this big wall of guns, you cannot attack it. And then in World War II, Germany just went around it. Yeah, they just went around it. Like, there's no Maginot Line over here because France was allied with Belgium and the Netherlands at the time. So the Germans just went that way. They went around. They made a big wall and then they went around it and took Paris. Yep. Maginot Line never saw any fighting. Yeah. Oops. Civilian military factory rule of thumb. Switch to mills 1 year before going to war. That's correct. Yep. Now down here you have your experimental facilities. If you want to start building out your Manhattan project, right? You have to get atomic research on top of this in the research tree, but a nuclear research facility would be good. You also have aerodynamic research facilities for making better planes, jet engines, rocket engines. Bigger land warfare facility for making bigger tanks. And then naval engineering facilities for naval innovations. You got to build these things if you want to get some of the cool wonder weapons in the tech tree. So, I'm trying to see, like down here, you can improve your submarine's efficiency. You can improve your submarine's duration underwater, so that decreases their visibility, so they can operate underwater for longer periods of time. One of the crazy naval projects that you can actually get is refined pykrete. With the further refinement of pykrete, we are now able to have much better insulation and protection from our aircraft aboard the ice carrier. The Allies, particularly Winston Churchill, discussed the idea during World War II of breaking an iceberg off of the ice shelf in the North Pole or in the Arctic Circle and fitting boat engines to it to make a gigantic floating airfield operating in the North Atlantic. That was a project that they actually did look into. It never happened, but you can do it. You could do it. Just saying. Other projects for land research is self-propelled guns, rocket-assisted projectiles, obviously the super heavy tank stuff. There is guidance systems, better rocket engines, cruise missiles, etc., etc. For airplanes, it's jet engines and interceptors. You can do all kinds of cool stuff. You can make centrifugal. You can make axial turbojets. Calls it a centrifugal jet, but whatever, it's fine. This is all stuff that can be researched through your Wonder projects, and it starts with building out a weapons research facility, depending on what thing you want. That's construction. The gist of this whole thing, if you weren't paying attention and you want to know, build civilian factories till right a little ways up until the point where you go to war, then start building military factories. Always be building civilian factories, except if you're fighting. That is so important. It is the most important thing in the game. You don't build civilian factories, you lose. It's like guaranteed. Next one, production. Pretty straightforward stuff. Production of ships and military equipment is entirely dependent on how many military factories and dockyards you have. Dockyards also can be allocated to repair ships, which, you know, will take away from your total dockyard production, because if you're using a shipyard to repair a ship instead of build one, right, it's going to hurt your output here. But once again, this is pretty straightforward stuff. How many military factories are dedicated to building this? How many you're building a day? And your production efficiency and cap. All right? Over here is what resources it costs to do that. If I allocate 5 military factories to building weapons, we can build 17 of them a day for 10 steel. That feeds back into your trade. Over here, see? You're trading. We have plenty of steel. That ain't no problem. Right? So, there you go. Did you see the Lorentz plasma cannon before the video got taken down? No, I didn't. Do you ever mix in infrastructure, or is that pure civ? If pure civ's always preferable. I mix in infrastructure, Veal. Yeah, mixing in infrastructure depends on what you're trying to do. For instance, infrastructure will allow you to build more factories. If you run out of spaces because you're in a smaller country to build factories, you probably want to build infrastructure so you could build more factories, right? Each province or state in your, each province or state has a certain amount. There's only a certain amount of space that you could, only a certain amount of factories that you could put in each tile. Increasing your infrastructure allows you to build more in said tile. So yeah, you know, doing infrastructure every once in a while definitely helps. The other thing with construction here is that if you look at your construction cost, right? That should tell you about how much time it's going to take. Or how much production it's going to do. But generally with a higher construction cost, it's going to take longer. But keep in mind that number scales depending on your GDP. If you have higher GDP, you can build it faster. Now, something to note with production. If you look right here at our production efficiency is 42.8. Our production efficiency cap is 43. We can only get so efficient here with building this. We have to research better ways to increase our efficiency. Our base cap is 50. Military industry is giving a -10 negative modifier, but having Beretta make the Carcanos is giving us +3% because they have experience in building small arms. Beretta's pretty good at it. They've been doing it for a long time. Now, once again, for our gain speed, military industry is kind of killing us, that national modifier there. But your production efficiency cap determines the maximum value for your production efficiency. It can be increased with research technologies. I could go into production efficiency and efficiency cap and blah, 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 blah. What you really need to know is that every time you go to retool a factory, sorry, that was me clicking and unclicking. Every time you go to retool a factory, it's going to take a second for said factory to retool. So if I want to ramp up guns, the factories that I don't have assigned to make guns it's going to take them a second to get up to optimum production efficiency. That is represented here would be represented by a red line intruding into the green bar. All right. So right now, our production efficiency is basically at 40%. That's where the cap is. But if our production efficiency was 80%, right? And we go up here, just because we assigned 10 factories to build more guns doesn't mean you're immediately going to spike up to here. It always takes the factories a second to reach optimum efficiency. Basically, it takes the factories a second to ramp up. And depending on how much time it takes to ramp up is how you determine what you're researching here. In industry, output increases your total cap right there, right? Production efficiency, or output, really is the total amount of output. Increasing your production efficiency cap will make it so the factory can I said it wrong again. Production efficiency cap increases the amount of stuff that the factory can make. Overall output will also help bolster it, right? But you also have retention that you have to work on as well. Retention is how quickly you can retool. If you have low production efficiency retention, it takes a second to retool everything. You can't easily adapt from making one thing to the other, right? But keep in mind that say you're fighting and you run out of guns, clicking all this, right? If we had 100% production efficiency, or if our cap was high, it would take a second for our current efficiency level to scale to that. That's important to understand. It takes a second for your factories to ramp up depending on the modifiers that you have. Just keep that in mind. That's what this bar is designed to show you. Yeah, Veal, I think the meta has changed since then, but who knows? So, once again, you have efficiency, which is how efficient you are at building it right now, right? You have efficiency cap, which is the highest theoretical maximum that you could make. That's the most efficient that you can make, but it takes a second to get to that point. And then on top of all that, you have output. If you modify the output of the factory, it will increase the output per day. But it always takes a second to scale to your production efficiency cap. That's important to understand. You can't just tell 20 factories to start building tanks. I mean, you can. And in the late game, you can kind of just make it willy-nilly, right? But right now, if I just really wanted to ramp up tank design, that would take a year to get it working correctly. What is a good ratio for civilian and military factory production? It depends on what nation you're playing. Generally, I mean, I don't know, guys. There's Hearts of Iron players that are watching this. Hopefully I'm putting the right stuff out there. Hopefully I'm putting saying most of this correctly. I'm still a little hazy on production efficiency versus output, but I think, there's overall output and then there's efficiency. That's how it's your, that has to do with how much resources you're using per wasted, et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, 7, in my experience with Hearts, and once again, if you're an experienced Hearts of Iron player, chime in on this. If I had to put a number on it, I would say you want way more civ than military factories. But once again, it depends. It depends on what you're doing. Hello! Somebody gifted Floating Disc a tier 1 sub. Thank you. 1-to-1 eventually is solidly good. I would ramp up civilian factories and then right before you're about to fight, having oh shoot, I've never really paid attention. Usually when I go into fight, I have way more civilian factories than military factories, honestly. Yeah, way more. Relax, your explanation helps. Well, thanks, Den. Yeah, I generally want more civilian factories. And then by the late game, yeah, get to 1-to-1 or something. Get, 1-to-1. It really depends. It depends on what happens throughout the game. We're playing ahistoric. Anything can happen. With the US, you can with the US, it kind of doesn't matter. You can kind of just build whatever. But, the US, I would still say, is harder for a newer player to manage, to play, because you have to manage everything. There's so much. It's much easier to manage a small army. It's much easier to manage an army of 264,000 than it is a 4 million strong US army. That's hard to do. Yeah, also, you can convert factories as well. That's a good point. So, yeah, keep in mind, your factories take a second to ramp up, and generally, I'd say for a newer player, build more civilian factories than military. We have 20-21. This would be better if it was 60-20, because then I could easily build 20 military factories like that. Rather than building 40 military factories than having 21 civilian factories. If you needed more for whatever reason, you could try to convert them, which takes time, or you could try to build them, which also takes time. Factories take a second to set up. It's not something that you can just plop down in a day. It's like I said, workers and resources. It takes time to make these things. Output upgrade. Yeah, your production output is a bigger factory. Your efficiency is manufacturing methods. Yeah, exactly, Snake. There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Is this the Mad Orange Simulator experience? I have no idea what that means, Andy. But Hearts of Iron is a grand strategy game. It's fun. Hermie, ciao, what's going on? So, with that being said, you also have the similar types of stuff going on with ships. Ships take a lot longer to make than trucks. For instance, they have a lot longer turnaround times. Devoting more dockyards and more naval, more of your shipbuilding industry to certain ships will make them get built faster. But this is all the ships and all the airplanes and everything that I have in the queue. I'm probably going to go mess with this in a second. But yeah, that's production. And once again, on the right, it shows what resources it's using. Once again, look, with trucks, because we don't, in the trade menu, we don't have resource fulfillment here. So with the trucks, we're kind of down. The trucks are taking a huge hit on their factory output. Not necessarily efficiency, it's the output that takes the hit. We're running a little low on chromium for the battles, for all the ships that we're making too. And rubber for the tires for the airplanes. Keep track of this stuff. Any of these numbers are red, that means you got to go over here. You got a big problem. But the game will also tell you. It'll say you have insufficient resources, which is what that is up there. Now, the next thing. Recruit and deploy. This is where you design your army. These are the different types of divisions that I could just train right off the bat. If I set to train one, you set their location, right? Training people requires logistics fulfillment, so it'll show what they need right there, and this is their, basically, completion bar, right? If they have all the supplies that they need, it'll start filling up the completion bar at a faster rate. Once the completion bar is full, then it'll deploy, and it'll deploy an army division, which is what I told it to do, in Lazio. And then you can command it and do whatever you want with it, right? Andy on the Discord will show you. We are going to play Assetto tomorrow. We're going to play Bathurst. We're going to race at Bathurst. So, that is how you make divisions. You can design your own divisions. You can have units that are smaller that can move quicker. Or you can have units that are bigger that move slower. Or you can have medium-sized units that have jeeps or trucks that can go fast. Depends on what you're trying to do. That's what all these things are. You have specialized divisions, like the Divisione Alpina. They're mountain divisions. Mountain divisions are good at fighting, you guessed it, on mountains. You have marine divisions. Marine divisions are good at fighting over river crossings. Because yes, that makes a difference. It modifies the combat values if you're invading across a river. Or Marines are good at beach assaults, at amphibious invasions. We don't have Marines unlocked, so they're not here. Inside of every one of these divisions is your template. Civilian factories are one of the most important things in the game. This is another very important thing, and a very important thing to understand if you're fighting. This is what the current Italian army kind of garden variety division looks like. We have 6 infantry. What's below division? EJ, then why is the 10th Mountain Division in New York? There are a lot of mountains in upstate. Brigades? What division is best for bridges? Marines are very good, and engineering companies are good if you have tanks, 7. Brigades. So you have 6 brigades of infantry soldiers here being backed up by an engineering company, which once again modifies some of these numbers. And then they have support artillery. They have a detachment of artillery behind them. That's how you say that. Do you need modded cars? Yes. Andy, all the information is available in the Discord, in the EJSA Discord. Here. If you go into the Assetto, we have a bunch of tutorials on how to do it. You have to be in voice, though. You don't have to talk, but you have to be in voice. That's important. Let me copy the link over to the tubes. All the info is on my Discord right there. I linked it up in chat. Is it a brigade, battalion, company, platoon, squad? Thank you, King. Yeah. Thanks, guys. So this is one division. In the divisions, you have different brigades here. Now, this is not a lot of personnel. This is basically like a World War I template. Their movement speed is not very fast. They have a couple of pieces of artillery behind them. They have 12, see, towed artillery equipment costs 12. They have 12 guns behind them in the support artillery group. There's 12 artillery emplacements. And this is a very small combat width. The big kind of metric that the community kind of centers around, guys, is combat width. Combat width is very important. That is your ability to maintain a front on a division level. Wider combat width will basically fill the entire front. Like, think about, like, you know, if your division is attacking, right? And you're attacking from tile to tile. You have a certain amount of width. Say it's 10 units wide, right? And you have 6, right? There's going to be open spots. So you're not attacking as effectively as you possibly could be. Increasing combat width is super important. You want to fill up all of the tile if you're attacking from one tile to the other. You want to make sure you take up all the tile. All the tiles there, use it. So that means, you know, you'd want to do something, you want to add more infantry divisions, right? You want to add more infantry. And keep in mind, or infantry brigades, you can mix divisions. So, you know, this is all straight infantry. All it did was just increase the numbers that were already increasing. But if you want to add, so you could add combat battalions, you could add combat artillery. You can add a tank division attached to a tank brigade, a tank battalion. They're calling it battalions. You can attach a tank battalion to your infantry. But now, if I did that, right, if we added a medium tank, now our equipment cost goes up. And our speed is entirely dependent on the tank. If the tank can only go 4 kilometers an hour, well, and the infantry can walk faster than that, well, guess what? Your tank is your bottleneck. That is going to limit your speed. But also, having a tank in the template here is going to really increase your defense. It increases your soft attack and your hard attack. Not hard attack, hard attack. Now, what do these numbers mean? What is all this? Well, some of it is pretty self-explanatory, all right? You have your organization, so that's how good you are at staying organized in a fight. Your recovery rate is, if you do get disorganized, it's how quickly you can reorganize if you lose or if you're between attacks. We have no reconnaissance. There's no recon battalion or battalion here. Suppression, that's for local resistance. If you want to use a division template to operate as military police, that's what that's used for. That's the actual weight. That has to do with convoys. If you have a heavier unit, you need more convoys to move them around. That's how much supply they consume per day. Once again, you have to be careful about that. Reliability is key. You don't want your tanks breaking down. If your tanks have low reliability, they'll break down, and if they break down, your whole thing stops. Trickleback and war support protection is not something I'm particularly well versed in. The proportion of losses in combat can be saved and returned to the manpower pool. Saved casualties will not impact the war support penalty. Yeah, okay. If you take casualties, your war support goes down, which is why it's important to have a field hospital. But this, I'm going to go ahead and guess that if we added a field hospital, it would increase that, and it would not screw your core manpower. Cool. Experience lost. How much experience is lost in a division when they take casualties? Yeah. Seeing your buddy get killed messes you up a little bit, I'm pretty sure. So that's what that has to do with, not morale, but basically. Soft attack is how good they are at fighting against other infantry. Hard attack is how good they are at fighting against armored and mechanized units. So if we had anti-tank, If we had remember, we don't have any anti-tank research. If we researched anti-tank, the heart attack would go up. Air attack, if I add anti-air, our air attack goes up. We'll be better versed at defending against planes. Defense is how good, basically, these units are at defending. That has to do with entrenchment and stuff down here. Entrenchment bolsters your defense. So these guys are good at defending themselves. 230 is really good. Most units are better at defending than attacking in this game. It's very rare that you get one with a higher soft attack, but that's another story. Breakthrough is how long you can sustain an attack. With higher breakthrough, you can keep attacking and basically grind your enemy into dust through attrition. If you have higher breakthrough, you can fight. It's better for fighting wars of attrition. Armor is, yeah. Having armor that is higher than your opponent's piercing value makes you take less damage. Oh. So this is how good we are at defending against armor, armored units, and this is how good we are at destroying enemy armored units. Cool. Initiative, once again, initiative radios bolster this out. Higher initiative is how quickly you can reinforce. With a radio, it'd be like, okay, we're taking casualties over here, we got to go over here. With a radio, it bolsters out your initiative. Entrenchment is your ability to be able to establish defensive positions. The higher the entrenchment is, the more your you have a base value defense. The higher entrenchment, the more your defense number goes up. So if you have an entrenched division, it modifies the defensive number by multiplying it. Equipment capture ratio, you can tell your troops to pick up other troops' guns if they really want to. You do that with a logistics company. Combat width, I told you about. A tile only is so wide. You can only attack through a big enough corridor on a division to division scale. If their unit only has 20 combat width and your unit has 40 combat width, which is not really what you want, but if you have 40 combat width, you could basically pincer them and your attack will go a lot better. The combat width that's generally used for, here's the thing. You want, what is it, guys? What's the meta? 24, I think, is what you want nowadays. They changed it a little while back. You want to ideally be wider than your enemy. Somewhere around 20 to 30 is good. But really depends on what your division makeup is, right? You generally want to be wider than the other guy. But if you're too wide, if you have a super wide combat division, it's really hard to keep them supplied. Your supply use will go through the roof. And you best be damn sure that your logistics fulfillment is good. And you can get supplies to this big freaking division. It's a trade-off. The bigger your division, the slower they're most likely going to move, unless it's in the late game where everybody has trucks and you can move quickly. Right? So it's either a big division that is very effective in combat but is hard to resupply, or a smaller division that is a little bit less effective in combat that's a little bit easier to resupply. All this stuff you have to take into account when you go to design a division. This is really important. Combat, but generally you want higher combat width than the army you're facing against, because basically you're outnumbering them. Check my 2x previous post. Here's how combat works out. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, thank you, passing. Yeah, I still have these saved somewhere on the computer. I just forget where. That's outdated. Pass. They've changed it quite a bit. Yeah, this is the old meta. They've changed stuff around. But yeah, this will still work for what it's worth. This will still work. It's just, yeah, they've changed how combat width works in one of the DLCs a little while back. Yeah, anywhere between 20 and 30 is generally fine. It really depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to move quicker? If you're trying to move quicker, you're going to have a smaller division, right? that moves really, really fast, that can like move to a strategic target quicker, right? And take it. Like, think Operation Market Garden, where the British and the Americans tried to paradrop jeeps and stuff behind German enemy lines in 1944. And they tried to send these guys, these crack squads on jeeps to take Arnhem, take the bridge at Arnhem. It didn't work, but that's the idea of a small combat width, but fast mobility. A recon, if you have a recon division, you would probably want them to be able to move quickly, right? You know, go in, scout things out, get away. Now, that's all your combat stats and base stats. Now you get into equipment costs. This stuff's pretty straightforward. How much manpower is it costing you? If I wanted to field a division like this, we'd need 10,400 men. It would take I think that's 180 days to train a division this big. Our fuel capacity has not gone up or down. Our usage is probably going to go up because we're fielding tanks. I don't know why it's not. Anti-air's gone up because I have an anti-air detached battalion. Artillery, we have 20 pieces of anti-air and 12 pieces of artillery. Infantry equipment is guns. Guns. Yeah, that's important. I don't necessarily think that infantry equipment are correlative to manpower here in this regard. Because it says I need 910 guns to field a division that needs 10,000 manpower. And that might be right. I mean, we really need to figure out the correlation between like a division with combat units in said division and then logistics and support divisions in that division. Notice yeah, exactly. We don't have, it lacks the equipment. The reason why fuel capacity and usage haven't gone up is because it won't let me make this division because I don't have any tanks. I haven't even researched a medium tank, so it'd probably be better to just switch that to an artillery battalion. Yeah, fuel usage probably hasn't changed because I'm in minute 0. Yeah, probably. Yeah, see, now we can remove the artillery support group because we frontline the artillery. Now we've gone from 12 pieces of artillery to 72, and now they're interspersed in with other battalions, right? So now and our combat width is up to 24. This right here is a pretty damn good meta. If you're newer to this and you don't understand what any of this means, 9 infantry battalions, 2 artillery will get you pretty far. That's pretty good. Keep in mind, their movement is still insanely slow. Why is it slow? They walk everywhere. Oh yeah, they have to march everywhere. Unless you give them trucks to use, they'll march everywhere. I got you, Wacko Jacko. Good, that's what I want to hear. Now, down here you have adjusters. What do these adjusters do? This is how these base stats are modified depending on what type of tile these divisions are on. So in the forest, you'll get bonuses there. This type of army is pretty good at fighting in forest through a forest. Hills, they're okay, pretty good. Mountains, it'll work, but they're not the best. The jungle, okay, not bad. Marsh is not the best, but okay. If they're taking if they're in a fortress, they'll do just fine. Crossing a river, not good. It's not the best. They can do it, but it's not the best. Amphibious, they do okay. Like, we do have some good modifiers with the engineering company, but they're not the best at it. See, you like, if we're crossing a river, your attack goes down by 3% because you have to fight across a river because they're not amphibious. They're not an amphibious division. They're not specialized. We can defend, though, pretty good. In amphibious assault, our movement goes into the toilet And our attack will go up a little bit because we have the engineering company, and our defense is pretty bad. Like, you don't have a lot of defense when you assault a beach. Look at D-Day. It's a good example. So remember, you do have specialized divisions. And those divisions are, it's very important to understand this, that the terrain, time of day, and weather absolutely play into account here. This is really important to understand. Even if you attack at night, if you don't have radios, attacking at night is bad. You will die. It's not good. Attacking in the snow. Well, we all saw the fruits of that labor in 1943 in Russia. We all saw how well that works. That doesn't work very well. Unless you're specially equipped for it. Right? Once again, it all depends on what you're trying to do. Now, this right here I said is a good division template. So is this what should we use it? Yeah, we probably should. Okay, let's go to save the... You need army experience to do this. Remember how I said army experience, you build up points by training troops. By training and fighting. And then you can have an officer that will help bolster your army experience because they're a veteran, right? If you have a general running the army, right? You need army experience to change your division templates. That's really important to understand there. This is ideally what I want. I can't do that right now. We have no experience. You need army experience. That's the currency to change this. Army experience is also used on doctrines as well. I can get more into that in a second. Now, if army experience is used for division templates and doctrines, what is Navy experience used for? Well, Navy and air experience are used for doctrines and how your units fight as well. But Navy experience is also used for ship designing. If you want to create a variant of a ship, right, that has, I don't know, bigger guns, for instance. Or you want one that has another heavy battery. We want to make a battleship with 6 turrets on it, right? It costs naval experience to design ships. It also costs army experience to design tanks, too, for what it's worth. And you guessed it, it costs you air experience to design specialized planes. So you want to make, you could, for instance, make a P-38 that is a reconnaissance P-38 if you were playing as the U.S., and that you could make that P-38 just fly around and take pictures of everything so you get better intelligence that way. But you'd need air experience to modify a P-38 to field a plane like that. Important to understand. There's a lot of things that are important to understand here. That's what but it's a grand strategy game. It's everything. You're playing cities, you're playing Call of Duty, you're playing Battlefield, and you're playing Civilization all at the same time. I haven't even gotten into diplomacy with other countries yet, but we're just going through everything up here. Now, that's recruit and deploy. That's how you make templates. The next thing is logistics. Remember, your fulfillment is getting stuff to the front. Your logistics is what you have. Basically, as in supply right now. If you notice, we have a deficit of 109 artillery pieces, which means we have some divisions. Our division template right here, with this base template that we have that we couldn't change, they have 12 artillery. Some of them do not even have that. There are some divisions that have no artillery. And guess what? You have no artillery. One, that screws with your morale. Like, your troops aren't as effective. It screws your organization because you're supposed to have an artillery unit. You don't actually have the artillery piece. And it also makes your unit less effective because you don't have an artillery piece. We have a deficit of 5,500 guns. I mean, it doesn't say necessarily guns. Infantry equipment is technically guns. Infantry equipment is guns, grenades, and ammunition. Support equipment is radios and medical kits and uniforms, etc., etc. Now, we do have a lot of trucks, but we're not using them for anything. We have 150 extra trucks in reserve right now. We are down on support equipment. 1, because we don't have radios. 2, because the units that are fighting don't have first aid kits. That's important. We have 190 extra tanks lying around. 23 extra trains lying around. We are at a deficit of 200 fighters, 440 tactical bombers. We're missing 52 close air support planes, and we have 169 convoys. This menu right here should tell you what you need to change if you're going to change your production menu. So, I set this to have 15 military factories work on guns. The reason why I did that is because I had a feeling we'd be down on guns, 5,500. Okay. We're also down on artillery, support equipment, and airplane, like every type of airplane. So we got to fulfill this stuff. Now, here's what I'm going to say. Like, if we weren't fighting a war right now, I would modify this to basically have everybody kitted out correctly, right? And then use that time to build up army experience and retool for a division template. But you got to remember, we're fighting a war. Italy starts fighting a war in Ethiopia. Nobody's died yet. This shows your casualties and total factory count, your division count, war participation, etc., etc. This gauge right here shows your or your enemy's percentage towards capitulation. Now, we haven't even fought, but we technically are at war. So what we need to do, yeah, they don't have artillery, and that sucks. Support equipment is kind of useful, but the deficit isn't high. We have 5,500 guns, means that some units that are fighting in Ethiopia right now actually don't have ammunition. If you want to go look, I bet you I could show you which ones. Now, a little bit on combat here. Look at the third irregular troops group right here. Look, you can actually... Each division, like land division, has 2 bars. One of them is organization, and the other one is supply. If your organization goes to 0, you're scattered to the winds because you got your butt kicked, and you basically will retreat. If your supply goes to nothing, you have no guns to fight, and you retreat off the tile. Okay? But if you look, them right there, their fighting status is 70%. They are missing... What are they missing?
Attento.
Well, we can check their div template. Yeah, they don't have ammo. Some of their troops don't have ammo and guns. That's kind of important. You probably want that. So, right here, because that's the biggest deficit, because we're currently fighting a war, we're down on guns, so we should probably make more guns so our troops can actually fight. Yeah, kind of important. Now, so that's logistics. Logistics will tell you basically how your fulfillment is going. This is something you got to pay a lot of attention to. If you're fighting a war, you run out of guns, you usually don't win. Sorry, I don't have any better way to explain that. Not according to Chesty Puller, fix bayonets and charge. They don't even have bayonets. They don't have support equipment. I'm just basically sending guys at the enemy going, hello, pit stop, hello, look at me over here. Like, pit stop. That's not good. You can also lower your occupational law to get more guns back. I haven't gotten into that yet, Kem, but yeah. Next thing here is something that was added a little while ago. It's called the Officer Corps. So the Officer Corps, you can appoint basically who's in charge of your Army, Navy, and Air Force. These guys you need political power to appoint them, like we talked about, and each one of them will, have a little bit of a different modifier. I like taking the guys that add daily Army experience gain, so you can build up Army experience and then retool your templates, so it's not a bunch of guys going, "Hey, pissed off, shoot over here," right? As you know, you don't want that. I would rather have guys say, "Hey, you're die, bande, grazie." Like you probably want to do that. Now, your Army, Navy, and Air Force can have spirit. They have a spirit of the Army, spirit of Division Command, spirit of the Academy. These are things that do require experience to initiate. But generally, you want this, and this all ready to go before you start to fight. Here you can further tailor what your army is really good at doing. You want better, you want a 50% chance of +1 attack on level up? Right there, bold attack. Tenacious defense. If you're, say you're in a scenario where you need to defend against an invading armies, that might be good. That might be helpful. Now, meticulous preparation, +1 chance of planning and logistics. That meticulous preparation, you do have to plan attacks in this game. It's actually a gameplay mechanic. If you attack without planning, doesn't work. This one helps you appoint leaders for less political power. Theater training gets you better XP game for different types of terrain. We saw that our army wasn't very good at crossing rivers, and it's not very good at amphibious assault. That can help with that. And then there's leaderships, which will basically allow your generals to get more experience when they fight. You could specialize different generals to do different tasks in this game once you field them. So you want to get the spirits for the army, the spirits for the navy, and the spirits for the air force filled in, and you want it to have to do with something that, you know, you're going to need for fighting a war. Theater training might be a good idea for me in this particular scenario, because we have divisions over here that are fighting through Ethiopia, not known for its very temperate terrain here. You know, we have divisions that aren't trained to fight in the mountains, fighting through the mountains. Now, don't get me wrong, you could still fight through the mountains. It's fine. But if you have specialized divisions, or at the very least divisions that are designed with theater, that have the theater training modification, you'll do a little bit better. Marines are good at crossing rivers in amphibious assault. That doesn't mean the army can't do it, but the Marines are really designed for that. You probably want to do that. You probably want to employ them there in that regard. So make sure you have the right troops doing the right tasks. You don't want to send a tank division into the mountains. Tanks don't do well in confined spaces. And that includes cities. There are city tiles. Tank divisions going into cities. Not the best. So, make sure you fill all this stuff out. Now, right here, this tells you overall how well your army is equipped at doing certain tasks. Like, we have a 23% organization loss when you're moving. Turns out you're not an effective fighting unit if you're running around. Yeah. You can change these numbers and make them better depending on what you're trying to do. But really, you gotta, when you start a Hearts of Iron playthrough, you gotta have a good goal for what you want to do. And then basically all your stakeholder expectations for your troops and how you should set them up should stem from that goal. Right? So, now that you've gotten through all this, what are these icons here? These icons are basically telling you different things that you need to fill out on these menus. So, research slots available. That's pretty straightforward. I have 4 research slots available. This means I have free dockyards. So we could take a dockyard that was being used to repair it, and we could maybe increase the, put more dockyards on this ship, and it'll produce it faster. Missing equipment production. Now, we went into our production category, or the logistics tab, and we saw that we have a deficit on fighters, bombers, and close air support. Probably something we should fix. We also have, we don't have enough artillery to reinforce our garrisons. But that's another point. That's another story. Now, this one means we have air divisions that have no mission right now. We'll get to that in a second. We have unassigned army divisions here. Okay? Unassigned army divisions, we'll get into that in a second. We can belt that one out. The decisions available means these are political point decisions. That's something we discussed in the very beginning. This is the war icon. This will be up there as long as you're always at war. This one tells you have free civilian factories. So if we go here, we have 11 civilian factories that are not being used to make anything. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to build in Emilia-Romagna I'm going to build a civilian factory. And the remaining factories that we had are now being used to build that. That's perfect. This one right here tells you that there's no divisions in basic training. I don't want to keep training divisions. We have enough here, or we should have enough here to do what we need to do. Look at all the Italian divisions here. We have a lot of manpower here. And 748,000 free manpower, like, that's a good amount, dude. But that's not a good enough amount to train new divisions and also, you know, replenish the divisions that have casualties. So I don't want to recruit anybody necessarily right now. Generally during wartime, probably should be doing that. This is your trade here. This tells me I have insufficient resources. I'm trying to bolster our guns out. So we really want to make sure that we have enough steel to make all the guns because we don't have enough. So what I'm going to do, I'm buying some steel from the United States, and that is at the behest of a civilian factory, so whatever. Turkey, we need convoy, and we need one civilian factory there. Unpause it, that's good. And rubber, trade with the Dutch East India Corporation. And now we're good across the board. That's fine. Now you can see, because I unpaused the game there for a second, we started building up our oil reserves, which is good. That's what we want. You may even have more units than you can equip. Yeah. So that's the UI for hearts. This right here is just filters for seeing different things. Now, this will show you like the day-night cycle and stuff, and, you know, weather and whatnot. And it'll show you different planes, etc., etc. Now, in Hearts of Iron, you have 4 big menus that you want to pay attention to, and those menus are up here. Now, there's 3 right off the bat, but you can also get to these by hitting F1, F2, F3, and F4. What's F1? F1 is kind of your standard view. This is the army view. It shows you where your army divisions are. It shows you where the enemy is, etc., etc., right? That shows you basically a view of where your army is, what divisions you have, where they're moving. Kind of basically, this is the generalized view. This is the view you probably are going to end up using the most. Now, the second one, if you couldn't tell by the noise, this is the ding ding menu. This is your navy. Over here, so keep in mind how the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army fight in this game are 3 different game mechanics. You'd think that the Navy would just be, oh, it works like the Army. I want my division to go over here. Nope. Nope. Different game. Different gameplay. The Army doesn't work the same way that the Navy does. Let me explain why. Because inherently what a Navy does and what an Army does are 2 different things. That's why they have 2 different names. So how you go about deploying your Navy is a little bit different. Now with your Army, you know, you can see localized divisions, and then you can group these divisions. You can group the divisions into an army. You can create 1st Army, 2nd Army, 3rd Army, Army Group Center, South, whatever. 6th Army, 3rd Army, 4th Army, it doesn't matter. You can name them whatever you want. You can group them into divisions. And I think in this menu, that is the first thing that I'm going to do. So I'm going to take all of the divisions that are on the Italian mainland, and I'm going to group them into one army. This is the main... Actually, we'll call this the, I don't know, First Army. Now, they need a commander. You got to assign a commander to them. Now, because this is the 1st Army, and this is kind of the one that's kind of at home, we want to find somebody that's good at defense. Each general has stats here. So there's their skill, which gives you bonuses to attack. There's their defensive skill, right? There's their planning skill, and then there's the supply consumption skill. Higher the number, the better you are at it. Now, I want somebody with good defense here, because these are the divisions that are technically defending mainland Italy right now. So let's put Sebastiano Visconti Prasca in there. See, he has defense and logistics bonus. So let's make him the commander of all the stuff that's over here. For now. The other thing is that, I mean, we'll just work on grouping stuff first, and then we'll go from there. So that is all my troops that are over here. I'm pretty sure that's everybody. Now, down here. Something to take into account. We have a ton of divisions here in the north of Ethiopia, and then a ton of divisions in the south of Ethiopia. It'll probably be better to have these separated into two different armies for, you know, organization purposes. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the second army here. There you go. That's my second army up here. They're operating north of Ethiopia. Now, this is... I'm going to make this the bulk of my forces because this is where the most amount of guys are. So I'm going to put my best general, Ettore Baldassarre. I'm going to put him there. And he's going to help them with their attack and skills. He's a decorated general, and you can get into here, and depending on where your general is fighting and what they're doing, you can actually level them up for better specializations. Some generals out of the box in game are better at fighting with tanks. Some of them are better at fighting with infantry. Some of them are better at commanding navy ships. Some of them are better at planes. Like if you have Rommel. Rommel's good with mechanized divisions. Desert Fox. We're not Germany, though, so we don't have him. Patton is good with tanks. Bradley is good with infantry and mechanized infantry. Because that's what he was good with in real life. That's why they named an infantry fighting vehicle after him. Alright. Nimitz, Halsey, Navy guys. They're Navy admirals in the game, and Nimitz is good. I forget what his specialization is, but I think it's aircraft carriers, if I guess. Halsey is good at fighting ships. I wrote a story about Admiral Halsey. It's called The Fighting Sailor. Now, I don't know the Italian generals as good as I know the American ones, to be honest. But, yeah. We'll put Baldassarre here with the bulk of our attacking forces. Currently playing Belgium and have such wondrous things as the First Army, Cyclist in the Third Army, Chasseur on the Ardennes. Yep, my main infantry ain't on foot. You have bicycle divisions. Now, these guys down here, these guys that are attacking from the south, I'm going to make them my third. Hashtag army. Third. I spelt the other ones out. Third army. We got to give these guys a general. And I ideally want somebody that has some skills here. But most of these guys... here we go. Alessandro Perzio Biroli. He's good at attacking. And pretty mediocre at everything else. Harsh leader. Division recovery -10, but attack is high. On top of a base attack skill of 2. So once again, you want to give these guys the best effort. Now, this is all fine and dandy, but you kind of want to have a hierarchy here. So what you need to do is select the division here and then click this thing right here. What does this do? This is selecting a field marshal. A field marshal is a further modifier to all of your skills. If you serve under a field marshal like Rommel, Patton, MacArthur, Eisenhower, Montgomery, de Gaulle, for all the different countries, those are, yeah, they will give you great modifiers to things. So we'll put Rodolfo Graziani in there, who is politically connected. He's cautious, but he's good at moving stuff through the desert, and he's good at offensive fighting. Oh, we might have we can add another trait for him. Oh, it costs 15 command power to do that, which we don't have. So I'm going to put Rodolfo Graziani in here, and I'm going to take the other divisions that we have and put them there. Now, for my Italian main division up here, it's another theater of combat, so I'll probably put in another field marshal. Get another field marshal there. Let's put Pietro Badoglio. Let's put him in there because he's good at defense. So this is defensive army. Now, do you have to go in and name every single one of these things? No. But you got to remember, there's a lot of important things that you have to pay attention to. It pays to be organized in Hearts of Iron. You know what? We'll call that the African Theater, and we'll call this, instead of Defensive Army, we'll call it the European Theater.
Pronto all'azione.
All right. Now, we do have divisions down here in Libya. I forgot about these guys.
Formazione.
I'm probably going to attach these guys. Oh. Let's put Ugo Cavallero. Let's put the 4th Army in Libya right there.
Pronto all'azione.
Cool. Now, this is my African theater here. Put those guys over there. The African theater is right here. European theater is over here. All right. Cool. I'm going to turn on some music, too, while we're at it. All right. Now, once again, you notice that a lot of these divisions don't have guns. We should probably not attack anybody when we don't have guns. Probably a good idea. But now that this is all organized, right? We gotta assign these guys orders. If you notice, they all have red exclamation points next to them. That means they belong to an army, but they don't have any orders. You really want orders because orders will help when you go to execute an attack. And they also give you bonuses to fighting. So, I'm gonna draw up all this.
Attento.
Actually, you know what? Let's get through the other menus first before we do that. So, keep that like that. Our army is pretty organized. They don't have any orders, but they're organized. Now, F2. This is your Navy tab. The ding-dings. Okay? So this is what your Navy's doing. Now remember, that does not work like what you just saw. The Navy works in a completely different way. And I basically, very recently, figured out, I think, how this works really, really well. Now, naval combat in this game is a little weird, but if you understand what's going on, it can be really, really, really satisfying when you win. And it's really easy to get once it kind of clicks, you know. The ding-dings. Ding, 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 oh no, no. Now, just like the army, we do need to assign... You need to assign admirals to these. And then you can group them under fleet admirals. Okay? So, we have a theater of combat here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go back to the army here. And I'm going to...
Pronto all'azione.
We're going to add a new theater.
Pronto, signore.
And we're going to... This is the European theater. And over here is the African theater. So, notice how it's, you know, selecting down here will change who I'm controlling here.
Pronto all'azione.
Keep in mind you can have multiple field marshals operating in theater. But I like to spread everything out because I like to separate it out to keep organized so I know where my damn army is. I can be sure that these 19 divisions are in Europe. And the rest of these divisions, these 27 divisions, are in Africa. They're in the African theater. That's probably better to organize it. Now, the Navy is the same way. Right? What I like to do is separating this out. What I like to do is separating this out between theaters. But the thing about this is that Italy really only operates in one theater right now. These are all the ships that we have at our disposal. TLDR Navy meta, just build light cruisers. Now, let's take a look. How many submarines do we have at our disposal here? All of these are submarine groups, and then the rest of these are destroyers. So this is a task force right here. These are task forces, and that's the Navy that they serve under. Or, well, no, what's the right way of saying it? Task force, and then command, I think, and then fleet after that. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Fleet and task force. Okay. I don't necessarily like organizing stuff that way, but it's no problem. So right now I have a bunch of small fleets of ships. The way this sets it up, I have small fleets of destroyers and submarines. Some of them have more than others for whatever reason. And then it looks like I have 2 Alto Tirento. Comando Navali Alto Tirento. I don't know what that means. Big Navy? Stop Navy? Tall Navy? Comando Navali Ono Basso Adriatico. Adriatic Fleet? High Tirreno Navy Command. Lower Adriatic. Grazie. So, we seem to have a fleet that... The Adriatic Fleet, and then the... the Tyrrhenian Sea Fleet over here. So... What is the Tyrrhenian Sea Fleet? Yeah, one's operating on the west coast, the other's operating on the east coast, basically. And then everything else is just kind of scattered around. We do have some Navy down here in the Red Sea, operating around the Gulf of Aden. If I click on this, it'll show where they are. So, this fleet down here, Navale Mar Rosso. Mar Rosso is Red Sea in Italian. So this is the Red Sea Navy over here. This one is the Comando Navale Libya. These are the forces that are operating out of Libya. Mar Egeo. So Mar Egeo is the Aegean Sea Naval Command. These are forces operating out of Sicily. These are forces operating out of Sardinia. And then these are forces that it says Basso Tirreno. Alto Basso? Oh, north and south. Yeah, okay. It means higher and lower. One based in Genoa and one in Napoli, I guess. Napoli, yeah, good port. And then we have the Adriatic Fleet over here. Now, I'll be honest with you guys, this is pretty organized. This is pretty good. Out of the box, that's actually not bad. However, this is okay. It's not the worst. It's not the best. It's just all right. This will work, I guess, for what we're doing now. I probably wouldn't set this up this way. I probably would retool it a little bit. Organizing the Navy is my biggest gripe with Hearts of Iron. The UI is just so clumsy and not well thought out. Let me show you how to do it, Arian Rod. Hey, Pat. What's going on? 3 points since Renkin. Not great, not terrible. Now, see, I have convoys that sail out across the Atlantic to go trade for steel with the U.S. That's what that convoy line is. Yeah, Wacko. I'm kind of thinking do that, but I actually don't really mind how this is all set up. This is actually pretty good. Like, where each thing is pretty sweet. It's just the composition. Navy only matters in multiplayer, by the way. You sure about that? You sure about that? I very much disagree. Plingrat, do you mean like really specializing your navy and making them do things really matters if you're playing against people? Yeah, that's if that's what you mean, yeah, I agree. Paratroopers. Yeah, no, your navy matters. No, it matters. I don't really. No, I disagree. Like I said, the composition of fleet here is okay. It's not the worst. We just don't like. It would be, yeah. This is fine. This will work. It'd probably be better to organize this a little bit later. But you got to remember, in single player, you can steal ships. How do you steal ships, Plingrat? Wait, how do you do that? Oh, via the peace deal. Oh, I know about that. That's fun. Yeah, I love claiming if you conquer a country, you claim their ship as a war prize. When I was playing as the US, the last save that I did, guys, when I was playing as the US, I beat Japan and I beat Germany, right? And I had the Prinz Eugen next to the Nagato fighting against the fighting with the Arizona in the same strike group. So the USS Arizona, well, the USS Nagato and the USS Prinz Eugen were fighting in the same fleet. Yeah. It's funny. I think the Navy absolutely matters, and it's better to teach newer players, dude, about how this all works. Now, once again, the cool thing about this stuff, guys, is that these are real ships. The Andrea Doria, that's a real battleship. It sank, but it's a real battleship. We haven't made the Vittorio Veneto first. So this will tell you, if you click on the ship, it'll tell you its stats here. And then also, it's really cool because you can see its history. If the Andrea Doria got into a gunfight and sank another ship, or helped sink another ship, it'll tell you how many kills it has, which is super cool. And then you can assign it. You can assign the Caio Duilio, or is it Ciao Duilio? I don't know. Italian. I'm speaking Italian. Bapida boopy. Right? It'll tell you how many kills it has and stuff. KO. Yeah, that sounds right. Alright. Only in Hearts of Iron could something like that happen. Yeah. So, yeah, once again, the ships that you start with in every country are real ships. And then, you know, you could build real-life counterparts. Like in the U.S., you could build Iowa-class battleships if you research them, and then build the Iowa, the Missouri, the Wisconsin, and the New Jersey. You could build them. Okay. All right. So, the Navy is pretty organized. This isn't the best, but that'll work for now. Now, okay, how do you make these things do things? All right, so you have options here. All right, the options are pretty self-explanatory. Naval exercises, you could have them patrol. You could have them be a strike force. Convoy raiding, convoy escort, mine laying, naval invasion support, shelling targets on the shore. Right? These are all pretty self-explanatory. Now, how they work is a little weird. So, say you have your big fleet, like our Adriatic fleet right here. We have the Adriatic fleet is operating over here on the coast of the Balkans. You wouldn't want to set that fleet to patrol. All right? You wouldn't want to set that. You'd want to set them as a strike force. And then send a smaller fleet into the Adriatic to look around to see if there's anybody to fight. Strike forces will stay in port until a patrolling force finds the enemy navy or a reconnaissance plane. Okay? So, all right. How do I... so you could say, okay, they're a strike force now. Okay, I want them to be a strike force. Notice how that didn't do anything. right? It just puts Strike Force icons over there. You set what they want to do, and then you right-click on the tile for where you want that fleet to operate. That's really important to understand, because if you don't, and you just set them to Strike Force, and then you're like, okay, I gotta go do something else. Look, I go back, they're still set to Strike Force, but they're not doing anything. They're never gonna do anything, because they don't have a theater of operations assigned. This is where Navy stuff differs from Army. With the Army stuff, it's like, okay, these guys, I want you to attack, so I right-click right here and they'll attack, right? Like StarCraft or something, right? You can micro around your troops, which is pretty fun. You can't really do that with the Navy. Now, I don't want these guys to be a strike force, so I am going to hit H and tell them to hold. That removed the icon there, okay? What I do want them to do is train. If you look at our ships here and you look at the levels, they're trained, but there's plenty of room for improvements. The other bars aren't complete. They aren't completed. Right? Like one of these ships is brand new. The San Giorgio. St. George. So one of these ships is fresh, basically fresh out of the gates. Right? Level 1, fresh. Ricky. I'll stop. I want them to conduct naval exercises. Conducting naval exercises will automatically put them into a theater of operations off of the coast of wherever they're operating, right? That's important. In fact, I'm going to do that for pretty much everyone in the fleet, with the very big exception of the guys that are operating off the coast of Ethiopia. What I want them to do is raid. I want them to do convoy raiding around the Gulf of Aden in the Red Sea, in case the Ethiopians are trying to get any supply. They're not, because they don't have a port, but just in case, that's what I'm going to tell them to do. Note that I set what I wanted them to do, and then right-clicked on the tiles where I want them to operate. Now, if you notice, these tiles are flashing red. They're flashing red. The color of the tile denotes your naval supremacy in the region. It's red. It's nothing. The reason why is because the game's paused. If I unpaused it, these tiles will probably change color. Or they won't. Whatever. Well, we probably don't have naval supremacy in the region. But up here, it also says we don't have a lot of naval supremacy. The reason why we don't have naval supremacy up here is because the ships aren't designed, we're not telling them to fight. We're only telling these guys to go shoot, to go sink any convoys that they're of the areas of operation that they're deployed to. Everybody else is training up. Everyone else is training up. You can't have naval supremacy while you're conducting naval exercises. That's like saying you're good at playing sports while you're exercising. That doesn't really work that way. So, keep that in mind. Now, everybody's training. Now, we have to go start assigning admirals to these groups. Now, this is a fighting group, so we want somebody with good attack. So, Alberto Zizara is probably who we want for that. This is another gunfighting fleet with a bunch of heavy cruisers. We need somebody that has good attack. Again, Carlo Bergamini, gunnery expert, battleship adherent, Ironsides. That's my guy for those two gunfighting squadrons. Down here, now these squadrons down here are more just, I would use these ones for patrolling. But right now we're not really using them for anything. So we need somebody that has, I mean, we could just put whomever. It's not really the biggest deal. Let's put Di Bartolo in there. I mean, we just assign the admirals. It's not the biggest problem. Now, we don't have any admirals ready to go. If we had more command power, we could promote somebody and make them an admiral, but we don't. Now, it's not the best to leave your fleets that are designed, that you told to do a task to, with no commander, but it's not a big deal. I set that here just to kind of show you guys how this all works. These guys are not... These guys are you're not going to sink any convoys. Ethiopia doesn't have any ports, so they're basically useless. They're not doing anything. If anything, I should probably tell them to hold position. And now, see that I told them to hold? The tiles that they were operating in are now flashing blue. That means these are tiles that are assigned to them, but they're not doing anything there. They don't have a command. They don't have an order. What I'm going to do is click this, remove that region, and tell them to just train like everybody else. Now, interesting to note, I told my entire Navy to train. Look, my Navy consumption, my Navy fuel consumption is going up because we deployed our entire Navy all at once. Now look at my total fuel supply. 165 days, 131 days, 108 days. We're going to run out of oil. Can't tell them all to do this at the same time. See that? Let's see where it plateaus out. We're using way more oil than we're gaining on the daily. What can we do to fix this problem? Well, we have plenty of convoys. We can go to the United States and tell them to start importing some oil. Invade the Middle East. Not a bad idea. I mean, they already did that. But, see now... Oh, look. We have a surplus of steel at this point, interestingly enough. Nice. So, if you trade for oil, once again, trading for oil is going to cost you. It's going to cost you civilian factories, but it helps you bolster your fuel supply. Look. My supply is going up now. 36, 37. So we're paying civilian factories we're basically paying civilian factories to buy oil from the United States so my Navy can train. Leveling up your Navy is insanely important. Having them at level 3 over level 2 makes a big difference in how they fight. Look at the bonuses right there from level 2. Level 3 is even better. Now keep in mind, there's 5 levels total. Any unit in the game, air, ship, army, they can all level up to level 5. But you can only level up to level 3 from training. Level 4 and level 5 happen from fighting. You can only be so prepared before you actually go and fight people. Now, if we go to our army and we look at these guys, some of these guys are level 3, but some of them aren't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift left click. Shift left click clicking the army exercises, so the army training will only have divisions that aren't leveled up completely start leveling up. So now it would really pay to do that over here. We have a ragtag bunch of guys here. Some of them are just basically guys that we handed a gun. Actually, I don't even think they have guns, but whatever. So we want these guys to train up too. And the guys in Libya, we want them to train up. And we want the third army to train. These guys need experience. Now, unfortunately for us, training is going to screw with our weapons consumption. Drilling, practicing, firing your rifle costs you ammunition, so your infantry equipment is going to suffer from training, but the experience gain is well worth it. Now keep in mind, just like the Navy, you can't be drilling, you can't be training. You guys, they'll show their training by doing jumping jacks. You can't do that by just... You can't train and attack at the same time. You can't do that, so just keep that in mind. Now, that brings us to the third menu. Third menu is Air Force. Here, it shows an air base in Eritrea, right, that has planes. Now, if you cast your mind back to our logistics tab, we don't have a lot of those. They probably got shot down over Ethiopia, or somebody crashed them because of inexperience. Yes, that does happen. They can crash them in training exercises too, which is... alright. Now, these guys are all rookies, and they're not doing very well. We have tactical bombers, we have some close air support, and we have some fighters. Now, obviously, our fulfillment is garbage because, yeah, we don't have a lot. Do we have any planes down here? Nope. We have some planes operating out of Libya, but once again, yeah, they suck. We got some fighters up here. We got some fighters there. We got some bombers there. Ugh. Oof. Attack bomber. Attack bomber. Tactical bomber. Fighter. CAS. That's what we really want. These guys, I'm gonna... It's not gonna... You know what? It ain't gonna do much, but... I was gonna say tell them to train, but it's hard to tell them to train when they have 48% strength. I mean, we'll see what it does and go from there. Now, how do planes work? Planes have... There are air tiles in the game. There are air tiles. You can see them pretty clearly defined. That is where you tell your planes by right-clicking, you tell them what operation, what theater of operation or tile that they want to be working in. And then you got to tell them what to do. Certain planes can only do certain tasks. If you click on the plane, you can see exactly what tasks right there it can do. This one can do, because it's a fighter, it can do air superiority or air interception. Interception means it's going to shoot down any enemy plane that comes... Like, it's going to shoot down bombing in close air support planes. It's going to intercept incoming bombers. We don't have to worry about that. Air superiority means it's going to try to dogfight anybody that's coming in. We want to set them to air superiority. Now, I get I just told them... I get it, I just told them to train, but... It's alright. Tactical bombers. I can have them strike ports, they can do a logistics strike, or they can do strat bombing and bomb cities. You can tell them to do whatever. I'm going to tell them to do close air support, because close air support makes it so your troops fight a lot better. It's a lot better when they fight with a plane behind them. So, now my planes are assigned to a theater of operations, and because we're fighting against Ethiopia, right? Because we're fighting against Ethiopia, we can deploy them. Now, once again, just like the Navy, if the tile is red, you don't have air superiority. You can click on the tile to see what units are operating in the area. This is where your detection, enemy air detection, like radar and stuff would really come into play, or intelligence over your enemy to help them see what you're fighting. That really helps. This shows what type of plane I have in operation and what types of plane they have in operation on this tile. They don't have anything. Yeah. It is raining, so we got a little minus bonus to what we're doing there. That kind of sucks, but whatever. The tile is green. We have air superiority. If the tile is yellow, it's contested. If it's red, you're having a bad day. If it's green, you're good to go. And then it'll tell you how efficient your missions are. So, keep in mind that deploying planes and having them do things is going to also cost you fuel. I think I have enough fuel to sustain all these planes to at least get the other planes that aren't in theater to train up. I'm gonna have them all do pilot exercises and see if that screws my oil. Now, once again, it's important when you're telling them to do pilot exercises to shift left click. Shift left click will have them do exercises until they're leveled up to level 3. Hey, the Wolf, thank you for the raid. Now, fourth menu, supply. I already talked a little bit about this when we were talking about convoys, but this is really, really important to understand. This shows you basically how your fulfillment is going. Are you able to get supplies to the front? You can't get guns to the front lines. You're not having a good day. Now, the supply screen is pretty easy to read. If it's blue, you're fine. If it's red, you're not fine. If it's kind of halfway in between, this like weird beige greenish color, that means there's good supply there, but there's no troops operating in the region that need fulfillment. Now, let's look at Libya. Libya is fine around where my army is. That's okay. We have guys in Tobruk and Tripoli. They're fine. Now, also in the supply menu shows where your supply fulfillment is going. It shows you the path. So, you can see that line, the dotted line is moving? That means convoys are moving down here to resupply horses in this area, which is why this is blue. Nice, Navy. Hey, Wolf, what's going on? Chris, how you doing? Okay. These dotted lines show you where your convoys are going for your supply lines. Note that I have a bunch of convoys that are going through the Suez Canal. The reason why I'm allowed to traverse the Suez Canal is because me and England are cool right now. We're fine. England can shut the Suez Canal if I start pissing them off. If you look, England has troops in Alexandria training over there. Because Egypt at this time was still part of the United Kingdom. See, my supply ships are resupplying here through the port of Massawa, and then they're going down here to Mogadishu and Kismayo, I think. And then from there, the fulfillment is we're taking horses across these tiles to give these guys supply. Supply is working right now. It's fine. But the real problem here is that once we go further into the desert away from the port, we're going to have some big problems, which is exactly what happened to Italy in the late 1930s. You're trying to fight over the desert, over very desolate terrain. There's not a lot of infrastructure out there, and they basically said fight in the desert. And that's why Italy did end up conquering Ethiopia, but yeah, it wasn't an easy victory. It was a pretty crappy war. Think like U.S. in Vietnam or Soviet Union in Afghanistan in the 70s. Like, not a pretty war. Not pretty. Not a lot of war support from the Ethiopian campaign. Good man just got home from work. What a day. Anyway, Raiden, you like the breakdown? Excellent, dude. I'm glad. All right, now I've explained how all this stuff works. I've explained how all the menus work, how everything with the army works. 4.5 hours later, I'm gonna start playing. Hearts of Iron's complicated, but hopefully this helps. Wasn't geopolitical dynamics for Italy in the 1930s that they regarded France as their rival and England was out of their league? Pretty much. Welcome to Paradox Games. Yeah, exactly. Wait, occupational laws. I guess, so, Kem, the reason why I said we're going to start playing now is because the rest of the stuff can be explained through gameplay for the most part. I pretty much covered all the stuff that you can cover while the game is paused, you know? Like, I suppose we could get, if you go into your political menu, you go into occupied territories, right? We are occupying Eritrea. It shows you how much manpower you need to keep stability in the region, and it shows you the resistance. Right now, there's really no resistance here. We have some Hellenic territory. Oh. Huh. I didn't know that. There's an airbase over here too. Cool. Sorry, just here. Is this an EJ starter guide? Yeah, pins. Exactly. I just went through every single stat here and every single menu and what every single menu does. It took me 4 hours. But now we're ready to actually start playing. So, I'll try my best to narrate the rest of the things that we're doing and go from there. Now, the one thing I actually didn't get to is the diplomacy menu. If you right-click on another country, you have your diplomatic menu. Obviously, you could justify war goals, but this shows like who the country's allied with. It shows their different national spirits. And, you know, you can negotiate license, you can have docking rights, military access, you could justify war here. You can issue a trade embargo, you can send volunteers if they're fighting a war. You could send an expeditionary force, garrison support if they're a puppet state or a vassal state. And then up here, it shows you your opinions of each other, and it shows you their current stability and war support. And then there's the intelligence ledger, which I told you guys about, which is part of the diplomatic menu. The better intelligence you have, the better intel you have, the more information you can surmise from here, the more effective you can fight, essentially. Now, another thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to create an intelligence agency. Now, instead of naming it the Military Information Service, I'm going to name it the Spaghetti Information Service. So, there we go. Now, building an intelligence agency does cost you civilian factories. It costs you some money, so to speak, to make one of these things. So, we are taking a hit on our civilian factories, and we're not going to be able to build stuff as quickly. If you notice, when I went to build the civilian factory in Emilia-Romagna, we had 11 factories. Some of those factories were used for trade, and the other ones were used for the intelligence agency to make that. It's better to get that sooner rather than later. Will it be centralized? Yeah, of course. And it will never be broken. No, just got here. How long did the VOD save for? Adriatos, I'm putting this up on YouTube as well. Hi, YouTube. Hi, YouTube VODs. If you guys have comments on my tutorial, things you didn't like, whether it was good or not, whether I look kind of funny, I mean, not funny looking too much, right? Yeah, post that in the comments, dudes. I hope this tutorial helped. Like, hearts is such a pain in the butt, but once you get good at it, you can start doing some really stupid stuff in this game, and it gets really fun. We're being attacked. Ah, combat time! Now, let's pause the game. Remember when we were in the division template designer and I showed you all these dang numbers and what the heck all this stuff means and why it's pertinent? Well, right here shows combat. That shows combat that's happening between infantry or army divisions. The combat for the naval stuff is a little bit different, but I'll get to that in a second. Now, this bubble shows you some things. Obviously, it shows you a battle, and it shows an arrow pointing in one direction or the other. And then it shows a number below it. What does all that mean? Well, the bubble shows you that there's a battle going on. The arrow shows you who's attacking. So in this particular case, Ethiopian forces are attacking my Italian forces over here. See, the arrow is pointing at my guys. That means we're being attacked. Now, if the bubble is yellow, it's a stalemate. If it's green, that means you're winning. If it's red, that means you're losing. All right, this bubble is green. They're attacking, right? And I'm defending pretty successfully. If this number gets to 100, that means the battle is over. Okay? So, it's green at 77, which means I'm doing pretty good. We're doing all right. The number, keep in mind, the number does change depending on logistics, organization. Remember, that's why fulfillment is a big deal. Supply is a big deal. You don't have the guns, it's going to affect your attack. Now, if you want a more detailed breakdown of the battle, and this is where all those stupid numbers come into play, click on this. So, what do we have here? Take a look. So, General Imru Haile Selassie is attacking General Ettore Baldassari's forces. This shows you, up here, it shows you how many planes you have that are in this kind of battle. This shows you the merits of the generals here. This shows you what they're currently doing. So right now, Baldassari's forces are defending. That's us. Haile Selassie's forces are attacking. Yeah, we could set the tactics list. We could tell them to do different things right here if we really want to, but I don't get that far into the detail. But defend is fine. That's perfectly okay. Now, down here, it shows you the width, okay? This is where combat width comes into play. We have not a lot of Ethiopians attacking a lot of Italians here, okay? And because of this, we are outnumbering them. Now, down here, this shows you the attacking division's soft attack, rounded, of course. It shows you their hard attack, and it shows you their breakthrough, okay? Over here, it shows us our soft attack, breakthrough, and our defense. Remember, we're defending. We're being attacked. Do you remember when I showed you all the divisions, how they're much better at defending than attacking? Well, yeah, of course. It's easier when the guy's coming at you. It's easy to defend. But defense doesn't get you new territory now, does it? So my guys are being attacked, right? But we have 192 defense, 186, 186, 62, and 46. They have 7 attack. 7. They are not going to win. These right here are all the divisions that are fighting on the frontier. So this is, once again, where width really, really, really makes a difference. Basically, out of all the possible area between this tile and this tile here, so this area right there, how much of that am I filling up versus how much of that is he filling up? See how there's nothing over here? There's nothing. Because they have no combat width. They have nothing. They have 12 width and we have 52 combined from all these divisions. There's no way we're losing here. The only way we would lose is if we lost, if we ran out of ammo or organization. Now, breakthrough will screw with another division's organization, but once again, we have 192 defense to their 7 attack. That's not happening. Over here is divisions that are in reserve, okay? Divisions that aren't at the front, but if one of these divisions, if their organization falls, they retreat, another division can take its place. We have enough, our divisions are enough to fill out, we have enough width to field 4 divisions on the front here. So that's what's going on. And we are winning. We are very much winning. Now watch, that number is going to go all the way up. Over here, if you look, Haile Selassie's forces, their organization is going in the toilet and they're running out of ammo. If either one, org or strength, bottoms out at any particular time, the attacking or defending force will retreat off of the tile, okay? So, Haile Selassie's forces, they're about to run out of organization. Their get up and go got up and went. They can't sustain an attack like this. They're basically getting meat grindered, like really badly. When they run out of org, the battle is over, and the attack stops. Right? Now, because they were attacking, they don't obviously retreat off the tile. They just sit there. And now this division is subject to what's called attrition. Because its organization is too low to do anything, the game calls it attrition, but they're basically stuck there until they regroup. That's what that yellow exclamation point is, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is I have a perfectly kitted out division here that are experienced. I am going to attack. We're going to counterattack. So we're counterattacking here. Now, let's take a look. They have 3 divisions that are pretty well equipped. My attack is way higher than theirs. One of their divisions here, the Tigre Safari right here, they're not doing very well because that's the division that just attacked. So what we'll do is we'll pincer them. We'll hit them from another side. And then hit them over here with everything we've got. And then take these guys and hit over there as well. So now, check this out. I have 3 tiles attacking this one here. These guys, it says they're in reserves right now because they technically are, they don't have a high movement speed, so they're coming up to the front. They're walking to the front lines right now, even though it shows them attacking. Watch, once they pop in, this number will jump up to like 70 or something. Give it a second. Now, see, these guys have low supply. They are entrenched, and that does give them some bonuses. And they do have a commander, which is great. The terrain is... they're suffering from the terrain a little bit. And I have air superiority. I also have a bonus for attacking from multiple directions. See that? This will break down how the battle is going. And then here you have your little tug of war meter. Right? We got that division that attacked initially to retreat off the tile. So now it's 2 to their 1. But once again, these other divisions, it's going to take a second for them to get to the front lines and fight. Yeah, you can cancel attacks by pressing H if you want. So, see, here. Notice that this is 51. And it's red. We're losing the battle here because we're not... Our organization is pretty bad. We're not all attacking at once. One division is attacking right now, which is not what we want, but that number went green. Why did it go green? Interesting. It's kind of a stalemate right now.
Andiamo!
Oh yeah, see? Look, their movement is taking forever. It's taking them a long time to get through this treacherous terrain to join the front. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call this, because that's just, all that's doing is just taking this division, the 27th division right there, and just wearing them out. We don't want to do that. We really want to wait until everybody is good. It's night and day. You lose at night. Yeah, Grim T. Space news today or just games? I have to stop the stream in an hour or two, Steve, because I got to do taxes. It's tax season in the United States. I got to go do that. So there's going to be no space news today. But the time allotted that I have for this basically goes to like halfway through where space news would be. So I figure it would be a good day to do the Hearts of Iron tutorial, on top of chat kind of scumbagging me into playing Hearts today, but whatever. It's all good. Are you actually from NASA? Queen Trap, no. I've worked with NASA before. Hosting panels at TwitchCon and stuff. I have worked with them, doing outreach for them, sure. But not right now, no. If you have a question about space, I got you. I'm good at that whole space thing. But I'm really good at that, you know, fighting thing too. That stuff's fun. Yeah. These guys might be better off with a front line and orders. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Also, I have them set to still... They were set to train. Okay.
Attento.
Alright. Let's stop them from training. Okay?
Ordini.
So what we gotta do is assign these guys orders now. We gotta assign them orders. This is a big deal.
Ordini.
Right now, their orders were just to... Their orders were just to train.
Pronto
I'm gonna
all'azione.
take my second army here. Right? And I'm gonna make a front. You make a front by clicking the front line and then dragging it across where you want your front to be.
Attento.
Now, what I want them to do from here, with fronts, you can tell them where you want them to attack. Oh, we got a decision here. End the Christmas offensive. Our troops have stalled in a war against the Abyssinia and have even been pushed back in certain places. The Christmas offensive has Mussolini privately berating the military high command for their incompetencies. Il Duce wants results. Now, he has therefore authorized any means necessary to repel the Abyssinians and end this war swiftly, whatever it takes. We need to be methodical and deliberate. Gains logistics in Ethiopia, which grants heat attrition -15, supply consumption -5, army reorganization regain +10 for 240 days. Ethiopia gets event major Italian offensive. I'm doing that. We are not ready to fight right now. My troops are not equipped. Some guys don't even have guns. Yeah, how about you take a Il Duce suppository up your Duce or something? You handle your job, leader man. Don't tell me how to do mine. So, I'm setting a front for the 3rd Army down here. And how
Pronto,
these
signore.
7 divisions down here? Oh god, some of them aren't even. Oof. All right, how are we doing on weapons? We have we're down 17 artillery pieces and 1,400 guns, 71 support equipment. The other thing that we can do here is go into production and we can start shifting things around. We're making a lot of guns, but how about we take... First of all, I like having all my ships at the bottom, and I want planes up the top. Okay, so we have close air support. We have interwar close air support. We're making 2 different types of close air support planes. And I don't have any air experience to change that. I can tell them to make... I'm going to tell Air Maki to make more fighters so we can replenish that. The CA-111 is what we currently have. Air Defense 7, Agility 38. Speed 400, reliability 80. What about this? Ooh, that's faster. That's way better. Let's put the BA-65 in there. Now, the other thing that I noticed is that we don't have any artillery production. So how about we get the Canoni da 7527 Modelo 6 and have Breda build that. Now, I gotta allocate some factories here to make this thing. So I'm gonna take 1-off guns and put them over on the cannon. Now remember what I said. See the red right there? You can't just make a factory. Now we're gonna make guns, and now we're gonna make an artillery piece, and we're gonna make one every day. No, it takes time for your factories to ramp up, and that's what your efficiency and cap are all about. See that big red right there? That means they're not gonna start off producing very well. But as they approach their efficiency cap, they'll be able to produce stuff faster, basically. The tragic plea of Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia to the League of Nations. Yeah, I fixed it. So now, with that, we'll be able to replenish our artillery. Now, if you notice, these are the amounts of things that you have. What right here is what's called the balance. Are you using more artillery than you're making? Are you making more than you're using? If it's yellow, it's a push. If it's green, you're good to go. If it's red, you got a problem. Like support equipment. We're losing, on average, 1 unit of support equipment every day because we're not producing enough. So let's go back over into our production and take another one off and put it on support equipment. There we go. In fact, if you look at our gun deficit, we are making 21 more weapons than what we consume every day. The infantry equipment shortage at this rate will only last for 33 days. So 33 days is no big deal. 1 month isn't going to hurt. So I'm going to take another one off and I'm going to add one to artillery. And then I'm going to take one more off and add it to trucks. Now, we have close air support. We have fighters. What else do we have a deficit of? We have a deficit of tactical bombers. So what I'm going to do is go into production again, click on a plane, and find the tactical bomber.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wildland, 100 months, dude. Thank you very much. What type of tactical bombers are we currently using? SM-79 is what we have there. What about up here? CA-133. CA-133. This over here is attack bomber, SM-79. So let's go into production, click on the plane, and find that thing. SM-79. Range 900, air defense 20, air attack 1.5, agility 40, superiority 1, attack 1, naval attack 1, naval targeting 1, max speed 370 kilometers an hour, reliability 80. Production cost 62. What about the sea? Is this the other thing that we're making? Range 1,000. Oh, that's a transport plane, the Caproni CA-101. That one has more thrust. I want that one. Savoia Marchetti. I'm going to take one off trucks and replace that. So now look, see, these numbers are green. Everything is green. Right? And as the days go by, everything should turn green here. We do have armored cars just chilling. And we have 198 light tanks. I'm wondering... Tank divisions. What do we need here? Horses and a couple of trucks and a tank. That's the tank division. Ugh. Do we have a tank division anywhere?
Pronto all'azione. Pronto all'azione.
We have some tank divisions.
Formazione.
We have 3 experienced tank divisions here. Well, guess what? Guess where you're going. That's right, you go in the square hole. Alright,
Ordini.
Ordini.
Attento.
Those are the Libyan dudes. Yeah, I want these guys on the southern front so the tanks can move deliberately across here. So get these 3 tank divisions and actually bring that mountain division too. Actually bring all these mountain divisions. Holy balls. Why aren't those down there? What's wrong with you? Jeez.
Ordini.
Just, will you get down here, please? Holy crap. Get what?
Formazione.
You've been sitting on this the whole time?
Comandi.
Put Messi in there.
Attento.
And then, once again, this is the... Once again, I like naming everything. Alright.
Pronto,
Here we go.
signore.
Now we have... See, we got to get these specialized divisions down there. We got tanks, man. And the mountain division. So when the mountain divisions get down here, I'm going to reorganize this 18-person offensive of whatever the heck you call this. We have 1 mountain division. We have the Posterior Alpine Division right there. Alpina Divisione. Oh.
Pronto. Comandi.
You guys go to the southern.
Pronto. Formazione. Comandi. Ordini. Pronto all'azione. Sì, signore. Pronto all'azione.
Oh, I didn't click this right.
Pronto.
You guys go over there.
Sì, signore.
That's what I want, right here. So, I'm moving all the divisions down
Pronto
here
all'azione.
that aren't really... These... Oh, jeez. These are just
Comandi.
weird templates. I'm going to move them to the southern front. Over here.
Sì, signore.
And then up here in the mountains, I want, well, my mountain
Pronto, signore.
troops.
Ordini.
in the meantime, what is this? Who are you? What is that? Truppe irregolari a cavallo. Irregular horse troops? Irregular cavalry. Ugh. Alright, just go over there.
Comandi. Ordini. Pronto, signore.
Alright. Now, what I want these divisions
Attento.
to do here, especially that mountain division, I want them to train. You guys level up everything that you possibly can. Irregular cavalry division. So irregulars in the Italian army at this time are basically guys that it's your colonial army for the most part. That's what that means.
Ordini.
Hey, there's another mountain division.
Comandi.
So what I'm doing here is this, I made what's called a fallback line right here. That fallback line, if you guys are having trouble getting troops, like I noticed that this mountain division right here wasn't moving south. If you have trouble getting troops to a certain location, build a fallback line and assign them to the fallback line, and it basically tells the game that this is where you want the units. Sometimes they don't like moving because
Pronto,
reasons.
signore. Formazione.
Now, what I really want to do is actually out of these, I want the 3 tank divisions down here. So I'm going to attach the 3 tank divisions over here, right? And then I want my mountain divisions to be...
Comandi.
I want... Oh. So we have Baldassari, who's okay, and then we have Messi, which is 4, 3, 2, and 4. He's very experienced. I think I'm going to have him take over the theater of operations here. So, let me pause. I'm going to combine Baldassari and Messi's troops here. And then I'm going to assign them off of that fallback line. Oh, nope. Nope. And then reassign them to the front here. Notice I made a battle order and put them there. And now, the mountain divisions are going to move. Yeah, see? There we go. If you click here, you can tell them to take the train. If you click the railroad, they'll take the train. As provided there are railroad tracks, they'll get on the train instead of walking the entire way. Now, if you noticed, my fallback order is unassigned now, because no one's there. Now, let's see what we got going down here. Let's just probe here for a second. What do we got? 47, 46 defense, 8 combat width to 24. Okay, those guys are 12 more or less. So, I'm just probing right here. Let's see what that does. Now keep in mind, it's gonna take a second.
Fuoco nemico. Ordini. Mantenete le distanze.
Let's attack with our strongest divisions first. So it's gonna take a second for these guys to get up to the front.
Ordini. Ordini.
We can set the EU theater in low priority. Yeah.
Riparatevi.
Problem is that these guys just aren't very well trained.
Prendete
We gotta
la mira.
hold. Let's hold until the tank divisions get there.
Pronto.
I'm gonna tell all these guys to, once again, train if you're not.
Pronto all'azione.
There's some leveled up divisions, but even then, look at, they have 8 combat width, and they don't have enough guns, so we gotta stop. We're not doing very well right now.
Pronto, signore. Pronto. Sì, signore. Comandi. Pronto.
So we gotta wait. Here, it takes time.
Formazione.
We might be able to probe a couple of attacks here. We do have a mountain division that's experienced already, ready to go. Let's try to see if we can make some progress in here. The mountain division is really going to help us. They have 54 attack to their 58 defense. 63, it's going up, but they have a slightly higher combat width than us. Once these two divisions get into the fray, we should win. But in the meantime, like once again, there are subtleties in Hearts of Iron. You have to coordinate your attacks. You don't coordinate your attacks, it's not going to work. This is going to help us a little bit. But these guys really need to enter combat here. Oh, thank you, Costas. I didn't know that. Italy starts at war with Ethiopia. Hey, Methane, what's going on? Now, you can see my planes are going in there. They're dropping bombs and stuff.
Andiamo!
Andiamo! Avanti! I'll set my high priority reinforcement. This is why I split everything up. We're changing our reinforcement priority. So that means that the guys in Africa are going to get guns before the guys in Europe. Some of the guys in Europe don't have guns. And these guys over here, get rid of the cavalry divisions. It's 1936. It's not 1836. Attack with freaking horses. What's wrong with you? I just changed 2 division templates over to regular infantry divisions with artillery behind them. It's going to cost me a little bit. It costs me technically artillery I don't have, but setting a reinforcement priority is going to make this a lot easier. Now, I told the Navy to train and everything. Oh, we got 4 days left. Now you can see that all the destroyers that are operating out of Ethiopia here are very experienced. See, they're all leveled up. Any of these divisions that aren't training.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All of my destroyers are good to go. We just gotta keep those submarines leveling. There we go. Hey, Cyborg, 54-month resub. Those guys gotta keep training. But I think they're in port for repairs. Same with those guys. But yeah, a lot of my Navy is leveled up. Double check that reinforcements are set to high on the recruit and deploy tab. Yeah. I probably should set that every time I'm fighting a war, huh? Now, see, we have another division joining the fray here. Now we have 24. 24 to their 16. And we have air superiority. Once the 30th and the 26th get into the fray completely, we got this. We can even tell those guys to jump in. These guys are all pretty well equipped. Hey, Etel, what's up, man? 30-month resub. Oh, baby, Italy time. I had a heck of a time trying to figure out the balance of power for the national focuses I wanted. Oh, yeah, dude. I've been doing a tutorial thing. That's why I'm playing Italy. I've been doing a tutorial teaching people about what all the buttons do. Etel, let me tell you this. I started at noontime my time. I didn't start actually playing and fighting the Ethiopian war until about an hour ago. Actually, less than that. It took me 4.5 hours to basically explain all the functions, what all this stuff does. Oh! Anyway, you guys know my buddy Ed Alex. He's a fellow Twitch streamer. Good dude. Good dude. Wait, what were you playing last night? It was Kingdom Come, right? Doing good? Yeah, we're doing all right here. If our attack is higher than their defense, we're gonna... Oh, yeah, see, look, the other groups joined the fray here. We got this. Beaverland stuff, yeah. That's awesome. I think Italy without DLC is a fantastic tutorial nation. Italy with the DLC, you have your work cut out for you. Yeah, yeah, well. Anyway, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. Once again, guys, if you don't know Alex, he's a good Twitch streamer. Give him a follow. Great streamer. Plays a lot of similar games. Likes getting into the intricacies with games. Spends a lot of time in the character creator. Sorry. Anyway, it's good to see you, man. That was last night. You asked. I was asking my buddy, but that's all right. So 68. We're making progress, but. Oh. Ethiopians have killed 53 Italians. We've killed 1,400 of them, though. Hey, Craftsboo, what's up? It's gonna be real nice when our mountain divisions finally get here. The tank divisions are coming. Where the heck are my mountain divisions? Oh, they're still in the Mediterranean. Once the tank divisions come in, we'll start opening up floodgates down here. So this supply depot, guys, I'm going to set its motorization level. If you set it to trucks, it increases the range of your supply depot, and it increases how fast you can resupply too. That's something that's really important to understand. You know, you got to set that. Ethiopian war logistics. Cool. The other thing that's an important thing to take into account is how you reinforce on the priority here. So if you select your field marshal and you switch this to trucks, right? Let's switch it to not a lot of trucks, but some trucks, right? These guys are going to automatically find supply depots. You could set it here if you want it done locally, but this will make it so every time these guys get near a supply depot for fulfillment, they'll be utilizing trucks. Now, the unfortunate thing is that what that's going to do is require a lot of trucks. But we're making them. Yeah, that might not end the best here. We have a surplus of trucks, so we have a war effort going. We can't have these trucks sitting there in storage or doing nothing. So get them up here so I can reinforce the front.
Formazione.
See, now their motorization priority is good. That's really going to help us, especially with tanks. You ever try the other side of the war playing as Ethiopia? I've actually never done that, Etel. No. We have an open national focus, so whenever a national focus pops up, I usually pause, just in case. We have something here that'll build out infrastructure in Italy, get you 4 infrastructure in 35 days, which it also gives you plus 25 infrastructure construction speed. This gives you 2 military factories for basically nothing. That gives you a bonus to air experience. That's plus 25 air experience. Plus 25 Navy experience. Does this one give you... Oh, yeah. Plus 25 Army XP. So we can retool some of our div templates. I'm going for that one. And the Ethiopian war logistics. What was that one for? Adds infrastructure and naval base in Somaliland, Eritrea, and Jubaland. Cool. Cool. Nice. Also, ahistorical can throw wrenches. Understatement of the century, my friend. Yeah, so it's taken a long time for the tanks to get down here, but how's this tile going? Yeah. We have 60 combat width to their 16. It's only a matter of time now. The only thing that they got going for them is they have defensive positions on rough terrain, but I do have a mountain division in the fray, so that's always good. I am being attacked over here, but that's not doing anything.
Pronto all'azione.
Yeah, you You can't change the irregulars template. Ugh.
Comandi.
So what I'm trying to do down here, especially with the tanks, is cause a breakthrough. I want to pick one of these tiles to attack, punch through the sucker, right? And then basically get right to Addis Ababa. We need to take the capital. How do you take over countries? You take over countries by capturing victory points. See, Gaba, Asela, Irgalim, Jiren, Sayo, Gambela. These are all victory points. The more of these that you capture, the closer it's going to bring your enemy to capitulation. All right? Here's the thing. If we go right for Addis Ababa, they're just going to move the capital somewhere else. So, once again, my idea here is to flood through. Flood through, basically surround these forces this way, push these guys into the corner, flood them that way with all these irregulars, right? And then basically have the irregulars just walk to every single capital point. Now, what that most likely is going to do is pull some of these forces off the front. But at the end of the day, we're dealing with not a lot of divisions. It says 36 on the high end. There's no way it's 36 total. I mean, I see 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Which is between 8 and 36, right? There is no way. And they have some special forces divisions. Yeah, there's no way they have guys just sitting here, chilling back here. I mean, they might, because it's the computer, and the computer's dumb. But if they have guys sitting back here, I'd be very surprised. Basically, what we got to do is punch through and then surround them. If we punch through and surround them and cut them off, they get an encirclement penalty, and we can pocket what's called... You could do what's called pocketing troops. Remember, if you lose a fight after being... If you're defending a position and you lose that position, you retreat off the tile. See? That division is retreating because their organization went into the toilet. Now it's just one division defending against my 5 that are on the front here. If there is no tile for you to retreat to, your division surrenders. Encirclements are a really, really easy way to just destroy the other person's army very quickly. Tank will have a hard day in the mountains. Maybe the southern border is a better option. I'm sending the tanks this way, Costas. That they should be coming over here. Where are you?
Pronto all'azione. Ordini.
Yeah, my tank divisions are just moving through the Red Sea right now. We just here. This is a good time to fast forward. Another thing up here, guys, you can set your play speed. You can go to 5x speed or 1x speed. I usually play around 2. I'm using 1 to show, like, for demonstration purposes. Let me tell you this. I have probably about 500 hours in this game. I really, unless I absolutely need to, I do not go past speed 2. I am not smart enough to be able to handle everything happening at a high speed here. So, if you're a newer player, I would suggest playing slow. With that being said, 2x speed right now is fine. Now, if you look, once again, 60 combat width to their 8. 58 defense to 33 plus 19 plus 25 plus 20 attack. They're about to get wiped off the tile. 96, 97, 98. We got it. Now, we can spearhead here. If you look, right?
Avanti!
If you look, let's figure out where they're weak, right? We want to figure out where they're weak. We don't want to attack here. Attacking here, they have a lot of divisions there. Now, what they did with the first Tigray Safari, they're counterattacking. They're counterattacking when they don't have a lot of supply. That's why we're winning against the counterattack. They do have 2 mountain divisions there, right? But suffering from bad supply and horrible attrition. So if I tell
Andiamo!
all my divisions, well, I can't tell them to attack because they're under siege right now. It's not going to do anything, but...
Avanti!
You should get an offensive line.
Pronto all'azione.
Yep. Yeah, we definitely want that. Oh, no. No.
Andiamo!
Those 4 divisions go there. That's what I want. So, this is drawing up battle plans for your offensive here. Yeah, giving them a plan gives you bonuses to attacking. It's all about the pausing. Play at 5 when nothing. How are we doing with supply? Supply down here is still blue. How about logistics? Our logistics fulfillment is down. We're down on trucks. I need to reallocate some from guns to trucks. There we go. Now, they are counterattacking, but it's not doing anything. Have our mountain divisions got here yet?
Comandi!
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Now we're talking. Okay, so we have mountain divisions attacking now. We're in the mountains. Using mountain divisions here is probably a good idea.
Si, signore.
Look, so they have a division here that's suffering from attrition because they retreated off that tile.
Pronto all'azione.
And now, yep, now my divisions we're spreading across the line here. Good. Oil is out. Is that bad? Yes. What I can do over here, we can go to the US and we can use another civilian factory to bring in more oil. Our daily gain is 1,600. Current daily consumption is 2.2. We need to bring in more oil again. More oil. More power. There. That'll work for now.
Pronto, signore.
Those 3 mountain divisions took this with ease.
Andiamo!
Now what I'm doing is I'm attacking over here. What I'm trying to do... These guys are already weak. Most of the divisions are suffering from attrition and have very low supply. So I'm attacking the tile where they're weak. See, these guys over here, those guys are good. They're fine. Like they're missing a little bit of supplies because that's because they're a little bit remote. But it's okay. Where are my tanks? Bingo.
Pronto, signore.
All right, so I'm gonna take my 3
Pronto,
tanks
signore.
here. And I'm going to tell the 3 tanks to go over here. It's going to tell you you have air wings with no planes here, but that's not, strictly speaking, right.
Continuate l'attacco.
Continue on to the tacos. I'm gonna keep attacking with my mountain divisions. These guys are not trained to fight in the mountains, but my mountain divisions absolutely are. So I'm holding my regular divisions and gonna basically have my regular divisions just move with the line. My mountain divisions are the tip of the spear, so to speak. Now, we have tanks in division, but tanks in theater, but I moved them I moved them. I told them to go disperse along the line. I don't want to do that. What I want to do with these 3 tank divisions is go here. Actually, what would be better is to set them to a spearhead. A spearhead, instead of a spearhead compared to an offensive line, is like a blitz. I'm going to blitz with the tanks. And then, with everybody else after that, if we have, well, I'll manually move the troops. Everybody else. What I'm going to do down here is
Attento.
take the rest of these boys
Formazione.
and just give them a generalized attack order to go up into the mountains. That should give them a planning bonus. Wouldn't you want tanks on another general so you could start learning armor leader? Big part of Ethiopia is grinding general traits. Yeah, we could do that.
Ordini.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Who's good with tanks? Giuseppe Telleria. Telleria. I can't say his name right. Whatever. He's good. Yeah. And I'm, once again, going to give them an offensive line here. Actually, I really would want them to attack from this tile and then spearhead. No. No. Oh, a lot of stuff just went down. No. I don't want them to do that. I want them to go from here and then spearhead to that tile. Good. That's what we want right there.
Si, signore.
Okay, so once again, we are playing on ahistorical here, okay? Ahistorical means World War II is going to happen, but it might not happen in the way that we think. If you're a newer player, play on historical. That way, if you know a little bit about World War II history, you know what's going to happen. Ahistorical is a little bit more fun. That's for the little bit more experienced player. If you don't care, just play on whatever you want, right? So, in this, it looks like Germany entered a civil war. A sudden Wehrmacht coup, led by the famed Field Marshal August von Mackensen, has triggered a civil war in Germany this morning. Fascist, royalists, and Democrats alike have taken up arms against their former countrymen. And military units have been removed from the borders to see to the internal threat. Fascists, under the orders of Hitler, have already vowed to destroy the nation rather than to see it fall to treasonous Germans. Betrayed by the military, we cannot suffer the same. Doesn't say much for fascism in Europe, so... Oh. So Hitler's gonna fight against Mackensen there, and whatever. Simultaneously, our intelligence agency can recruit an operative. Francesco Di Martini. Ethiopian nationality. So I'm gonna take my spy, and I'm gonna have him start building out an intelligence network in Ethiopia. We also have military factories because... 2 more military factories because our national focus was for some military factories. So, trucks and artillery and support equipment are what's on the deficit. So, let's go support equipment and artillery. And because we changed what we need, we changed our resources. Changed the resources that we need. Actually, support equipment and light... Support equipment has a 1.1 deficit. Trucks have 0.2. So actually go back into production here, get 1 off of there, and add 1 to truck. And we have insufficient resources. We're only -1 tungsten here. I'm not sacrificing a civilian factory for -1 tungsten. We're not doing that. German Empire coming back? Yep. I've been avoiding Hearts of Iron 4 for a long time now, but you're making that difficult. Sorry. My fault. Man.
Pronto all'azione.
So what I'm going to do here is keep our offensive going on this side.
Comandi. Sì, signore.
Turkey remilitarizes the Bosphorus. So what I'm doing here is pincering. I'm pincering the enemy. If you look, right here,
Avanti.
I'm attacking with one mountain division this way and one mountain division coming from this way. These guys are getting hit from two sides. But simultaneously, I have 3 mountain divisions over here that are attacking this tile. See that? We're attacking over here. Now why? Why would I split it up like this? Well, take a look. They have 1 division over there. They have 1. Easy pickings, right? Over here, they have 6 divisions. 6 poorly equipped divisions, might I add, to my 3. Now, if we click on combat with 36 to 56, right? But they don't have a lot of equipment and they're not very organized. So we still are ending up winning, but they do have a bigger army over here. The reason why I'm attacking with 3 this way, 1 that way, and 1 that way, is because I do not want any of this army trying to move over here to reinforce this division over here. This way, when that division falls, we take that tile before they can reinforce. This is a distraction that we just happen to be winning. But
Comandi.
you get it. Whenever a division gets attacked, they cannot attack nor move from that tile. You can't move while you're being shot at, right? Cover and concealment, right? Makes sense? Well, it's not relevant to winning wars from minor conflicts. Sometimes it's better to not encircle. If you rush, you can get XP and trades. Yeah, mixed Satanism, I actually didn't think of that, dude. That's not a bad idea. He's not good, he just likes tanks. Yeah, Costas, yeah, you ain't kidding. Hey, Eric, what's going on? Over on the YouTubes. Once again, it's showing us that we're -1 tungsten. 1 unit is not going to kill us in terms of production. If it's like -2 or 3, that's when you probably should get a convoy in. Will we have space news tonight? No space news because I got to stop in an hour or 2. So, yeah, it was just, I said it last night, Grim, at the end of Space News, that it's just going to be gaming today, which is why I decided to choose to do the Hearts of Iron tutorial that people have been asking for today, because I have an uninterrupted window of gaming today. I said we'd only do Space News if we had something big.
Comandi.
Time to deal with the Sultanate of Asa. Muhammad Yayo, the Sultan of the Sultanate of Asa, has for a long time been under strong Italian influence. Just like the last war, he's remained neutral despite formerly being part of the Ethiopian Empire. In fact, the only reason that the Sultan still has power is due to Italian goodwill. The country may have sold its coastline to Italy, but it's still an obstacle to our conquest. Capture of Tigray might be enough to convince the Sultan to surrender the rest of his land. What's up with the 4 divisions all the way on the left? They're kind of just back and reinforcing, Xavier. There's a river here. A river crossing is a good way to really just take a lot of manpower and make it a little manpower, unless you're really equipped for it, right? They're just hanging out. I could have them attack. It really doesn't matter. The mountain divisions are the tip of the spear here. I will send an ultimatum to the Sultan and see. That's this dude right here. Let's see what he says. He might tell me to go get bent. Let's go with Italian highways. A wild Brimo appears. I thought you were stopping in 15 minutes. I said I'd stop at 6 or 7 o'clock. Bree, that's enough time. We're good. Guys, I have to do my taxes. That's why I have to stop. Sooner rather than later. Okay. Now, down here... I'm going to take my bombers. I'm going to take that fighter. No. These guys are very well trained. I'm going to take those guys and send them down here. Take those two. Alrighty. Cool. I'm sending planes down here so they can support this attack that's about to happen down here.
Pronto.
Most of these guys are...
Formazione.
Okay. The Sultanate of Assa submits to Italian demands. They chose wisely. Mohammed Yeo folds. Good. Let's move in and occupy the lands. Hey.
Formazione.
So, there we go.
Ordini.
Oh, we immediately got attacked from the Ethiopians. There's the rest of their divisions. Oh, great.
Pronto.
Success in northern Ethiopia. Mussolini has nothing but praise and admiration for the armies in the northern Abyssinia and their success of pushing back their fierce opponents. He, of course, never doubted the prowess of our troops as long as they got the right motivation from Il Duce and the tools to prevail. Base stability +3, war support +3, army experience +3, command power, or army experience +15, command power +15. Ethiopia war support is down 10%. Nice.
Si, signore.
Alright, I need the Alsan forces the Sultan forces just to occupy those two tiles. Right now, we gotta hit them with the tanks.
Formazione.
Yeah, you command those guys or something.
Pronto, signore. Continuate l'attacco.
So, once again, we made it so that one division got stuck there and they couldn't reinforce because I'm attacking over here, right? And now we took the tile. So what I'm trying to do, where's this division going? If they retreat to over here, see these 4 guys? Xavier, you asked about these 4 dudes. Guess where they're going? Open tile, baby. They're gonna sweep right through. That's what we're gonna try. And if that's what's going on, if this happens, then we hit them over here. Do we have the planes down here yet? Nope. They're taking a second. They're flying over Egypt right now. I'm moving planes to the front.
Pronto. Forza, forza.
I have to move a mountain division over here.
Formazione. Si, signore. Avanzate.
Pincer them there. You guys go this way. Yep. There we go.
Comandi.
See? We can sweep around over here and open up a new front. And then hopefully if forces can sweep all the way through, we take out Addis Ababa and then pincer these guys here. The only thing we really have to worry about is this battle right here. It's a stalemate right now. But the Sultanate's troops here are not very good. What we can do is have my mountain divisions attack here from the tile that they're attacking from, and that will weaken their assault. See that? You're training armies in
Pronto
Africa that
all'azione.
is dropping their org.
Li respingiamo, signore!
None of these guys are training. Right now, I don't think.
Sì,
Oh,
signore.
those guys are. Yeah. Get rid of that. Yeah, thank you. I didn't even see that. I forgot.
Formazione.
These guys are almost all leveled up. When all these guys are leveled up and ready to go, we push this front big time. We push it with the tanks. And we're basically going to steamroll them. Now, the other thing we take into account is that we have army experience now from these national focuses. We can retool and make a better division template if we want.
Comandi.
There's a lake right there. Any space news worth reporting? Nah, nothing today, Tiberius. I gotta stop in an hour. I gotta stop at 7 Eastern anyway, which would have been right in the middle of space news. So I didn't want to like jump into space news and do it for like 45 minutes and then be done with it, right? Like, I gotta stop because I gotta go do taxes today, dude. Doing taxes as a streamer sucks. It's not fun. I have to do everything myself. I do have an accountant to help me, but yeah, like, I have to know what to give the guy, you know?
Pronto, signore.
So, yeah, at 7, it's just a hard stop. The cycle is slow right now, dude, for whatever reason. There's not a lot going on. It's mostly because NASA is basically in a holding pattern between presidential administrations. Ford hats, tax deductible. That's right. Goes in the square hole. You know what? I'd say these units are good enough. They're good enough. Good enough to fight. Send the tanks. And then send the entire thing. Do we have... Wait. Should have checked if we had enough guns to do it. Yeah. We're good. I should probably take one factory off of weapons production and put it on support equipment.
Mantenete le distanze.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. We're starting to get into supply problems here. I don't want to do that. We don't have the civ factories to get that done.
Pronto all'azione.
Pincer is working. 58 to 36, 105 total combat with... oh, the planes. This guy set it to close air support, set that guy to air superiority, and we are good to go. Air. Thank you, Roots. I remembered. Thanks for the quick answer. You're always on port. I got you, man. Yeah, Texas is a pain in the butt, dude.
Attento. Avanzate.
Yeah, we're basically succeeding. I'm seeing a lot more green than I am red.
Pronto.
All right, hold position. Japan young officer coup. Oh. Let's see. Railway innovations. Get you a free civ factory. Fiocchi Munizioni. That's 70 days, 70 days. 70 days. Air innovation 35. That adds dockyards plus 25 Navy experience. Can we do any political strategies? Oh, not until we... Yeah, I'll take that.
Sì,
So
signore.
see, look, we're running into some nasty supply problems here.
Pronto all'azione.
And they did counterattack my sweep, but that's okay. We know where to hit them.
Pronto all'azione.
These guys are... That guy is well equipped, so I'm gonna have him attack. And then... yeah, those guys are well equipped to attack too. So we're just gonna take... There's only one division there. We'll take what we can get. Now, look. They're trying to reinforce that division. So I'm gonna take that one division right there. And we're going to counterattack over here. It's not going to be a winning battle, to be honest with you.
Avanzate.
But this is. So actually split it, go over there. We need to do this fast.
Ordini. Avanzate.
Good.
Formazione.
Here we go. I'm going to tell the 3 tank divisions to immediately move to that square.
Ordini.
It's going to take them a second, though, because raisins. But, see, we're over here. We're going to get a Sosa, right? And that gets us victory points. And that increases Ethiopia's chance of capitulation. How we doing in the air? We're showing green across the board. I'm going to send one of my close air supports over to this tile. Tiberius, you found the like button. Thank you. All right, we took that square right there. The square hole. Oh. Yeah, we should probably start filling in research here. I forgot to do that. Good job. Oh, you can also get railway artillery, by the way. Repost. Is there a way to automatically replace old naval vessels with new upgraded versions like you can with tanks and aircraft? There is something that you can select, yes. Do I remember what it is? No. Better artillery. Oh, maximizing Italy now? I'm more just showing people how to play at this point.
Pronto all'azione.
Second London Naval Treaty. Yeah, whatever.
Sì, signore. Pronto all'azione. Avanzate.
See, we got a Sosa. Their capitulation went from 28 to 37. See?
Non fermatevi.
Giuseppe Taylor. Oh, that's the guy that just likes tanks.
Li
He
respingiamo,
falls.
signore.
Wonder what happened. Maybe he tripped.
Abortire. Pronto, signore.
Man. I was gonna spearhead and then move through, but yeah, I mean, my guys are having a little bit of trouble moving through the desert. But we're doing pretty okay. Down on guns, though.
Pronto all'azione. Ordini?
Let's wait till that division gets off the tile. Actually, you know what? We can just attack. That division has nothing. They're going to retreat off the tile anyway. And then you guys attack there. So I'm using these 4 divisions to hold the main army there. What I'm trying to attempt is to encircle right here and kill these guys. It's a free dockyard for you, Jim. We also need the convoys. There we go. So once again, these guys are, they're hiding in the mountains, so this division is not, they're not doing very well, but they only need to attack for a little bit longer until we take the tile. Okay, cool. Hold position. How many casualties have we taken? 4,000 Italians for 37,000 Ethiopians. Not bad.
Ordini? Avanzate!
Can you get E-boats? We can get those. See, my spy is building out an intelligence network here, and the higher the strength of the intelligence network, the more you know about your enemy. So, once again, some of these things that were previously question marks are going to start getting filled in, which is good. I do believe that division is moving off of that tile.
Comandi. Comandi.
They're attacking, but we're holding the attack. Captain, they're when hop? March. First week of March.
Ordini?
Okay, we got another national focus. Pause the game for a moment. Naval power projection, that's what we want. Ah, they retreated. The Bulgarian government condemns the IMRO.
Pronto all'azione. Pronto, signore.
Alright, just attack there. It's not the best move, but it is a move.
Pronto, signore. Andiamo! Arretrate!
Split one force, put this guy here. I didn't expect them to be attacking here.
Pronto.
What I'm trying to do with this division right here is cover this division from taking all the tiles. Like, I want these guys to go and take all these victory points down here. But I gotta make sure... The Libyan Socialist Revolution. Yugoslavia recognizes the Soviet Union. Goddamn Reds. What I'm trying to do is cover these guys' sweep through here. And I split my forces here, these 4 divisions. I split one and put one here to back them up. Because when these guys eventually sweep through, I want them to, I want to have a reinforced front. It's very important. Now,
Pronto, signore.
that one division, I want, no, you go there, and go there, and see if you can meet up with them.
Pronto.
The rest of these guys attack through there. U.S. Congress passes Neutrality Act. Neutrality. Libya is mine. Yeah, Yannick, of course.
Attento.
Now, what I'm going to do with my 3 tank divisions,
Avanzate.
we're going to go right through. Now, they're not going to do the best in the mountains, I'm not going to lie to you. But if I take the 2 Sultanate divisions over here, we could basically cut them off completely. Now, supplies do flow from the capital. So, this is not an encirclement because their capital is still... They're all connected to the capital still.
Andiamo!
But we basically got this in the bag, dude.
Fermatevi! Forza,
They reinforced
muovetevi!
on that tile, just hold.
Pronto all'azione.
What I'm trying to do... Yeah, we'll attack again. What I'm trying to do is hold those 3 divisions there while these guys move. But this terrain sucks, so it's kind of hard to move around. These guys, well, not really doing well against these 3 divisions here. Let's take a look. 12 width to 28. 39 attack to 33, 53, 28 defense. It's not good. They're not going to win, but what they are doing is holding them there and giving my
Pronto,
forces
signore.
time to basically take all these tiles here, which do have Irgalum and Jiren. I'm trying to take these victory points here. The victory points is how you win. See, 53% to capitulation. Now, we have enough army points. The game's popping in. It's like, hey, you have enough points to... You have enough points to buy a doctrine. Italy, by default, has the Grand Battle Plan doctrine. Extensive planning and preparation before engaging in a battle is the key to this success. Max planning plus 10% daily command power gain plus 0.25. Alright, we'll do it. I should have... We're going to need to retool our divisions eventually, but you don't really do that in the middle of a fight.
Pronto all'azione. Comandi. Attento.
Nice.
Mantenete le distanze. Avanzate. Prendete la mira.
Did Hearts of Iron get an update? The bottom right looks different. This is the same, dude, as far as I can tell. Yeah, buddy.
Sì, signore.
Success in South Ethiopia. We have pushed back the enemy. Base stability +3. Base war support +3. That's good because, once again, remember what I told you at the beginning. If these numbers fall too low, we got a big problem. Army experience 15. Command power 15. Ethiopian war support -10. Solid progress. Get rid of this crappy music. I don't want this. Get this. Where's the spaghetti music? I want the spaghetti music. Here we go. Here we go. Hit it! Very eepy all the time. The missile is very eepy.
Forza, forza!
We got here, Gallum.
Pronto all'azione.
Troops are moving through to Yabello and Jiren. We gotta get Yo Gabba Gabba.
Pronto?
Yeah, I called it that. I don't care.
Sì,
gonna do?
signore.
What are you gonna do about it, huh? You're gonna do
Andiamo!
nothing. $202 political power. Can we do anything useful with it? Civilian trains, I don't care about that. Create a collaborative government in the state of Croatia or Greece. No, I'm not doing that. Oh. Oh, yeah. Conquer Hararagan. We're about to do that. Yeah, see, if the war goes on for too long, your stability starts tanking really hard.
Attento. Avanti!
Yeah. Yeah, our mobile Italian tank divisions.
Formazione.
We have cut them off.
Sì, signore. Formazione. Continuate l'attacco.
Continue on to the tacos, I think is what he's saying.
Sì, signore.
I'm just redrawing orders here. I'm making sure my fronts have overlap so we don't have a split tile.
Pronto, signore.
There is a victory point there in Yabello.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Comandi. Formazione. Avanzate.
Let's go for the capital. We have enough divisions to back everybody up.
Formazione. Continuate l'attacco. Ordini. Pronto. Avanzate.
Actually, hold position there.
Attento.
I need people on this tile. If they choose to go south here, we're gonna have a bad day. Ethiopia is 76% towards capitulation. How are we doing in the air? We are doing just fine. Good. Troops are advancing on the capital.
Preparatevi.
Stop there. You don't need to be there. You guys can stop as well. That's a waste of time. Those tanks are doing well, but the thing is that we don't... They're suffering from pretty bad supply. They don't have any fuel in them, so their attack is basically useless.
Ordini.
Did he just say drawing? Turning British. Shut up. Doing good here, man.
Pronto all'azione.
One division's retreating off the tile. Naval power projection, we got that focus figured out. War escalation decreases by 1. Operative slots +1 for military intelligence. Do we have any 35-day? Expand naval facilities. 1 dockyard. 70, 70, 70. I'm looking for a 35-day thing. Military factories. I'll take that. Thank you. 3 dockyards. Build the Littorio. Yeah, big stuff. 420 viewers. Nice. We're getting kind of hung up over here, and supply is killing us.
Pronto all'azione.
Yeah, see, 48 to 42, 5 divisions versus 4 on the front right now. These guys have no supply. Wonder if we can put a dent in him with that 1 mountain division. Are you still going to focus on a navy considering your US domination last time? With Italy, dude, you should focus on navy, but not exactly like the US. What I really need to be doing right now is... Do I have any mine-laying ships? I do. I'm just gonna lay mines all throughout the Mediterranean with mine-laying ships. Put a submarine there. Put a destroyer there. Put a light cruiser there. I was wondering if I have any ships that can lay mines. Yes, we can. Not fighting against the Ethiopian Navy, let's be real, so just have everybody just lay mines everywhere in the Mediterranean. It's so screwed up. That's such a messed up thing to do, but I'm doing it. Oh look, we have mine-laying ships. I'll set these submarine troops for now to convoy raiding. We'll reorg the Navy. We'll reorganize the Navy after this is done. What we really need is, we need mine-laying ships and we need gunboats. End the war. Mussolini wants a swift end to the war in Abyssinia so that Italy can turn elsewhere for further glories. Conquering the ancient lands of Axum would solidify Italy's place as one of the major empires of the world. Okay, yeah, conquer Ethiopia. Yeah, I'm working on that. Okay, good safety tip. One final effort is all that remains. Yeah, bringing the mountain divisions down here was really good, and then the tank divisions over the plains was really good. The tank divisions are sucking right now, though. But hey, whatever.
Comandi.
Ethiopia, 80% of the way. The big points that in the decisions, we need to get Harare and Addis Ababa. We need this point and that point, right? If we don't capture those before the escalation point, yeah, we'll start not doing very well. We have a sea doctrine. I'm going to use those naval experience points, though, dudes. I'm going to use those to retool the Navy, so I don't want to spend anything on doctrine just yet.
Continuate l'attacco.
They're folding. We're going to get Harare. Go. There's a counterattack coming that we're actually not doing very well against. Nope, can't play that. We'll get the MCA'd. I need more spaghetti music. Hit it! Master, I don't like him very much.
Ordini?
Let's kill him. One day I could be the chosen one. Be quiet. I don't like him very much.
Pronto all'azione.
Let's kill him. Be quiet.
Formazione.
The Heart's rabbit hole continues. Yeah. Yeah. Siege of the Capital's doing okay. How are we doing in the air? Doing just fine.
Comandi.
No fuel. Lovely. I'm wondering if I have a supply plane up here. Attack bomber. Oh, these attack bombers can... They can aerial resupply. Oh no, that's logistic strike. That isn't air supply. I'm dumb. No. We can bomb stuff, though. That's kind of useful. We got electromechanical engineering. I need that radio to help with reinforcement. Once again, we have doctrines open, but I don't want that. Officer Corps. We can modify the government. We have 243 politicals, so how about we appoint one of our political advisors here? Silent Workhorse is usually good, because that pluses 15% to your political power. Elusive Gentleman is good. You get more operative. You can get more spies that way. Yeah, I'll take Silent Workhorse. Thank you very much. Hi, dumb. Hello, the Kraken. That last division is holding out something fierce, but, we got Harar. Now we need Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa.
Pronto. Comandi.
It's only a matter of time, lads. What about Alibaba? Yeah. What about him?
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore.
Alright, well, 60,000 to 9,000. We got a 6-to-1 KD. That's not bad.
Ordini. Pronto all'azione.
Go. I'm sending the tanks in with no fuel. They can be used as gun emplacements, whatever.
Ci respingiamo, signore.
Almost got it.
Pronto, signore. Avanzate. Andiamo.
I don't really like fighting. Irregulars are pushing the tanks. Yeah, exactly.
Prendete la mira. Mantenete le
The capital
distanze.
siege is not working well. I gotta hold.
Avanzate.
Everybody hold position. We're out of guns. That's the problem. We don't have guns. We don't have guns. We don't have trucks. We don't have support equipment. We don't have artillery pieces. It's a meat grinder at this point. There's no... I mean, some of these divisions are pretty well equipped, and that's all fine. So we can kind of attack on a small scale here, dudes.
Attento. Comandi.
Probably handle doing it this way, but...
Continuate l'attacco.
We really should hold position. I gotta redraw all the orders, dudes. This is no good. These orders are... Come on.
all'azione!
Sometimes it pays to do that, to redraw. Draw all your
Non
orders.
fermatevi! Pronto all'azione! Pronto! Sì, signore! Pronto, signore! Sì, signore! Pronto!
Okay. I'm holding for... We're gonna hold off for a second. Alfa Romeo. We really could do with more military factories. That's a 70-day one. That's a 35-day one. Italy's a very interesting playthrough because a lot of other countries you don't start fighting a war, but with Italy you do. So yeah, how you play this is a little bit different, like than how I played like Maximal US a second ago. Alright, now that all my forces are kind of holding position, we can regroup. A lot of them have just frankly atrocious supply, which is not good. How much time do I have? In the decisions over here, got about 90 days to finish this. If war escalation gets to 10, civil war happens. We really don't want to get it past gradual war escalation. We got to finish this soon. Because then they'll go to the League of Nations, and then if they go to the League of Nations, England can get involved, and you really don't want to do that. Brannigan maneuver. That's right. We're way down on like everything, which sucks.
Ordini?
No fuel, no problem.
Comandi?
Tanks are all out of fuel. But we're filling them up, which is good. Hey, T-Man. After watching this, I really want to get this game. I'm glad I could show you, Rares. This Hearts is awesome. It's just difficult. You're, like, as a streamer, it's hard to get people to want to play, like, or even understand what's going on. Because there's so much to handle. So that's why every once in a while I'd like to, you know, teach a couple of things here and there about how this all works. Now, this is going to be a surefire victory, I'm pretty sure. We basically got him dead to rights here. We just got to resupply a little bit. We got to start thinking about what we're going to do next. After we finish this, right? Right now would be a good idea to figure out what you're going to do over here. Like, That requires struggle in Ethiopia, expire in the shadows, triumph in Africa, Anglo-Italian agreements. Convene the Grand Council. That's probably where we'll end up going. Where's the Roman Empire? Mare Nostrum. We own the seas. Proclaim the Italian Empire. No, that's not what I want. Create faction Novus Imperium Romanum. Yeah, how do we get there? Yeah, that is what we want. How do we get there? Okay, so we need to go... We need to depose Mussolini and then the Monarchia d'Italia. Or revoke the Acerbo law. Can we go from Dino Grandi to revoking the law, though? No, it's not historical, Arch. No, it's not. Look at the lines to the focus. Well, there's a dotted line right there. I mean, the Italian monarchy seems to be the right way to go, but it seems like you can also get from there. The Romanus one. Mare Nostrum. We could just go straight down here, strengthen the regime. Gain the black shirt's loyalty. It looks like we can get there by going right down the center and then taking a left at Albuquerque. The Hearts of Iron does this, dudes. It seems like this is just, oh, go straight down this, right? And then just boom, right over here, you're good to go, right? But sometimes it's like, it seems like that's what's right, but sometimes there's mutually exclusive decisions along the way. I don't really see that here, though. To do that, you need more than 25% support for the PNM. Interesting. You know what, dudes? I'm pretty sure, now that I'm thinking about it, that's the way I took before. Let's try something different. I'm pretty sure the last time I played Italy and did a tutorial with the Italian League, I remember we established the Italian, the Italian League, and yeah. We're gonna have to go around to devotion. Red text will turn green if you can do it, or is much easier to deal with an and. Yeah. Hey, Coltec, what's going on, buddy? I don't know. We'll think about that in a second. Let's finish this. We're good on trucks, so that should give us a little bit access to a little bit better supply. Like, see, these guys are they're actually pretty well equipped. They're not suffering from supply.
Alberto.
Fulfillment. All right. I think we can get this done. Go.
Forza, forza!
Forza Ferrari. All right, let's see what we do. Wow. 2,000 weapons, 2 trains, 12,000 liters of fuel. The cowardly Ethiopian nation could no longer withstand the pressure from the overwhelming presence of Italian forces. We showed them delicious Italian sausage, and they caved under the weight of our Italian sausages. The Ethiopian government chose to flee the country and has gone into exile. Their main forces have capitulated, and Italy is now in control of their home area. Though the war Continues elsewhere. This... Ah, crap. The government went into exile. That's such a pain in the butt. Just give me all that. I want all this. Yep, just mine. Anything else? Yeah, okay, we're done. The conquest of Ethiopia. Mussolini is ecstatic. We did it before 1937. Pretty good. In real life, it took them a lot longer. 6 hours and he just defeated Ethiopia? Dude, I spent like 5 of that explaining stuff to people. Come on! Mussolini is ecstatic and brags far and wide to anyone willing to listen. Yeah. He never had any doubt that Italy would prevail and triumph in Abyssinia. Despite the various setbacks we encountered, we have finally avenged the failure of the First Italo-Abyssinian War. Il Duce has hailed the conquest as a victory for the fascist system and his government, calling the Italian people stronger and more unified than ever. By blood alone moves the wheels of history. Science does too, but whatever. It's non-historic, Spoon. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Mussolini was an idiot in real life. Like, just... Like... Dude. Complete...
Ordini?
Like, just... moron. That's the best way I can describe it. Okay, build a railroad. Yeah. Connect all the supply in there. All right. Cool.
Attento.
Infantry expert, division attack +10. We have 72 command power to get that done. Excelente.
Pronto, signore.
Giovanni Messi. He was using mountain divisions. Infantry expert. Yeah, baby.
Pronto, signore.
What about you? You get any skills? Nope. You get enough XP to level up.
Ordini?
Now, we have some divisions that were awarded. Commended for exceptional bravery in Ogaden offensive operation. The War Merit. Oh, no, first order supply consumption. Yeah, I like that. It's good. Yeah, you can award individual medals if your troops accomplish...
Pronto, signore.
Like if they take stuff.
Pronto all'azione.
It's kind of annoying because the Ethiopian government went into exile. We didn't just completely and utterly decimate them, which kind of sucks, but... What are you gonna do? Yeah, rare's pretty good. Oh. Hitler... Oh, nope. Hitler died. Himmler took his place. Yep. Well. No space news. I gotta stop and do taxes in a little bit. Do you control the Suez? I do not. The British do. Beer hall putsch didn't go so well. Yep. Pacify Ethiopia. Duce has publicly declared how the Abyssinians are crushed on the run, their will broken after their defeat. Privately, though, he curses the Abyssinians for their resilience and defiance toward Italian rule. Duce has given the order to crack down on local opposition with brute force and to institute laws to help keep the population in check. He wants the entire country pacified and brought into the Italian fold as soon as possible. Pacify Ethiopia. What do I gotta do here? All Ethiopian states have greater compliance than 60%. Oh. Ministry of Italian Africa. Effect. Political power plus 75. Unlocks occupation law in African states. Colonial police, which grants resistant target minus 30. Damage to garrisons minus 40. Required garrisons daily compliance gain minus 0.2. Unlocks the colonial management decisions. Yep. Are we forming Rome? Klingrad, yeah. I want to do the Roman Empire play, but I'm not really sure how to get there, to be honest with you. I haven't played Italy since this new focus tree was put in, so I don't really know where to go. My guess would be to go over here somewhere, but it very much seems like you can just go straight down the center fascist tree and get to the Roman Empire from there. Mare Nostrum creates the faction Novus Imperium Romanum. Mare Nostrum is Latin for the seas are ours, or we own the sea, basically. Forming AOI skips the mission. Oh. Wasn't today tax day? Well, I'm going to stop very soon. Yeah, Franco, exactly. AOI, you mean that sucker right there? Alright, well, we'll do that focus and we'll see what happens.
Sì, signore. Comandi. Pronto all'azione. Comandi.
Alright, well, either way, this is probably a good time to stop, so we're going to exit to menu and go from there. Guys, once again, where are we? Oh, hey, we're down here. 10th? Or 5th? Alright, thus far. Don't worry, that's not ending the game. We can keep playing the save. So, once again, guys, I gotta stop. I gotta go do my taxes and stuff. I gotta get everything organized because I have a meeting with the accountant soon. So, no space news today. I just wanted to play the Hearts of Iron tutorial. And guys, actually, that would probably be good enough to go, if somebody was watching this and they wanted to, a good like rundown to how this all works. I think that's good enough for the tutorial. When are we going to play that next? The Italy save next? I don't know. We could do it tomorrow, but I said I would play Timberborn tomorrow, so we'll see. Fine, go be a grown-up. God! Yeah, I know, right? Your tutorial was awesome. Thanks, Raiden. It means a lot coming from you, man. Once again, yeah, hopefully people could use this, but yeah, I kind of started playing in the last hour. I started playing the game to kind of show how everything goes together. Predominant gifted a sub to...
this is space. I'm in space.
The tax man. Your tutorial was very long. Can you give us a 5-sentence TLDR? No, I can't. But anyway, that's going to do it for me. Once again, sorry for the short streams this week. I'm dealing with a lot of stuff on top of taxes, like the NSF side project and a couple of other things. So there's also a huge dent in my car, if you remember that. Still dealing with that, but that's another story. So, once again, I apologize for not streaming as much this week, guys. We should go back to our regular schedule more or less next week. Yeah, don't be sorry life gets in the way. Yeah, for sure, Hicks, but I like being here. It's kind of my job. I like being here. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll see you guys all tomorrow at noontime. I have us teed up to play Timberborn and then Flame Trench, and then we're racing at Bathurst tomorrow after the Flame Trench. So, I mean, you guys let me know what you want to do. We want to continue with the Italy playthrough, we can. I probably wouldn't slot that into a 6-hour slot. There's still a lot of game left to play. It's only 1936 in game, so we'll probably play Timberborn tomorrow. And if you want a part 2 to the tutorial, I guess if you want a part 2 to the tutorial, we'll probably do it next week. So anyway, that's going to do it for me. You guys let me know, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. Adulting gets in the way of the fun. Yeah, Nader, thanks for the great stream. Wound up an extra day here in the hospital. They wanted another day of IV antibiotics in me. Again, made it a lot more tolerable. Yeah, my pleasure, dude. My pleasure. All right, guys. Have a good night. I'm going to go do taxes. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. God. Dang adulting. Ugh. Anyway, have a good night, guys. I'll see you. Thank you.